Two, check. One, two. All right, we're good? Yeah, thank you.
If, every, if everybody can find their seats so we can get going. If everybody can find their seats so we can get going. If everybody can find their seats, we can get going. Hey, man, you doing that thing? Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? I think I have to officially call us to order, so we're going to do that. Welcome to our very first workshop retreat. Got a few opening remarks, and then I think we're going to do introductions, and that's all the way around, D'Alva? Just Britt and his team, okay? All right, so before we get going today, I want to start with something just very simple to say, and that is thank you. Thank you for saying yes to this responsibility. Thank you for showing up prepared. Thank you for leaning in, doing what is not just a small assignment. Each of you were appointed here intentionally, and that matters. The appointing bodies that brought us together had one clear goal. They wanted to make sure that this authority was built on a strong foundation, that it had professional experience, business judgment, but also operational understanding, as well as understanding this community and the people we serve. They wanted it serious, they wanted it structured, they wanted sound experience as we get started. I wanted to reflect on they wanted to reflect the wide range of this community, whether that be from the east, the west, the south, or the east. They wanted riders and non-riders. They wanted neighborhood people. They wanted people who understood the plight of the communities we serve. And I want to thank you for showing up to do that. The next several retreat days are all about us grounding ourselves to get ready for the work that is ahead of us. And it is coming real fast. I won't scare you right now, but we need to really get serious about getting ready for what's coming our way. But today is about educating ourselves about what's coming our way. All of these workshops are designed to make sure that we actually have a even keel as it relates to information, so that not one person has more information than the other, that everybody's hearing this basic stuff at the same time. I'm going to go sit in that corner and be a member today and not be a leader or a chair or anything else. I want to be just one of the 27 as we kind of figure this out going forward. So with that said, I had a lot more to say, and I feel like I should stop so we can get going. But just know that I take this serious, and I know you do too. So just show up in the conversation. Show up as we start to talk about plans. Just show up today and stay present is all I ask of you. So as we get going, I am being told that we're going to start by making sure you know all of the CAT staff that is in the room. And why don't you want to make some remarks? You just want us to introduce everybody? Oh. Come on up. I'm following directions. Thank you all.
Now, my safety officer's in the room, and I did not use these stairs to get onto the stage. I will probably hear from him later on about my shoddy safety practices when coming on stage. Good morning, everybody. It's really exciting to be here this morning with all of you. Thank you for coming. I was thinking about how to spend a Friday. It was either in the Government Center or here at the beautiful CPCC Harris campus with all of you, and this is by far much better. So thank you, everyone, for coming out. I do want to, there's a lot of CATS staff here today. Some of them you know, some of them you've seen. Some of them you haven't, but all of them are key to moving people forward and keeping the transit system going and growing. So I'd like to take just a brief second for staff to introduce themselves briefly, who they are, what they do, and then we'll jump into the next item. Let's start over here at the back table with Mr. Andy Mock. And we'll jump over to the next table, starting with Catherine.
Good morning, everyone. Catherine Kumar, the Director of Marketing and Communications.
Good morning, everyone. Chad Howe, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning. Pleasure to be here. Eric Osnes. I'm the Chief Safety and Security Officer.
Good morning. I'm Victoria Johnson, Chief Operating Officer.
Brad.
Brad Thomas, Cats General Counsel.
Good morning, everyone. Elizabeth Pursuti, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Kelly Goforth, Chief Development Officer.
Good morning, Emily Kunze, CAT staff. I'd just like to remind you to please use your mics.
Good morning, everybody, and happy Friday. My name is Nigeria Johnson, and I am the administrative assistant to the finance team and support Chad.
Good morning, I'm Brandon Coes. I'm with CATS Technology.
Brian Haddad with CATS Technology.
All right, very good. Do we have anyone else? No, I think we got everyone covered. Oh, nope, we have Brian Nadolny.
Brian Nadolny, Project Manager for the Red Line.
So a lot of these folks, you may recognize. Some of us you may recognize. Some of us you'll get to know as we go through presentations today. Now is it time to jump to this? All right. So everyone in your packet, you should have a one-pager. It should be on first page or two. So you all should have a hard copy of this, but it's also up on the screen. And I won't spend a lot of time, I'm sorry, behind the agenda. I won't spend a lot of time on this, but we do want to make sure that as we all go through this journey together, we're thinking about the task at hand and how we go from the MPTA growing into truly operational oversight of transit in Mecklenburg County. And so as we think about transition governance, this first slide, as we've been working with David and the other officers, as well as the city manager and many CATS and city staff, we tried to depict this in a simplified way, with as much simplicity but still clarity as we could. And so as we think about transition governance for the MPTA, today there is oversight and policy approval roles for the city council, possibly the MTC, they are an existing body as well, continuing, and the MPTA. But we know as we go through this process, the green arrow shows that will all come to the MPTA, right? And that's a good thing. We have seen over the years many folks comment on the nature of the City of Charlotte City Council role versus the MTC and the lack of clarity or the uniqueness of that structure. So this moves us to, and I see Brad is laughing, as a former MTC member, he can attest to that as well. So this is a good thing, but this is the process for oversight and policy approval. We've also identified an executive steering committee, and that's really the staff. The city manager's office, ultimately a transition management director for the MPTA. That is a consulting role that is yet to be filled, but we're well on our way for that. CATS leadership. And then ultimately, that will all transition into what we've called transit leadership under the MPTA. So when we think about what we need to do, there's really three boxes or three large categories. One is transition management. We need to define all of the things that need to be done to transition the MPTA into its ultimate role. And that's where we see the transition management firm as very helpful to the MPTA because they can help to develop and implement all of the things that are going to be required through this transition on behalf of the MPTA. We do have a little bit of an oddity here. As CATS, we're all about transit. We love transit, and we want to see transit moving forward. But we're City of Charlotte employees until we're not, until someday when we're not. And so we do see a very important role for that transition management firm moving forward. The other two boxes are separate because they're really about how do we implement the transit system plan, right? All of the great things that the voters approved, that the MTC approved, and then the voters ultimately approved. And how do we ensure that we don't miss a beat today? How do we continue providing great transit services to all of the riders today? And so you can see, as we think about this, the MPTA has a role in all three of those things, but there will be a stepped process. The first is to get through transition and then move over into active oversight of the implementation of the transit system plan and ensuring that we continue to provide great services every day to the customers who rely on transit. On the back of the page, I know there has been a lot of questions about, well, we hear about transition, but what does that mean, right? There's this sort of cloud of transition, but nobody sees what's inside it, the black box of transition, if you will. We've tried to, at a high level, identify all of the work streams that are really going to be crucial for transition. Now, this is a high level, and this will be developed out into very detailed individual items. And that can be and will be developed with the transition administrator consulting firm that ultimately the MPTA will bring on board. But in a large sense of it, you have human resources. We all know that's important. We've said this should have minimal or no impact on employees. So human resources. We have finance. How do we get the basic things? Bank accounts, banking agreements, all of those things. And then you have the assets and the debt that CATS already has, but are really in the city's name or held by the city. I skipped one, and I did that on purpose because technology. Technology is its own work stream, but it also affects everything else. And so as we think about this, technology is clearly becoming the long pole in the tent. It affects everything, and it is its own thing as well. And so as we work through that, we will be very focused on technology. And technology really breaks down into two basic parts. Sort of the network infrastructure, things like emails and the technology backbone and all of those things. And then it breaks down into the financial system and the HR system. The city currently uses Workday. And so as we go through this, we are working with the city to understand how we transition Workday from CATS being part of the city's Workday application over to its own. But all of that takes time, and so technology is one of those that we really will be focusing on because while it's that back of house thing, it is critical to everything else. And we will be, the city, the officers, all of us have been thinking about that and developing strategies. And as the transition manager comes on board, we will be working directly with the transition manager to execute all of the things that need to be done to facilitate all of these work streams. Okay, very, very good. Dialva, I am turning it over to Dialva Arnold. Before I do that, I want to introduce Dialva. Dialva and I have worked together with CATS. Dialva has been working with CATS for 4 years, 5 years? I don't know. It's been a long time. It's been a great relationship. Dialva has helped us immensely, both with how we think about values and strategies for CATS, but also how we think about leadership development for the CATS team. So D'Alva has been part of the CATS family, so to speak, for a very long time. She graciously accepted when I asked her, could she help us out as we go into this journey? She accepted. I wasn't sure if she would, but she did. And so we're really excited that D'Alva and her team are here today to lead us through the morning sessions.
If any of you remember me from the campaign, you know why Brent said he wasn't sure if I would show up today. But it does feel like a family reunion a little bit. So many of you were very involved with making this day possible and fighting forward, fighting for the rights of the people that you represent or you care about, and fighting against it. Also for the rights of the people that you fight for and care about. But we're here today. And it's really exciting because if you just take a minute and think about the magnitude of the moment and what we're doing, $19 billion. $19 billion that you are responsible for. You are the stewards of $19 billion for the city, but beyond that, you're the stewards of a new life for many people in the city. If you think about, and I'm saying the city, the county. I told my team not to say the city, and I got up here and did it. But for the county, if you think about the benefits of what transportation does for people, it does for business, it does for organizations like the city and the county and all of the towns. It is the most essential need that we have. You can't get anywhere. And so we fought very hard to get that here for people. But now you all have to make sure the promises that we made come to fruition. It's a long haul, and you're the inaugural board. So it's the weight of the responsibility of that. So if any of you don't know how to manage your textbooks right now, go to YouTube and figure it out. We've got a lot more complex issues to bring before you. And so today, we're going to make you do some very uncomfortable things. No trust falls. Somebody asked about a trust fall. No trust falls. But we are going to start with relationship today, because you can't do this level of work without actually liking each other. If you think about this room again, and you see a very diverse room, but what I see in this room that I think is most important is diversity of thought. And that's something that you have to hold on to, and you have to nurture, and you have to respect, because that's what's going to bring the biggest benefit to anything that you could do for a board, is making sure that people feel psychologically safe to voice their opinions, including the staff who've been doing this for a very long time. Making sure that you're able to, even when you feel like jumping in, you remember that you govern, you don't operate. Making sure that you always remember why you're here, because what happens with diversity and diversity of thought is that we forget to respect that sometimes. And we think we should all think alike. You don't understand where people think this way or don't think this way, and how could they think that, or how could they do that, or how could they say that? And they might be saying the same thing about you. But it makes it a little bit easier when you know each other. When you know your kids' names, you know where you're from, or you just break bread together. It does begin to break down some of those silos. And so we have a very effective board development model. It's called Governing as One. And the first 4 elements of that are based around relationship, because that's where everything begins. And having you guys just connect a little bit more than what I've seen I've been watching. But just to connect a little bit more from an organizational development standpoint, I thought, okay, God, we got to get in there and do some work. So Britt did ask and say, would you do it? But I really wanted to do it and be a part of this, because it does feel like a full circle moment. And I feel very fortunate to be able to be here with you all today and take this next step, which I think is a very important step. So without further ado, I do want to introduce some of our team members who are here with us today. Everybody knows Kevin Monroe. If you don't, you're not in the in crowd. I'm sorry. Sorry. And then we've got Tanya Woodbury, who is OD expert and one of our consultants. And then Joe Machicote is going to lead the model for us today, all of our modules for us today. Joe is a former chief HR officer, and has done so much organizational culture work at very large levels, and he's an organizational development expert, so you guys are in really good hands today. There are a couple other things I want to ask you to do today, and I want you to write this down. I'm off script, but I'm going to catch up with my slides in a minute. But I want everybody today to do a couple of things, and that is just to watch your thoughts, words, and actions, to be very intentional about them. We're going to talk about being present in a minute, but we really only have two goals today for you all. One is relationship, and the second one is learning. So the first part of the day is going to be about really talking about relationship and how you come together as a board. So you have some really aggressive goals in a very short period of time. And so your ability to focus is very important. Your ability to listen and learn and ask the right questions is very important, because July 1 is not moving. The date, you know, sometimes we wish dates will change. Just give us another week. July 1 is not moving. And so you've got a lot of things to do in order to get together, to get organized, to get focused, and to get to the point where you have enough information to make the very complex decisions you need to make. And it's very important that you all feel very informed in doing that. And so a part of that becomes breaking down the noise a little bit so that you can work more closely together, and that's what we're going to do today. And then on the second half of the day, Kelly is going to come up, and she's got all the team and the right people here to go through some of your TSPs, just to talk through and give you the opportunity to ask questions, right? So this is going to be a lot of discussion, not a lot of preaching or talking today, but really give you an opportunity to go deep on some of the details of the plans that you might need to know, because you got the experts here to talk about some of those things with you today. And then if you've been to any of my sessions, you know we don't do anything without working agreements, because we do need to make sure that we have a level of engagements or principles to help us guide the day to day in terms of what we're doing. And Tanya's going to flip them over for us today. And so I'll go through them, and I'm going to ask you to adopt them. You can negotiate or decline, but if you decline, you have to have another solution. So the first is, respect every voice in the room. Psychological safety is important. You guys know that, right? Don't have to say that. Assume positive intent. Sometimes, I'm going to try not to ad-lib too much so we can get on with the day. But sometimes that's a very innate thing that you think that you know where somebody's coming from, and you just stop listening to what they're actually saying. So assume positive intent today and really listen to what we're saying. Honor time by being concise with your words. We're going to ask for a 3-minute talking limit, and we've got timekeepers over there. Look for what connects rather than divides. That's one of my favorites. Sometimes when you're listening to people, you're listening for the division instead of the common threads. There are a lot of common threads in the room. The first being that you care enough to volunteer 2 and 4 years. For those of you who are 4 years, kudos. Congratulations. That's a long time. But it's a commitment, and it certainly speaks to your commitment. And then find the common goals, common threads, shared values. Listen to understand. Practice both and thinking. 2 things can be true, right, at the same time. Listen to understand, and what does this say? Oh, please, limited or no use of technology, please. It's important to be present in the room. You won't get these moments quite often, because as you know, you're going to have to get to work and get into the business of the day. And so taking the time to be present with your colleagues here, I think, is very important. Just really quickly about the plan over the 3 days. We're going to talk about building the foundation today, which is relationship, and then defining how we work, and then committing to each other. And if everything comes together the way it should, then you guys will have a team charter that you could actually adopt at the end of the 3rd day. And let's talk about why it matters again. 27 people. That's a large board. That's a big old board. But you're one board. You have to operate as one board. Have you tried to get 3 people to agree on one thing sometimes? Can you imagine? Just think about what you're asking each other to do. Different authorities, you're representing different people, you have different perspectives on your own, different experiences, backgrounds, all those things. but you are valuable because you're all committed to the purpose, and that's the most important thing. So that diversity is valuable, but only if you learn to appreciate it and work with it. That's the whole point, appreciate it. Don't expect everybody to think the way that you think. And listen. Thank you for those of you who took the survey. There were some really strong through lines there and really showed the commitment and the eagerness and the sincerity of this board. So I really enjoyed reading your comments and your feedback. There were a few through lines there. One, decision-making process gap. You are literally in the storming phase. Storming, forming, norming, performing. You're a long way from performing. You're storming, so that's very natural. That you're less than 60 days old, right? So I mean, the fact that you could be here today, I think, is a gift, right? Trust as a foundation. Lots of comments about trust. I think that's because you don't have enough information yet. And once we do that, I think we can solve for that. And then public service oriented. So much heart in terms of the community came through that, and that was really good to read and exciting to read. And then governance and operation balance. So a few of you talked about making sure that you're able to stay in your governance and oversight lane and not in the lane of running the organization. So if you look on the right side, these are all focus areas that are built into your retreat over the 3 days, so we'll begin to address those things. So again, thank you to those of you who did take the survey. And then I'm going to turn it over to Joe for the next part, and he's going to jump into our work. Everybody get Joe McAchody a hand, please.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. And before we get into that getting to know you part, I wanted to just give you the opportunity to get to know me. Number one, I'm super, super proud to be able to be here tonight. Oh, thank you. Today. And just a little bit about myself. So I moved to the Charlotte area in 2001. The accent you're going to hear every now and then is from New York City. So I'm born and raised in Harlem. And came here in 2001. Worked with a couple of companies you may have heard of. So Compass Group, Snyder's Lance, Erickson Senior Living, and I currently work for Premier Inc. So I've taken the day off to do a little bit of civic duty and be with you here today. I am a serial community board member. So I've sat on several different boards in Charlotte and chaired boards as well. And I currently sit as the board chair for Mental Health America of the Central Carolinas. So the work is really important to me. When I saw this come up for vote, went out and did my civic duty and voted as well. And very supportive of what you all are about to do. And what you're about to do is really hard. In a city that I love. I love New York, but I got to tell you, I love Charlotte a whole lot more. And I just want to thank you. Because you folks are going to represent one of those services in government and in the county that you don't always hear thank you. I think about when I go home at night and I flip my lights on, or I turn on the TV and it works, or my internet is working. I'd never call those people and say, hey, thank you. You know what? I walked into my house tonight and the lights came on. Thank you, thank you, thank you, right? Nobody ever does that. And you sit in that same place. But when you are going to hear about it is when it doesn't work, right? People are going to call you nonstop. So I just appreciate where you are and what you're going to do. So that's a little bit about me. We want to open up the day a little bit right now and get to know you. So what I'm going to have you do is at your tables, and I think there's enough of you at each one of the tables as I was taking a look. We want to do a quick activity to get to know each other as human beings, not necessarily officials, just human beings. What did you do last night? What did you do this morning before you got here? It was an early morning. Thank you for that too. But we want you to share with each other two things that are true about you and a transit dream. So when you thought about coming on this board, you probably had a dream for what it was you were going to be able to accomplish or what you were going to be able to do. So just have a quick chat with one another. I'll check in with you and tell you how much time you got left. But check in with each other. Two truths about yourself and your transit dream. Go. Some good conversations going on. Try to take about 2 minutes each and share with each other. All right, folks, about 4 more minutes.
We'll have Tanya help us with time because I forgot to keep the time. I think we'll probably be a little bit over. I think we're a little bit over, but
Yeah.
everybody's talking, which is good.
Yeah. And, all right, we're at the 2-minute mark. 2 minutes. Bring it home. All right. Let's start to bring it home. All right, I'm going to ask for a couple of brave souls to talk about something interesting, maybe that they heard at their table. Not that not everybody's was interesting, right? But did anything surprise you? Did anything like just, you couldn't have imagined that in a million years? So board members, at this I walked by your table, I heard a couple of interesting things. Besides your Olympic shirt, which is really, really interesting, that is an awesome shirt, share a couple of things that are going on. You actually had something, a great celebration, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Upcoming wedding anniversary of 1 year.
Yes, awesome. Let's hear it. Full year of being married. Congratulations. Yeah, oh, look at that. You already got the present?
It's a surprise. But yeah.
Wow, you're already ahead of it. I love that. Yeah, most of us wait until the 364th day before buying our honey the Valentine's Day present, and then we're all at night shopping for cards, right?
I mean, check back in on the 20th anniversary.
Right, okay. Exactly. Yeah, we got to give you some time. Yeah, you're right. You're a newlywed. Any other interesting things we heard? Yes?
3 Midwesterners. It's rare to meet a charlatan, right?
Look at that.
It's rare to meet a charlatan, so
right.
We discovered that we are from Milwaukee, Bloomington, Indiana, and Chicago. So 3 Midwesterners.
What are the chances? And you all just got attracted to each other, right? That's
well, we
awesome.
went to the same grad school together. No, not together, but at different
right.
times.
Yeah, yeah. That's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, congratulations, guys. We'll approach you guys if we need any advice on what to do for the Transit Authority in Chicago. Any other tables?
I'll go. Good morning, Christy Long, City of Charlotte. We have a unicorn at our table. While you don't have anyone who's from Charlotte, Peter is from Charlotte.
Nice. That is rare.
And Peter had a dream come true as it relates to Charlotte recently. He was at a conference, and he'd always dreamed of Charlotte being someplace that people from around the world would recognize as the place to be. Mm-hmm. And at this conference, Charlotte and Raleigh were mentioned as places to be. And so he said he'd waited his whole life for that to happen. And now he has lived. Yeah.
That is great. That is great. Well, congratulations on having Charlotte mentioned, and it's very, very good.
I will also share a couple of other things that came up at the table around our dreams for the transit system.
Yes.
They're modeled around connecting community, connecting business, and connecting workforce development.
Yes.
And so they all are around that. So Reverend Mack mentioned that she wants, her dream for the transit system is that we have a transit system that is very impactful to the lives of the underserved communities.
Amen to that.
So she wants to make sure that in her tenure, she sees that happen. Mm-hmm. Peter mentioned that he would love to see a transit system that is really a plane, trains, and automobile type situation. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to the airport and you take the train, you should be able to check your bag when you get on the train. You shouldn't have to wait until you get to the airport. Wow. So he dreams of connectivity around all the transportation avenues.
That's awesome.
And what Wyatt shared was a huge focus on safety and security. Mm-hmm. He told us a story about being in Tokyo where one of his colleagues left her purse on the train, called the train system and said, "I left my purse on the train." And they said, "Yeah, we have it. We'll get it to you." So he dreams of a place where there is safety, security, and trust. And so you can see how the themes run through what we discussed at the table. So I am confident that we have the right people who are thinking about moving us forward from a transportation perspective.
That is fantastic.
Tell us about everybody else before it was yours.
Mine actually tied in, and I'm going to read it. My dream is a transit system that connects community, people, and opportunity. And my dream for the board, although I wasn't asked to say this, but my dream for the board is that we'll be guided by transparent governance, community impact, and data-driven decisions.
I love it. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. You know, as you were speaking, there was one other connection and link that you didn't mention, but you probably had the conversation at the table, and it's because I come from this industry, but healthcare. When we think about access to healthcare and what it takes for someone who is living on the outskirts of the county that maybe not close to healthcare, that sometimes their only option is to have some sort of public transit to get them there. So creating the ties that bind, if you will, back to healthcare, even where there's food deserts, you know, the opportunity to use the transit authority, because interestingly enough, the oasis that they put in food deserts is Burger King and Kentucky Fried Chicken and Bojangles and so on, thus driving healthcare issues back into the community.
And I think we tried to infer that when we said community.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So affordable housing.
Yes.
Access to places of work. So that was all comprised in our connectivity to community.
Yeah, I love that. Well, thank you guys for sharing. The conversations was so good. I almost hated ending that. D'Alva came up and said, we may be going over a little time, but the conversations are good. I said, yeah, I definitely agree. What you all did and what you're going to continue to do as a team is what we call, from an organizational development point of view, creating a high-performing team. So when I was growing up, we played sports, and we played sports a lot. And you know, started in New York. I raised two boys here in Charlotte. They played a high level at Ardrey Kell High School. They played baseball, then went to UNC Chapel Hill and played there as well. And the one thing that the experience that tied us together, being a high-performing team, is our ability to build relationships. Because when you're watching sports, when you're watching those big games, when you watch the Super Bowl is just the end result of what happens from good relationships, the conversations in the locker room, the conversations when you're watching tape and planning strategy, the conversations that happen while you're doing practice and training. That is where the game comes from. So your ability to have those conversations and connect to one another on a high level, it's not about when it's game time. It's not when it's time to go to the press and tell them what you did. It's how you did it. So that's what we're really going to be focused on a lot today. So appreciate all of the feedback and the conversations that you all got into. So D'Alva talked again about the governing as one model. You all have copies of it in your book. I believe it's the third tab is governing as one, so that you can take a look at that. But today is really going to focus on relationships. And we're going to talk a lot as well about our why. So why are all of you, what made you say, you know what, I really want to be a part of this? What made you excited about this? So what I'd love for you to do is to just have a conversation at your table with one another and describe your why in 5 words or less. I think this table is off to a good start. I didn't get to this table over here. Y'all got a lot of people. Like, you need your own zip code over here. There's a lot of people at that table. But I'm going to come to you guys first on the why. So please just have a conversation where you write down for yourself, as individuals, what is your why? So go ahead. Yes. Why? What is your why for being part of the MPTA board?
Thank you for.
Yeah, I mean.
I have 9.
Just leave we'll try to guess what's in between.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm Katrina.
That's I'm Brad Simmons.
Brad.
Jeff Robbins.
Huge fan of developing a blue line.
I got it down to 4. I'll start.
Wow.
And my reason was to make it regional, same.
Yes, go ahead. Is it Frank? Yes.
Be part of be part of an historic transformation.
Excellent. Very good. Anyone else? Yes, sir. To improve the built environment. Okay.
Serve others.
Serve others. There you go. 2 words, very powerful. Yes, sir.
Serve our population as fiduciaries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great.
Provide upward mobility.
Provide upward mobility. Yes, ma'am.
Connect all people to opportunities.
Connect all people to opportunities. Yes.
Regional health, growth, uplift, and prosperity.
Yes. Very good.
To create opportunity more broadly.
I like it. Anybody else want to share? Yes.
To create jobs and small business opportunities.
Yes. So, and what you're going to notice is, you know, everybody's got different words to describe the same direction, right? And as we think about ourselves as an organization, as an organizational team, as a high-performing team, taking all of those different ideas and feelings and that diversity of thought, which is all heading the same direction, you know, there's going to be some times where we're going to get into conversations where the direction that we see in our head may sound different coming out of the mouths of others, but remembering what the Alva said before, positive intent. So it's leaning in the same direction. We may have different ideas about what some of those outcomes are, but as you become a board, becoming part of that alignment. So, you know, two things where I come from in the companies where, you know, I've done organizational development, 2 words that we always put together, clarity and alignment. So the question will be, how will you express all of those terms so it is clear but aligned? Because your words may be different, but the direction is going to be the same. And in a lot of cases, you may actually disagree on how it is that you get to that particular place. But I want to teach you another 2 words, and you should write this down in your notes. The difference between agreement and acceptance. The difference between agreement and acceptance. I'm going to get, so I do a lot of teaching and I do a lot of lectures and keynote addresses, but I always joke with my audience that, you know, I hate paying taxes. I cannot stand paying taxes. It's just a lot. But so I don't agree that I have to pay taxes, but I accept that I have to pay taxes. So I pay my taxes because I'm part of something bigger, right? And we all have our duty to be able to do that. But that's the difference between agreement and acceptance. And sometimes we have to move in that same direction in order to create that type of alignment. So as we think about the alignment, you know, what you all did, you talked about your why so far. And then you talked about, you know, kind of those 5 words, you know, what that why is. But the why also goes with the what and the how. So the what is every team knows what they do. So kind of, you know, to what I was just talking about before, we all kind of know why you're here, or the what you're going to do while you're here, but some of the whys may be just a little bit different with one another, but you all head in the same direction. The how is how you're going to go about doing it. So what is the agreements that you're going to make with one another for how that work is actually going to get done? Because you're a very, very new team. I was surprised how new. You know, some of you know each other. Some of you have no idea. But as you begin to build this out, you have to start thinking about that how and accept the path for how you're going to move that forward. In some cases, you may not agree. But what's going to be really as important is once you decide that how you're going to move forward, is that everybody has that acceptance around it, because the majority of the vote, right? But the why, very few teams know why they do what they do, and that's why we wanted to make sure that we were asking you about that question today, is how and why are we moving forward? So I'm gonna share something with you that might actually sound a little bit scary. Why do we stop at a red light? I mean, there's no barrier, there's absolutely nothing stopping us really from a red light. This should frighten all of us. Like, there's no arm that comes down, there's no big giant barrier wall that pops up at a red light, but somehow everybody knows what to do. And we trust that red light. Now, in New York City, where I'm from, we call it stoptional, you know, so every now and then we might just fly right through a red light, right? But for the most part, now let's think about, Mecklenburg County, but think outside Mecklenburg County. Think United States. Think the Western Hemisphere. Think the Eastern Hemisphere. There is really no place in the world you can go where people don't understand what to do at a red light. How is that possible? That is what high-performing teams do. They figure out what their lights are, and they figure out how do we create language, common goals, a common mindset, common behaviors, accountabilities, and outcomes to what happens when we see that red light. So what I'm going to ask you to think about as you're forming, as you're storming, is to think about what those red light moments are. What are those red light moments for this board? How will you create alignment so that everybody knows exactly what they should do? Like I said, in New York City, not everybody agrees with the red light, but they accept it. So how will we create that as a board? Here we go. So this is why this matters. Alignment on why you exist and where you are going. These are the things that we're talking about. Anybody driving a car that's misaligned and you got to pull it a little bit to the left of the road, that doesn't feel good, right? So what we've got to do, we got to take the car back in, which means that sometimes you're going to have to pause and you're going to have to take a little bit of time to get back on alignment so that things are moving smoothly again, because alignment will slow things down. And I think the date I heard was July 1st. Is that right? So that means we got to get aligned fast. We got to stay aligned more. We're going to have to take the car into the shop every now and then in order to check it out. High-performing boards have a clear, shared understanding of their mission. And this alignment is not assumed, it's built through explicit conversation. With 27 members from different perspectives, fragmented focus is a real risk. So we've got to start thinking about how we're going to do that alignment. Okay, so I think Dialva talked about this before too, that all of you exist because of a significant public commitment. That means a significant public expectation. So what you guys are going to be doing is very, very public, and people are going to have comments about what you're doing. So the slightest misalignment, and that is going to spur some conversation in the public. Your purpose is to steward the investment, deliver on the promise, and what does that mean, though? So what does success look like? And those are the things that we're going to articulate together. Okay. So now let's start talking a little bit about trust and where we go with trust. So trust starts with each one of us individually. It's the foundation of every effective team. And trust develops when we know each other beyond our roles and our titles. And it's creating psychological safety. Does anybody have in their life, in the things that you do on a regular basis outside of this room, what are things that you've done in your life, in your career, to establish trust, either with your teams, even with your family? What are the things that you've done? Being honest, right? What else? Listen, empathetic, transparent. Yeah. What else? Spend time together, right? I mean, that's critical. And you got to take the time to spend the time. Most of us these days, we don't have any time, right? Because there's so many things going on. But those are the things that we have to be able to work on. Admit when you're wrong. That's huge. That is huge. So there's a formula that's called respect plus trust equals influence. So when we respect each other and when we trust one another, we can influence one another. Think about this. If you don't respect someone or trust someone, how easy is it for them to influence you to do something? Right? Now, there's the kind of influence that's forced. You know, somebody could like pull a gun on you and say, you know, want your wallet. That's a different type of, that's fear-based influence, right? But real influence begins with respect and trust. So how will we create the conversations for respect and trust in order to find our way to influence one another? Has anybody heard of this? Lencioni's 5 dysfunctions of a team? Okay. Can somebody read for me from the bottom up? What are the tenets of the 5 dysfunctions? Absence of trust, right? That's where the teamwork is, and the opposite of that is the teamwork is founded in vulnerability. So how do we solve for the absence of trust? That means being able to speak with one another, but also being vulnerable. D'Alva talked before about creating psychological safety and having the ability to speak up. What are things that might happen in a room that tamp down psychological safety? Yelling, right? Is somebody actually yelling at you? What else? What else takes away psychological safety? Personal attacks, what's that? That's a dumb idea, right? Says who? It's like who made you the authority on good or bad ideas, right? So being able to listen to one another, that will establish that psychological safety and trust. And the way that we handle, even when we disagree with something, how do we handle it when it comes out? What else? What else will diminish that trust, that psychological safety in the room?
We all have to think the same way.
Yeah, right. We're all thinking that we're thinking the same way. And, you know, that's not always true, right? But we're trying to find that alignment. What's the second one? Somebody read that out aloud for me.
Fear of conflict.
And what's the fix?
Once trust is established, team is unafraid of debate about ideas.
Exactly. And that's going to come from behavior. You know, in life, in psychology, there's only 2 ways to build a relationship. What I do and what I say. That's it. Those are the only ways that human beings can actually react or interact, is what you do and what you say. Right? So your body language, everything else, what I do, what I say. Those are the only 2 ways. So if someone says something and you react a particular way, that person is going to shut down for a really, really long time. So we have to be, I think, D'Alva, you mentioned this before as well, is being careful of our words, pausing in that moment to think about what it is that we say. How many of you have ever been in a heated discussion with a loved one, and at some point in that heated discussion, somebody says, "Stop yelling." And you go, "I'm not yelling." And the other person says, yes, you're yelling. No, I'm not yelling. And then that argument escalates into a who was actually yelling argument, so much so we forgot what we were arguing about in the first place. Right? As human beings, we all have an option right in that moment to say, hey, you know what? And you guys got to go home, try this on your loved ones, because I guarantee you they're going to pass out on you when you try this, okay? Because they're not going to believe what just happened, because they don't expect it. But the next time you get in a heated discussion and somebody says, stop yelling, you're going to say, you know what? I apologize. I didn't realize that you're experiencing me as yelling. Let's pause for a minute. Let's take the temperature down in the room, because I think what you're saying to me is really important, and I want to be able to hear that without restrictions and without the clouds and all the other things that are getting in the way of us having a great discussion. So let's pause for a minute. Let's come back to this. I really want to hear you on this, and hopefully we can hear each other. And they're going to go, what just happened? Right? Because that's not what we're trained to do. We're trained to go right at it and disagree in the moment, or share our perspective in a loud way that tries to, the louder we get, the more we try to tamp down the other one. So when we're thinking about real conversation, those are the things that we need to pause and think about. If you feel yourself getting hot, it's time to pause. How do we pause and hold on to that in the room? What's the third one?
Lack of commitment.
Lack of commitment. And how do you fix that?
The team must buy in and commit to decisions despite initial disagreements.
Yes. All right. So that's accept versus agree. Right. So as a board, when we're having something that we may disagree on, or at the end of the meeting or the discussion, whoever's leading the discussion should actually go around the room and say, does everybody accept, decline, or counteroffer on what just came up? And go around to everybody, because some people are going to remain quiet. You know, kind of to your point, if somebody shouts at you, you're going to shut down. So now, whatever you had in your head that might be key information to get the team to move forward, it may be shut down now because your psychological safety was taken away. You don't want to speak about it anymore. So how then do I bring you back in the room? Is to go around the room and say, all right, directors, we have to make an important decision. Accept, decline, or counteroffer. And give everybody the opportunity. Now, by the way, if you decline, you got to come up with a counteroffer, right? Because we can't keep spinning it around the room. We got to make decisions, and it's got to happen by July 1st, right? So we got to get to the end of it. But at the end of the day, guess what? There's 27 of you. I guarantee you, actually, if this happens, please call me up, because I will personally write a check for you guys for like a couple $100. If everybody agrees on the same thing at the same time in the room, there's always going to be a different level of agreement, right? What's that? Oh, hey, I'm hoping I tempt you with a good time, because you guys got to move fast on a number of different things. So the quicker you can get to acceptance, the better, right? So great. What's the fourth one? Somebody read me out the fourth one.
Avoidance of accountability.
Avoidance of accountability, and how do we repair that?
Teammates must hold each other accountable to group decisions and vision.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so you all just had a board meeting and you voted on something big. And I want you to be very truthful, because I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to know how many of you, just by a show of hands, have ever done this. You're in a big meeting where you just came to a big decision, and then after the meeting, you go outside the meeting, and you meet with a couple of your colleagues, and you have the meeting after the meeting. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Some people crazy in there. What are they talking about? Can you believe what just happened? All right. How many of us have ever done that? Right? I have written the agendas for meeting like that, okay? We can't operate like that. not as a board with such a huge responsibility in front of you. So where does that meeting after the meeting conversation belong?
In the meeting.
In the meeting. What do you need in order to get those conversations out? You need psychological safety, right? You need the ability, you have to, in this room, give one another permission to say the things that you need to say without judgment, right? Stick to curiosity. It's a whole lot better, I guarantee you. Belay the judgment, stick to the curiosity. If I went around this room, and we don't have time, and my timekeeper's over there, I know they're giving me the eyeball in a minute because we're going to have to break soon. But if I went around and I said, can we agree that we are going to have real talk conversations without judgment and curiosity, I would expect that I could go to every board member and say, accept, decline, or counter offer. And some of you may accept, some of you may decline, but you may have a counter offer, right? Let's go one deeper. Let's take it a step deeper. But the majority of you will have to act in that way. All right, I'm going to do a quick time check. Should we take a break? No? We're good? Good to keep moving? Okay. All right. All right, so who wants to read me number 5?
Inattention to results.
Yes, and how do we repair that?
The team is focused on the success of the project and getting results.
Yes, absolutely. Notice that the key word in there is team, not the individual. So, we all came with this board because we had a big idea about what that was. And we think about how to repair or how to energize those things in our head from our perspective. But what we found when we went around and said, what was your why? And you came up with those 5 words, we all came up with something different. And then I even chimed in and said, well, healthcare, it's going to affect healthcare too. Right? So all of those different perspectives. If I joined your board and my only reason for joining was to work on healthcare, I'm going to be very disappointed very, very fast. Right? There's a whole bunch of different reasons why we are together on this board today to talk about how we're going to move forward. So, team, am I missing an exercise or anything? No? Okay. All right, good. I just want to do a quick check. All right. So the application of this now to the MPTA is we know you're starting from scratch. That trust is not going to happen automatically. So thinking about how you're going to start building that trust is based on just some of the foundational work that you've had with me so far today. And we've only spent a couple of minutes on it. But I hope you're taking good notes about how your interactions are going to have to play with one another in order to establish that type of trust. And again, it's starting with getting to know one another. Those are the building blocks. Go deep, have conversations, call up one another, go to lunch. Something I do with my board members at MHA is, I will just start a discussion and I'll say, hey, you got 5 minutes? And they're like, oh, what item do you want to talk about what's going on at MHA? No, I don't want to talk about anything about MHA. I just want to check in on you. Try that with one another. A 5 or a 10-minute phone call to one another. Somebody that you don't know. Be intentional about doing that. You've got your board list. You know where people are. Just check in. For nothing other than you want to get to know them a little bit better. Okay, we're going to start moving into elements 3 and 4. We good on time to move into?
Joe.
Yes, yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Move on.
That's part of the test, too.
Turned it off. She turned it off so you couldn't hear. So before we move on, I want to touch on this principle of trust.
Yes.
A little bit. And my observation is that sometimes trust becomes a euphemism for surrender of authority.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that we can get to a place where any individual's decision not to abdicate their authority doesn't become a synonym for distrust.
Yeah.
So that we can all kind of agree that each of us has the responsibility of exercising our fiduciary duty in the way we believe is most appropriate.
Yes.
So for me, that's a really strong kind of agreement that we need to have amongst ourselves in order to be able to work collaboratively.
Yes. Amen to that. That is spot on. And, you know, for those in authority, and everybody I think has experienced this in their career, sometimes authority means I get to talk to anybody however I want. At least that's the way some people perceive it, right? And it's not that. Authority is about, you know, I tell people who work for me all the time, look, I don't have to know all the answers as your leader. I just need to know the right answers when I hear it. And that for me and my team shows that I am respectfully listening to the things that you have to tell from me. Being a leader doesn't mean that they appointed me that because I know everything. They appointed me that because I don't, and I know how to get the best out of people. And that's what your board is going to be highly responsible for. The other thing is, in your notes, I would love for you to write down this acronym. And it's something we'll adopt later. But I want us to adopt this acronym as you're thinking about the pathway to trust and communication is the term REAL. So when we use real talk, everybody kind of knows what real talk is. And I've seen people use real talk in different ways. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. But REAL, the R stands for respect. So using a respectful tone is always the way that you want to lead in, right? If you don't believe me, go home and try this with a loved one and start the conversation with, "You're an idiot because," and see where that gets you, right? It's not going to get you very far. That individual is going to shut down, you know, and I apologize for using the real language, but we're talking real talk right now, right? If you start with that tone or something that implies that, understand that that person has now shut down and they are incapable of hearing you. So the tone that you start with has to start with respect, right? The second one, the E, is for the environment. Having a real talk conversation in the right environment. So are we choosing the proper environment to decide that we want to have this discussion? And sometimes the environment is the wrong environment. And sometimes it's the wrong time for the individual from a psychological point of view, right? My head is just too full right now. I can't hear you on this. That's important language to be able to share with one another. Because then it means you need to come back to a different time and a different conversation. Maybe let the heat in the room go down a little bit. The third one, the A, is for accountability. Accountability for our own actions within the conversation. Right? So if somebody tells you, stop yelling, and your voice just gets higher and higher, you realize that's all up to you, right? Like nobody can actually, believe it or not, nobody can actually make you mad. You are in charge of all your own behaviors. If you choose to become mad, that's a choice. If you choose to raise your voice, that's a choice. So what is the accountability for our actions in the heat of that moment? And then the L, which is a big L, is for listening. It's that old saying, you know, you got one mouth and two ears for a reason, right? Double it up. We double up the more listening to hear a different perspective because we've all come in with our own perspectives, but it's going to be really important to hear other perspectives. And part of that reason is because 27 of you represent the hundreds of thousands of people that live in the county that are going to experience the output of what you're doing. So you're a representative for them. You're not a representative for you. Maybe in some cases, you know, and congratulations if some of those things are, you know, really pertinent to you and they help solve a couple of things for you. That's great, but that's not the purpose. So I really appreciate the commentary on that, and I just wanted to dive. I think it's really important to dive a little deeper. You can't just do a couple of minutes on trust. This is probably going to be the majority of your work. Yes, Reverend?
Well, I'm glad you brought up Real Talk.
Yes.
Because in reference to Real Talk, we haven't even delved into how implicit bias, and misogyny plays in these spaces as well.
Yeah, exactly. And that's going to get covered in that respect piece, right? So as you're thinking about that and understanding that each one of us has bias, it doesn't matter where you come from, or it's just based on your perspectives, your socialization, the things that you've learned, you've educated, you've seen on television. When you watch the news, believe it or not, that will affect your individual personal bias or perspective, right? So just thinking about that and thinking about it from a respectful place. I'll tell you, my personal mantra, I wasn't going to talk about them. My personal mantra for the way I lead with respect every day is I wake up in the morning and I say to myself, and you know, my higher power is called God. And I say, God, give me the strength to leave everything and everyone a little bit better than I found it today. Everything and everyone. And when you lean into that mindset and you live your life like that every single day, you're going to find that the bias, misogynistic ideas, any of those ideas that kind of other people out, you're going to find that begins to dissipate. Because it goes directly against your mantra of leaving everything and everyone a little bit better than I found it. If we start with that in every conversation, I guarantee you your life is going to change. And people are going to think that you are extraordinary. And if we can, that's just the individual part. If we can operate that way as a team, wow. Somebody comes screaming at us about a complaint, about something that happened on, I don't know, the red line or something else. The way that we approach it without defense and we start with respect, right? That answer changes. It changes the view for all of us. Okay, all right. So we're going to have a break at this point, or for how long?
Before we go to break, let's see if there are any reactions from the room.
Yes. Microphone.
Could I have one more? Yeah, so the other thing we didn't talk about in the dynamics of team functioning, two things really. One of them is we're a very public body. And what I've observed from being a part of other public bodies is there's a high degree of sensitivity about how what we say is perceived by those who are observing. And consequently, there's often some pullback on the kind of candid discussion that was suggested should occur in the meeting. That's one observation. The other observation is we haven't really talked about the politics of consensus building. And I believe we, as a board, are facing that as a dynamic in the work that we do, is the politics of consensus building. And I'm hoping that we will find ways of addressing that collaboratively and effectively.
Yes. And in the next two sessions is where I think we'll be able to begin to talk a little bit more about that, where you will all walk away with a charter that will address those things. I've taken a note for it as well, because you will have to talk about as a team, how do we come to consensus? I mean, a very simplified approach is that accept, decline, counteroffer. But that's only the beginning of it, right? So what if the thing I said got declined and counteroffered, but now it doesn't necessarily meet my needs again? And how do we think about those things? What's the filter, the lens that we look through? Is this a me thing or a we thing? And I think we need to get to that probably in the second, or most likely the second, because by the third, we should have had some of these things aligned. So today is about the relationship building. We are going to get into the elements of how you actually interact. That will be the next piece that's coming up. Yes, sir.
On that subject, as we get to it, I would urge us to consider. Sorry? Oh, the mic's on? So Anthony Lindsay made that point. I think also in that conversation, at least in my view, we've got to accept that you don't have to be unanimous to be unified.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
And I think sometimes we're having conversations that feel like folks want us to get to be unanimous, and I don't know. I don't know how you do that in a group this diverse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I was comfortable making that bet. Because you are rarely going to hit unanimous, unless it's something really easy, low-hanging fruit. But yeah, unified is important, and unanimous, two completely different concepts. Two completely different concepts. Yes, ma'am.
I want to say that. So I just simply want to say thank you. I have 3 pages of notes. I'm a note taker. And I have found that in the last, I don't know how long you spoke, 30 minutes perhaps, I have found the tools, the mindset, not only to be a member of this board, but to be a good manager in my professional space, to be a good partner in my personal life, to be a good mom. So I want to thank you. Good
Oh
stuff.
my gosh! Well, thank you,
Just in
thank
30
you so
minutes.
much. Well, see, my job is done. I
Give
left
us
you
your
better
money
than I
and go
found you. All right, folks. Let's take a break. Let's put a pin in that right now. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about now how do we start to synthesize our vision. So take on the Joe Watch, it's 10:21. So why don't we say we'll be back here at 10:31. All right, and I'll see all of you back at your tables then. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, everybody. Let's get back to seats. All right, everybody, let's start taking some seats. All right, looks like we're just waiting on a couple of tables to come back in. Looks like they're topping off their coffees or grabbing that third muffin. All right, for those people that didn't get back on time, they're going to miss that part where we pass out the $500 bills. Nice. D'Alva's got a big checkbook. She said, you know. All right. Well, we're going to get started. Your job is to catch up those who are not in the room yet. Let's see. What time did I tell everybody that I was going to be back on stage and pull everybody back in? 10:31. All right, and it is now 10:36. And so one of the practices that you'll work on as a board, as you think about how you're going to work better with one another, is making sure that you're keeping with those commitments. So I want to apologize to you because I just broke a commitment that I made to you that I was going to be back on stage at 10:31 and we were going to launch into the room, right? So in sports, we call that the my bad rule. For me, I just wrote a book on it called Own Thy Stuff, and I call it the Own Thy Stuff rule, right? Is owning your stuff when you make a mistake, when you break a commitment. So even a commitment, a time commitment, right? If we tell somebody we're going to be there at 10 o'clock and we show up at 10:01, technically we've broken a commitment to each other, right? It doesn't feel like a big commitment, and most people let us get away with that stuff. But understand that the basis of it, whether it's a minute or it's an hour, it's still a broken commitment. So what do we do when we break a commitment to one another? What do we typically do, and what should we do when we break a commitment?
We own it.
You should own it, right? But what do we typically do sometimes? Justify it, right? Wave it off. Oh, it's only a minute. Say that again.
We apologize, but when you lose power, you can't get it back.
Exactly, right? But apologizing, notice I have no problem apologizing and owning my stuff, right? In sports, my bad. I did that. That was my fault. So I apologize to all of you for not bringing you back timely. What I should have been was on the stage 10:30 saying, you know what, it's almost 10:31, everybody back in their seats, right? So when we start developing that type of self-awareness, that self-mastery on our team, it begins to hold each of us accountable and takes all of us to a higher level. And that does help psychological safety as well. You know what? It is okay to apologize and go unjudged. Because most of us, when we apologize, we feel like somehow we've lost points, like somehow we've lost credibility. So we don't own the mistake, we justify it, right? Well, you guys look like you were having such a good time, I let it go, right? I could have justified it, but it's ownership. So I just want you to see these behaviors in action, because powerful boards do this with one another. You know who else does this? Anybody ever see the Blue Angels? You know, the flight team, the Blue Angels from the Navy? These jets doing these ridiculous things in midair that just seem to defy gravity and defy physics of all kinds. But there's something really interesting that the Blue Angels do, I'm just one of those nerds. I love the Thunderbirds too from the Air Force. They do the same thing. But I've seen these shows and I studied them because you have to understand as an organizational psychologist how humans interact and how teams behave. Can you imagine the type of discipline they have to have with one another to do the things that they do? Like, you know, when we do things as a team, and we're gonna make mistakes. When we make mistakes, we can probably fix them. When they make mistakes, they're gonna have a really bad day. So what are the things that they do that keeps them a high-performing team, build relationships with one another, and remove psychological safety from the room so that they can talk about what happens when things go bad? So here's what they do. At the beginning, we call it a show because it's very entertaining for us. They call it a mission. Every time they go up there, they realize they are entertaining a crowd, but they are on a mission. And the mission is critical. It is to get you back home to your families alive. That's the mission, right? So they do all of these tricks, all of these amazing things. But before they go into flight, they get into a room and they talk about what the plan is going to be. And they visualize where that plan is going to take them. And they visualize landing on the ground and shaking each other's hands, saluting, and then walking back into the mission briefing room. And when they walk back in the beginning and at the end, we're in that mission briefing room, something really incredible happens. And I heard your board president say it earlier. He said, I'm not going to be your board president today. I'm just going to be a member sitting in the room. And that's what this flight team does. So it doesn't matter who the flight commander is. It doesn't matter what any of the roles are. They go in a room, they hang their titles on the door, and they have a real talk discussion about what happened. Because if they don't talk about that, bad things are going to happen. Okay? That has to be the level that we get to as a board. Because there are people depending on us for the infrastructure of things. They're looking to us to make very, very quick decisions. And, you know, sometimes our own stuff gets in the way. All the things that we talked about a little bit earlier this morning, all of those things can get in the way. So the conversation as we start moving towards how we're going to work together and devising that plan really has to be about how are we moving the rocks, including titles and egos. How do we hang those things on the door? Because look, guys, we're talking about Mecklenburg County right now, but as an organizational psychologist, I'm just talking about typical human behavior. We have a need to be right. We do not like being wrong. Because if I'm not right, I'm wrong, and somebody's going to let me know about it. When I am wrong, it's hard for me to apologize because I'm acknowledging that I'm wrong. High-performing teams don't do that. They acknowledge every single one of those mistakes. A team I'm very proud of in here this year in their performance was the Carolina Panthers. I mean, they had to do amazing things that they weren't game time. What you saw was the product of really hard work in game time. But it took them 7 days a week or 6 days a week to get to day 7 where they were playing that game. So can you imagine the conversations and the rejection of ego and the rejection of selfishness and so on that it took to create that high-performing team? So that's where it is that we want to go. So we have to work interdependently towards shared goals and leveraging our diverse strengths. And that's going to mean from time to time having diverse opinions and having all of those things that created those diverse opinions come into play. And are we willing to put some of those things aside so that we can have real talk conversations about what the real mission is? Not about whether we were shouting or not about whether your thought was right or wrong, or not about whether we made a mistake. But how are we going to move forward? So here's why this matters. You are a team. Who do you choose to show up as every single day? Can you develop for yourself a mantra around how you're going to be a responsible member of this team? Because only extraordinary people create extraordinary teams. I got news for you. You can't be an extraordinary person and create an extraordinary team. If each of you decides not to be extraordinary, you will not have an extraordinary team. So that mindset has to start with you. Who are you going to show up as? Are you going to engage in real talk, right? Respect, environment, accountability, listening. So effective boards function as teams, not collections of individuals. We see who has a favorite sports teams where, you're talking to your friends about how bad that team is doing, and you're saying, yeah, you know what, it's all this individual talent, but they're not working together. I don't want to hear that for your team, I live in Charlotte. I'll be hearing these things. These things are televised, right? So there's going to be a lot of talk out there about how the team performs as a team. So the goal is to leverage the strength of the whole, not just the parts. So as I said before, you represent different appointing authorities, and it doesn't mean that does that mean that you represent different constituencies, or is it your responsibility to see an authority that serves everyone well? So that's something for you guys to think about as we move into these next sessions. You could view it as 27 people with different opinions, right? But we would rather think of ourselves as one. Okay? So I'm just going to break this down because I want to give you a good lead into what you're about to do next, which is talking about your vision. So after I'm done over the next few minutes and so on, we're going to sit down at our tables. And I want you to really start having some real conversations using the stuff that you've learned from me this morning to start thinking about what that vision is going to be. So now we begin to write. Now we're going to begin to write. So I just want to take you through this. So what is the science of a team or a culture? So you guys are going to build a team. The output of your team is going to be a culture. The culture is going to be, so how do we do things around here? Because at some point, one of you is going to say, hey, you know what, I have to step off for the board, right? So somebody's going to win the North Carolina State Lottery, and they're going to be like, you know what, I don't have time for this stuff anymore. I'm gonna go, live in France or something like that. Not really worried about transit in Mecklenburg anymore, right? But when one of you steps off, that means somebody needs to step on. So who has blueprinted the culture so that when that person steps on, there is an understanding of the way we do things around here. So that's part of your strategic responsibility as well, is how do we not only create for the short term and get to July 1, what does the vision look like for the long term? Because you're not going to be here forever, right? So there are 3 elements of leadership and culture. Number 1 is leading yourself. Self-mastery. What do you wake up in the morning and say to yourself? Here's what I can guarantee. As all of you got dressed and came to this meeting today, not one of you was sitting in the mirror, brushing your teeth, and you're thinking to yourself, I wonder how I can piss off 26 people today. Anybody thinking like that? I'm sure nobody was thinking like that, right? Nobody was thinking like that. But we all do start with positive intent. But what is that intentional positive intent that you wanted to lead in with today? What is that intentional positive intent? The second piece is leading the team. So, we think of ourselves as team, we think of ourselves as leaders. Some of us are not going to necessarily lead others, but guess what? All of you are leaders. And you know what you lead with? Influence. You lead with who you are. You lead with, your values and so on. So it's up to you to set the example for one another on what those values are. What are those interrelational capabilities that you bring to this team? And lastly, what's going to come out of that is how you lead the culture together. What is the tone of this culture? Have we landed on the fact that we are truly out here? I heard it before when they gave their 5 words. They said, elementally, I heard to serve others, to help others, right? And we know that we can get to a point of alignment on that, whether it's through healthcare or food deserts or all the other stuff we thought about. That is the ultimate. So that's where we plan to get. So those are the 3 realms that's going to make up our culture as we move forward. So when I think about self-mastery, so what is self-mastery? In its simplest terms, it's inspiring confidence in your subordinates that you're the leader. It's that wake up in the morning, who am I going to be today? Believe it or not, that is a choice every day. We choose who we want to be. We choose who we want to be in every conversation. We choose who we're going to be in every decision. Inspiring confidence among your peers that you're capable and reliable, and most importantly, inspiring confidence among leaders that you have the potential for great achievements. Okay? So that's you. That's the self-mastery piece. That's who you need to bring forward. Now, understand, too, that your self-mastery means being accountable for your behaviors, right? So your personal behavior is the only thing you are in charge of in the universe. How many of you have spouses or significant others? Yeah, okay, a lot of us. How many of you have kids? Pets? Yeah, well, congratulations. You're not in charge of any of that. They are all thinkers for themselves. The only thing in the world you are in charge of is your own personal behavior. Whether you decide to make a step to the left or a step to the right, that's all you. That's all you. So your personal behaviors are up to you. But you have been gifted the most incredible power in the universe, and that is the power to choose. It is also the power to understand what your words can do. That incredible power could be the difference between using your words to help or heal or hurt others. And that is a choice too. So as a team, we make sure that we stick on the helping and healing side as opposed to the hurting side. Because remember what we said before, weaponized language chases people away. They shut down. They don't want to hear what you want to say anymore. It doesn't matter to them, because you've now disrespected them. And we're going to have heated discussions in some of these, and we're going to disagree, but we have to be careful the way we deliver that. So you got to own your stuff. Got to own your stuff. What is it that you're causing? Do we know what we're leaving in our wake? When we wake up. Anybody in their career ever, have one of those bosses and you're kind of talking at the boss at a table with a couple of other employees and somebody says, yeah, that dude lives dead bodies wherever he goes, right? Do we want to be seen as that as individuals? I don't think so, all right? So self-mastery is about committing to your own personal mantra for how you want to be experienced by others. And a good friend of mine who wrote a book, Start with Respect, he said, they won't see what you see until you see what they see. So sometimes we look in the mirror, right? How many of you have ever been to a wedding and you danced at the wedding and then the videotape came out and you saw yourself dancing at the wedding And you're like, what the hell was I doing, right? We don't go through life with the videotape and the feedback and all, the player, just showing us what we've been doing. That doesn't happen for us. So sometimes we got to check in and say, is the way that I'm behaving, are you experiencing me the way I think I want to be experienced? And we got to check in with each other and do that. And have the courage, along with the psychological safety, to be able to say to one another, what we're thinking, what we're doing, what we're saying right now is not going to be additive or helpful to the team. I've had to pull team members to the side. And remember, that environment in real, that environment shows respect. So I'm not going to do that in front of the rest of the team. But Frank, I'm going to pick on you because I remembered your name. But I just said, hey, Frank, we were coming up on that thing, and just the way that was delivered, it didn't hit right for a lot of people. So I just want to make you aware of that, because we've got bigger things to do, and I would hate for other people to be talking about that was Frank's behavior in this thing, and that gives you a loss of credibility. So let's just think about that. And then the amazing thing that Frank goes back into the meeting and says, hey guys, you know what, before when I was saying that thing, my bad. I didn't mean for it to come out that way. What? That's the way we build environments of trust, guys. So they won't see what you see until you see what they see. So in effective team communication, again, you respect, listening, say it all. Sometimes we have a tendency to hold things back because we think that the crowd's going to think, oh, that's a stupid idea, or we think other things. You guys are in the midst of creation. You get to say and think and ideate things that nobody ever thought about, right? What was one of the ideas at this table again that was like, it sounded like a moonshot? What were you guys talking about? I can't remember exactly. It was a big idea, the dream.
The transit concept of going from train to airport.
Yes, all right, so train to airport, right? In other cities, they have that going on, and you can check your bag, right, where you're at the train. So it's a big idea, but if you don't say it all, nobody will think about it. And if you don't dream big, you're limiting your opportunities. So you got to be able to say it all, put it all out there. Question with curiosity, not with judgment. So, honey, if you're watching, I apologize. But so my wife and I will have this conversation, and I'm one of those guys. I like to watch television, and I'll watch like something sci-fi or something. She hates all that stuff, so I'm like watching a Star Trek show or something, and she'll walk in and go, "What are you watching?" And I'm like, "Judgy much?" So, but that is not a great way. Asking a question with curiosity is, "Hey, honey, what are you watching?" Not, "What are you watching?" There's a way to do that. And as we experience one another on the board, asking questions with curiosity as opposed to judgment, because the two words I hear after she says, "What are you watching?" is "you idiot," right? That was what would naturally come after that. So we have to be careful, again, choosing in the moment how we want to present our words and the tone that we want to present it in. And then lastly, self-accountability, which we talked about as well. Okay, so in summary, I'd love for you to write down this quote and use it. I don't think this quote is used enough, but there is nothing noble in being superior to your fellow human. True nobility is in being superior to your former self. It's important for us as human beings to remember that. It's important for us on a high-performing team to understand our place in this environment. So at the end of the day, constructive deliberation is about engaging in productive dialogue and debate that improves decisions. And when we hold back some of the things that we need to say, we need to say them respectfully, but when we hold those things back, we could be missing out on the next really big idea. So all of you have to work on creating that space where ideas are welcome, not criticized, or judged. So why does that matter? Well, healthy boards embrace productive conflict. And the goal is not to avoid disagreement, but to disagree well. Right? You're always going to have some sort of disagreement. Constructive deliberation requires trust, and you have to believe colleagues are operating in good faith. They're not thinking about that they came to this meeting today thinking about the best way to terrorize you and piss you off. I don't think anybody in this room is thinking like that. And once a decision is made, the board speaks with one voice. All right, so this is something really important. One of my, I read all his stuff. One of my favorite people is General Colin Powell. And I'm going to get this saying wrong, but what he said was, in the moment, in the heat of the discussion, disagreement inspires me. But after we've come to a decision, loyalty means accepting the final decision as if it were your own. That's so powerful, guys. Accepting it as if it were your own. Notice the word is not agreeing as if it were your own. It's accepting it as if it were your own. Like me paying taxes. I accept it. I don't agree with it all the time, but I accept it because it's part of something bigger. So therefore, I don't go out and negatively, I can talk about the fact that I don't like it, but it is my duty. And that's okay, because that's you being real. I don't expect you to go out there, it's my duty, so therefore I agree with it 100%. Said nobody ever. Okay? So, I just want you to have a conversation, a quick conversation, just for a couple of minutes at your table about, a lot of the concepts that I've talked about. And thank you for those of you that approach me. I'm really glad that for you, I'm making impact in some of the ways that you're thinking, some of the things that you're doing, some of the words that you've heard today. I'm really proud of that, but more importantly, I'm really pleased that people are hearing it and thinking about ways to apply it. So what I'd love for just a couple of minutes is to have a conversation about some of these concepts that we've talked about. Have self-mastery, talking about, having real talk conversations, creating trust. Just have a quick conversation about that, and then we're going to get back and we're going to start getting into the vision brainstorm, where I'm going to have you guys start to get up and start putting things on your Post-it boards. But for today, me, D'Alva, the team, we really wanted to set some context for you and give you some real solid things to think about when you think about how a high-performing team works. Because you're a board, but you are a team, all right? So take about 5 minutes and talk about some of these concepts and how you might see them applying to your behavior and team behavior on the board. Just talk amongst yourselves on the table.
I just got a note about having them talk to each other more. So, in my, what are they working on now?
So right now, all right, team, 1 minute. All right. Let's pull it back together. All right, I want to get 3 quick takeaways. 3 quick takeaways from each table on what you learned about the opportunity to work together. All right, the big table back here. You got to use the microphone to tell me you can't remember.
Lord, I can't even remember what I said. I think where I am, and I think where we are as a group, we have to start to really think about and get honest with ourselves about the different lenses that are impacting how we show up in this space. And that's from the person sitting in the living room, translating how we make decisions and how we interact with each other. The other lens is how we all communicate and interact and respect each other's perspective and be honest about it. And we talked a lot about, we said a few words about hidden agendas and if someone speaks up, what's their agenda? What's their angle? These are the questions, and I'm just being honest about it, that we're asking ourselves.
Yeah.
But at some point, we have to put that to the back seat and say, okay, we're all here under one purpose.
Yeah.
We're all here to serve the community and that no one has malicious intent.
Yes.
Like, we have to get to that point for us to advance a lot of this work and just put those things aside. And so we just talked about that we all should begin to really start thinking about each one of us has the opportunity to learn from someone else. This is an extraordinary group of leaders.
Yes.
And we're all blessed to be amongst each other. Start from that, and I think we'll be fine. But right now we're in that space of what's their angle?
Right.
What's their agenda?
Yeah.
Why is he or why is she? And we just have to get past that.
Yeah.
And hopefully by, the end of our series of workshops, we have some real concrete tools to help us get there.
Yes. And what you're feeling is very, very human right now, so be gentle with yourselves. You're always going to ask questions when you first meet one another, but putting out the tools and the agreements prior to building the relationship is also helpful. So those are the things we're going to be working on. So thank you. I've got this table and then that table, and then we're going to move on. Yes, sir.
Thank you. To that question, thematically, we had some of the same conversations, different nomenclature, but the same thing. But as a question to you, Joe, what is your experience where you have a large board like this? And one of the things that we want to be able to do is have these open conversations, but at the same time, we almost need a way to kind of reset, because I promise there's going to be a time when one of us will say something that's going to aggravate one of the others. And if we're going in with positive intent, which I think is such a strong tool, what is a way for us in a public body like this to have that reset button kind of on a moment's notice when it's needed?
Yeah. So typically it's written agreements, agreements that you come up with as a team for how you're going to interact and operate with one another. This way there's no misalignment. So all of us have worked for somebody before that, we had the unwritten rules of how we were to interact. And the problem with unwritten rules is somebody who joins the organization doesn't know that there's unwritten rules. So you got to write the rules. And then you've got to live by those things. You've got to be accountable for them, and you have to hold one another accountable for them. So if something is not hitting the right way, it's going to be up to you as a team to come up with what that agreement is for when that happens. So again, today is really just setting the framework. The work is going to happen in the next 2 sessions where we start putting those things together. But you've got to make the commitments to one another, and then we have to document them well so that we understand where they are.
Joe, I'd like to add something to that as well. I think we also have to understand that we're doing this work in the context of Mecklenburg County and what that means. We're 50 out of 50. We've been known to be a community that works together, but we don't play together. So this room is a microcosm of that. And I think Joe is right as he talks about us being gentle with ourselves. So there's also one thing that we can do to help with that. One is self-awareness and just noticing. So when you feel offended or you feel questioning, start with yourself. Is it true? Is it real? Why am I feeling this way? Is it me or is it that person? And then Stephen Covey has a really important rule, and it's seek first to understand and then to be understood. So you start to ask questions then. And so instead of making the assumptions, ask probing questions. Tell me more about that. How did you come to that conclusion? Have you experienced that before? Have you observed that? Can you share some data? Those kinds of questions, which sometimes people really appreciate because it says, I want to know more. I want to know more why you feel that way instead of just rejecting it. So first I'd say notice your own intent and why you feel that way. Challenge if it's true and if you should. And then seek first to understand by asking questions. Questions can go a very long way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll add one more question to that. Ask, what part of this do I own? In every conflict, there's a part that you own. To every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. Something ignites it, but it typically takes 2 or more people to ignite that thing. What part of that do I own? I'm just going to go right over here, and I see you have a follow-up question.
I would just say our group, I think we are very positive in our outlook that while we're building this new organization, we have a really unique chance to get to know each other really well, as opposed to a very long-standing established board. So I think leaning into that, getting, us building this organization together, and then doing the hard work of making the MPTA very successful.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Yeah, you guys are creating history together. So I think that's something to hold up high. And last comment.
Yes, certainly. Thank you. We had a conversation that was really grounded in intent versus impact.
Yeah.
Which leads to trust, but trust through the ability to have dialogue across perceived difference, and landing in a place where we're actually more aligned than we are disaligned.
Most of the time.
And we also spent some time really leaning in to self-reflection and recognizing that sometimes, I don't own this term, but I like it, sometimes leaning into style switching. Because of your audience. And Reverend Mack gave an example. She lives in the South now, but she was raised in the North. And she recognized that she had to switch her style in order to protect the impact, because her intent was the same, whether she leaned into her New York style or her Southern style. Her intent was always the same, but you have to style switch so that you manage the impact, because we all have positive intent in this work, but we might have to style switch in order to be heard. And then the last thing I'll say, because I know this is not my meeting, the last thing I'll say is that when we think about diversity, let's let's lean into diversity of the assets that we bring.
Right. Correct.
The relationships that we have, the lived experiences that we bring to the seat. What's important to us? Let's lean into assets. And I'm not talking about physical assets like money, but let's lean into the assets that we have around the room. And I think we'll go a lot further. And my last point is, I always think about when I say something, I want to say what I want you to hear. Because sometimes we say what we want to say, we don't think about how it's going to come across.
Right.
So if we lean into the dialogue by being really careful about ensuring that we're saying what we want people to hear, I think we can also gather hands more quickly around the goal that we have in front of us.
Yes. So that is a cross. Thank you. That is a cross between meeting people where they are and using a communication term I call push-pull. So you can push people away with your words, or you can pull them in closer. There's even ways to do that. Like if I start talking a little bit lower, you people will physically move in to hear me, right? So there's a push-pull, and it's about choosing your words, meeting people where they are, but having people pull into you as opposed to pushing them away from you. That's when you can actually have crucial conversations that are meaningful, as opposed to starting with a conversation that pushes the other person out. So thank you very much. I appreciate those. All right. Well, we are going to move on to vision brainstorming and start getting some work done. So the inside of your workbooks, you're going to find worksheet number 1, which is a vision brainstorm. And this is individual, but I want you to be interactive with it. So as you're thinking about, talk out loud with your team, but I'd love for you to answer these questions that are up on the screen and then capture them in your vision brainstorm. And then after you've created your vision brainstorm, the next step that we're going to do, we're going to get up and move around the room a little bit and go to flip charts and start thinking about how we want to synthesize this vision and start the work of putting this into play for the board. All right? So you're going to have a lot of time to do that. For right now, let's do about 10 minutes of that, and then I'm going to get you guys up, and let's start talking about how we begin to synthesize that. By the way, team, there's only 2 questions on your worksheet, but there's 3 up on the screen. Those 3 are for the board, so we want you to think about all 3, even though it's not on your Looks like many of you are landing the planes on your comments, so that's a good thing. Means you came in here with intention. I love that. So the next thing that we're going to do is, as a table, what I'd love for you to do is start talking about how you plan to synthesize that vision. So let me just put the instructions up here on the screen. If you look at worksheet number 2, this will lead you through the conversation. And the things that you wrote down, try to find some common themes. What are the common themes that you heard? And then come up with a vision statement at your table. And then what I'd love for you to do is, as you come up with that vision statement, is go up and write it on one of the flip charts. Boy, think much. Write on one of the empty pieces of paper. So you'll see flip charts around the room. There's a couple of blanks around the room and so on. But write down who is on your team and what your vision statement is, and just capture some notes. Our team is going to take that back and synthesize that so that the next time we get together, we can pick up the thematic, what could a vision statement look like? And that will be part of the work when we come back. All right, so please start having conversation now about how to bring those things together, and then start to write them on the flip charts as you come up with your statements. All right. Y'all are working hard, and I appreciate that. Understand that this work is not done. So I am going to interject for a minute, and I want to hear from a couple of tables on where you're at right now. So if you feel like you're ready. Now, your lunchtime homework, because we got to do work and lunch. Hey, we got deadlines. Work and lunch, right? So during lunchtime, if you can write your responses on the flip charts. But I'd love to download a little bit with you and get. You look like you're ready to go. Is it Justin? Yeah, Justin, you look like you're ready to go, man. You've been like, All right. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. All right, Justin's got the floor, y'all.
Is this on? No?
Nope, you got to turn it on.
It says on.
Oh, does it?
Is it? Okay. Oh, there we
There you
go.
go.
There, now, yeah, all right.
It was these guys. They're messing with you.
Appreciate
They
it.
mess with me, too.
So we, Ned and I and our team of two over here have had some common themes around just, what does success look like for us, for the larger MPTA in 5 years. And so we talked about just making sure that there's shared info and that communities feel like, that they're confident in the work that we're doing and that they're a part of every step in planning and design, so communities don't say things like, oh, I didn't know this was happening, or things like that. We want people to feel safe on our transit system, and certainly increasing ridership, and all of that starts with having an effective and thoughtful and engaged board.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, Justin. Hey, a little golf clap there. Good work, team. I love that. Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Chair.
Chair.
Don't give me the title,
Mr.
President.
Chair.
We got 4. We were trying hard to get 5. Build a solid organization, and that means methodically approaching how we stand the organization up. Strong structure and organization, so kind of 1. We tried to make that 3, but it was really 1. Increased ridership was our second one. A strong board culture as policymakers was our 3rd. And the last one was safety and security as well.
All right. Excellent. All right. Those are going to go up on the board, right? A little golf clap. Yeah. All right. This team, you guys ready? Ready to report something out?
We also had 4, which I think reflect a lot. Broad embrace of public transit as a reliable option by the public, that we're making visible progress on major projects, safety that's data-driven and perceived, that people feel safe, and then basically overall the sales tax is continued to seen as worth it by both public and investors and businesses.
Yeah, very good. And I think connected with what you've just heard as well, right? So this is speaking to the responsibility that voters are, I could tell the tone just from those 4, right? There's a lot of responsibility going on in that. Nice job. All right, thank you. All right, who did I miss? Did I get you guys yet?
Yeah, we'll just do like.
Oh, okay, we'll get you guys and then we'll go back here.
Okay. So we weren't quite finished, but we did, I think a common one that we all had was that we need to go ahead and get some governance structure in place, along with some type of long-term strategic plan, so that at least the public will know we have a plan. And as board members transition on and off, there'll be some consistency in the goal. Also just talked about the trust, building the trust with the community and employees, because they're just standing waiting to see what we're going to do, and we need to be transparent and moving the plan forward. We discussed also creating a safe environment, especially on CATS. A lot of the ridership is down because of that, and just using technology. There's some technology in place already that we could be using to say when a bus is coming, when a train is coming, just to kind of assist, and then finally develop a vision statement with a list of goals.
Yes. Nice. All right. Well done. Who wants to go next? Given choices now. Yes? All right. You spokesperson? Were you volunteered or voluntold to that?
It was a collaborative discussion.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Yes.
New York came out.
Yeah, I heard your accent before.
So for the 5-year, what we said is we want to have multiple focuses. And so the order in which I'm going to share does not make one more important than the other.
Yep. Oh, grab that microphone.
Oh.
Yeah. So you're being televised as well, so they can't hear you in TV land.
So I'm going to share a list of things, but the order in which I share them does not equate to the importance because we believe they're all important. So I'll start with the importance of ensuring that we build a culture internally with employees that is rooted in positivity, and that we have a culture that is observed outside of this county as one filled with best practices and fully engaged employees, because we know that employees and our riders are really the foundation of why we sit in this room.
Yes, expanded constituency. Love that. Yes.
So we also said safety and inclusion, that everyone who rides, every employee who serves should have a sense of belonging. And so that will tie to us ensuring that our mission statement aligns to that. We want a transportation system that sits at the intersection of the needs of the riders. We want this to be an economic engine, which includes developing the right workforce, also ensuring that there is economic development for companies that are in Mecklenburg County, and that it leads to responsible business development. We also have tangible results as it relates to the plans that have already been communicated and our transition plan, additionally ensuring that we meet the expectations of the PAYVAC. And then for the next year related to the board, we want to be a board that is a model for not just this region, but for the country. We want to set a strong foundation for the board that will exist for the next century. Big, lofty goals we have at this table. We want to be fiscally responsible with the tax dollars that will come our way come July 1st. And we want to make sure that even when we leave these workshops, that we continue to develop better understanding of each other and the work ahead of us. And then certainly a lot around leadership and the transfer of assets.
Yes. Fantastic. Nice job. Good job, guys. All right. We're ready now.
All right. We're going to start
You guys had
big
that look on your face like, don't come
because we
near
have
me.
T. Anthony with us, so we can always start big. So we'll start with the system being a preferred choice of mobility for our region, in that the MPTA board has adopted a unified vision for the system that provides an opportunity for all in our community to benefit from the upward mobility opportunity of this investment, and that we are the best-in-class innovative system focused on safety, accessibility, and reliability.
Fantastic. Nice. Nice job. All right. Are you guys ready to go? Are you doing your thing or no? Oh, okay. This is the cats section. Okay. I got you. I'm still learning. Yeah, right? You shouldn't get a free pass. But we will want to hear that perspective as well, for sure. So, all right. Well, we are coming up on 11:45, so I think we are right on time. Is that right? 15 seconds. All right. So during lunch, if you have not been able to do it, please capture your visions on the flip chart so that we can begin to do our homework, which is to begin to pull these together. I did hear a lot of alignment in the things that you guys are thinking. We're probably not too far off from where we need to be. I think the hardest piece will probably be wordsmithing it down. So, but hey, I want to thank you guys for an impressive morning. I'm just, number one, so pleased and honored to be here. D'Alva and team, thanks for having me and bringing me in. You guys are doing important work that's important to a lot of people. The people that said no and the people that said yes. So now we got a lot of proving ground to catch up on. So thank you all for what you're about to do. So appreciate you. We'll see you back here in the afternoon for a little bit. I think we got a couple more things. So D'Alva, I'm going to pass it back to you.
Thank you, Joe. I want to thank each of you for how you leaned in and engaged today. Do you feel like you know some people better than you did when you came in this morning? Connected a little bit more? Good, you can almost go home. I do want to ask, though, that you spend some time thinking for yourselves and on your own mats about any aha moments that really resonated with you, and ask yourself what you heard today, or what did you experience today, what touched you today that you need to make sure that you carry forward for yourselves. And that's an internal question. And also, where do you need accountability for that? Because it's good to hear some things, it's good to write notes, but it's really, really hard to remember what you heard, and it's more difficult to apply it in moments, right? And so you got to keep revisiting and practicing. But thank you for a great morning. We're going to break now. Nope, we're not going to break. We have another session coming up, indemnification, and then we go to lunch. Thank you. Robertson Bradshaw. Do you guys need a stretch break? I'm really, really concerned about allowing you to leave the room, but can you stretch at your tables real quick? Take a 3-minute stretch break while we transition, please. Thank you.
I don't think so.
No, I'm just doing it. Hey, everybody, to keep us moving, our next session, we're getting, it's like my friends from New Orleans would say, this is the land yap, a little bit extra. We're going to have the lawyers come in and talk to us a bit. In our bylaws discussion, we've had lots of questions around understanding the indemnification and how that works. And so we've asked our retained counsel to come in to give us a deeper dive on, as they put it, indemnification 101. We're hopeful that will facilitate a better understanding where we are and give people a chance to answer those questions. Robinson Bradshaw, just to remind you, is one of the premier business law firms in the Southeast. They literally wrote the book on corporate laws, Robinson on corporate law. And so we're really pleased to have them here and these partners that we have here with us, working with us. We selected because of their background and experience in helping to start companies, and they represent many very large, sophisticated companies in the Southeast. So thank you all for your attention on this, and we're hopeful it will be helpful as we think through this. And obviously this will, in addition to helping us understand, helping us understand and perhaps allay some concerns about the protections that we have. Also, it would help us in the spirit of today's meeting all to move off on the same foot about our understanding of what that means and how it works. So please, be generous with your make sure you submit whatever questions you've got to make sure we leave here all on one accord as to what we understand, and then we can figure it out. Thank you. Whose is this?
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate it. And we're very glad to be here with you today. Again, my name is Adam Dorr. I've been practicing law at Robinson Bradshaw for almost 20 years. I graduated from Duke Law School in 2006. I went to work for an appellate federal judge in Miami for a year. And my wife and I missed North Carolina so much that we could not wait to get back. That was not plan A or B, maybe C, but it has worked out wonderfully for my family and me. And, I'm one of the folks who has adopted Charlotte as our home, and we love it here. So I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to work with you all and bring this vision to reality. I'll also say that my law partner James and I are both very committed and interested to public transportation and the vision of the MPTA. Yeah, we both served for a long time on the Board of Sustain Charlotte, which is an organization that advocates for public transit, and learned a lot about it in that context. And it's great to see it from this side and to get to work with you all. So thank you. So first, in the spirit of what Joe shared earlier, I want to apologize for trying to go through some of these issues too quickly the first time we met about that. We were trying to get the bylaws in place, but we probably rushed it a little bit, and that left some people having some concerns and some confusion. So my bad. And I'm really pleased that we have the opportunity to work through it today and help explain how all of this works and how it will help you do your job as members of this authority, and how you will be protected as you make these important and challenging decisions. So I guess the last point before we get started is that, so my law practice covers two things that we're going to be discussing today. One of those is defending claims against the officers and directors of corporations, sometimes LLCs as well. An example of that kind of work is that we were involved with defending the merger between Wells Fargo and Wachovia when that was challenged by shareholders. I'm really proud of that work and what that meant for Charlotte. If that had not gone through, it would have been a catastrophe for the city from an employment perspective. So that's the kind of work that our firm is known for, as Frank mentioned. And one of the reasons that we're here today is to talk about those kinds of issues, like how does this work when there are claims involving officers and directors and what they owe duties to the corporation and what the corporation has responsibilities to them. The second area of my practice that touches on what we're doing here today is claims for against and between different government entities. So I've done all three of those claims, working for government agencies. An example of that is that had a case on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services that was a challenge to the way that they had carried out their regulatory role to protect people who live in adult care homes. There was an owner of a facility who was very unhappy with the regulatory action taken against him by the department to keep people safe. He filed a lawsuit against them. And we took that lawsuit up to the North Carolina Supreme Court on behalf of the department and won, and set an important precedent about how the courts look at the duties that are owed between government agencies and the public that they're protecting and the entities that they're regulating. An example of a case against government, Ken Shore, when he was the head of the Charlotte Center for Legal Advocacy, had a very fun project. I think that was maybe a dog catching the car situation. Is that fair, Ken? Where I was looking at some of the COVID-era legislation that was being passed by the General Assembly, and they had passed a program where they were going to send $335 to everybody with kids in North Carolina so that they could pay for remote education stuff, buy a cheap Chromebook or childcare, things like that. So they were making these grants to every family in the state. But the problem when you looked at the law was that it was set up to use a database of people who would receive it from the North Carolina Department of Revenue, which handles state taxes. And so it left off all of the families who were too poor to be able to be in that system because they didn't have to file taxes, right? If your income is low enough, you don't have to. And so we saw that. Ken was game to jump in, as was a former colleague of ours at Legal Aid, and we filed a lawsuit to challenge that and got the deadline for that program to be reopened and ended up, and the dog catching the car part was really that we got an injunction to reopen the deadline, and the department gave us $600,000 to set up a call center, set up a website, take applications from everybody, and reopen the deadline with about 4 weeks to publicize the whole thing, run radio ads and everything else. But working together with Ken and his team, we did that, and we brought in $5 million for those families. So that's a career highlight for me. Between government agencies, we also did some work for the governor in litigation between the governor and the General Assembly about amendments to the state constitution. So that's my practice, is really I do a lot of work on the sort of corporate and fiduciary duties and directors issues, and I also really enjoy and appreciate working with government. So what I want to talk to you today about is, in your role as trustees on this board, how are you protected from claims? This is credit to David, his idea for the umbrella. But there are really 5 concepts. We're not going to get into too much detail on the last 2, but the first 3 of those are all issues that were part of our discussion about the bylaws, and really they are these 5: indemnification, advancement, insurance, immunity, and then a catch-all for other protections. So can I see a show of hands for folks who have served on the board of a nonprofit? I figured that would be almost everybody, if not everybody, right. How about folks who have served on the board of directors of a corporation or an LLC? All right, that's also a good number. And then how about people who have served as government officials or on the boards of public bodies? Right. So everybody has a different mix of those backgrounds and experiences in the room, and that is really, I think, part of coming together as a board, is sort of meshing that all together, because they all have similar concepts, but they apply in slightly different ways. So that's the goal here, is to work through those and tie everything together. And I guess the last point before we jump into indemnification is that I really hope and believe that you all are, once we get through the bylaws process and this presentation, and you can sit down to lunch today, not going to have to worry about these things in the future. So, first up, indemnification. All right. So, we're going to do a who, what, when, where, why. Who? In a corporation, the directors and the officers, so officers, folks like the chief operating officer, CEO, chief financial officer, they receive indemnification. That's controlled by state statutory law and by the bylaws. Under the MPTA bylaws, in the current draft, board members and executive officers would receive indemnification. So what is indemnification? The Black's Law Dictionary, we have our own dictionary for lawyers, is the action of compensating for loss or damage sustained. So when an organization is agreeing to indemnify an official, what it's really saying is that it will pay legal costs that that official is exposed to in serving the organization. When does indemnification come into play? So it's when an official is named in a lawsuit or another proceeding or threatened with a lawsuit. So you don't have to wait till the lawsuit is filed. It comes into play when there's a risk of a lawsuit or a legal concern. And that's reflected in the bylaws, in the draft, that whether the claim is threatened, pending, formal, or informal indemnification is in play. The where of indemnification, where does this apply? It's really any kind of legal proceeding. It's a court proceeding, a criminal case, a civil case, an arbitration, an administrative hearing, anything like that. And that's also reflected in the bylaws there. That's one of the reasons why these kinds of provisions get so long, is that we want to cover all the bases and make sure that everything is covered. Oops. Okay, and then the last, why, this is probably the most important point. This is a quote from the Delaware Supreme Court, which is well known for expertise in corporate law. It's to encourage capable men and women to serve as corporate directors, secure in the knowledge that expenses incurred by them and upholding their honesty and integrity as directors will be borne by the corporation they serve. And I think that's going to be particularly true when we get to bringing on a CEO or a CFO. Folks who are going to be strong candidates for that kind of position are going to expect that the authority would be prepared to step up and defend them if they are sued in their role. All right, so I've got a couple trivia questions for you today. The last time I did a version of this sort of indemnification type presentation, it was with the business law section of the North Carolina Bar in a big room, and I really thought I wanted a t-shirt cannon. I have not talked the firm into buying that for me yet, but I do have some prizes for my trivia questions if you want to come see me afterwards. So, all right, so we're gonna, I'm gonna show you a few, as we go through this, a few folks that illustrate some of these issues in the real world. And because I am a litigator, these are not board members who did the right thing. Some of them are a little easier and some of them are a little harder. But let's see if anybody knows who this is. Any hands? Anybody recognize that face? It's a little old now. Got it? Mr. Pappas? That's right. That's right. Excellent. That is Dennis Kozlowski of Tyco International. He is famous in the indemnification world and in the corporate world because he was forced out as CEO after it was revealed that he had, you might remember the fact here, $6,000 shower curtain. Yep. $1 million birthday party for his second wife on Sardinia where they had a statue of David with an ice sculpture that had vodka that was dispensed out of the statue in a particular way. And the company had paid for all of this. The company had paid for all of this, totally improper expenses, abuse of his authority, and they refused to pay indemnification for him. So he was, he was prosecuted and got into civil litigation. He said, I'm entitled to indemnification because when I did all that stuff, I was the CEO. And there was a huge legal fight, and the company spent an awful lot of money fighting about it, but they won. But the sort of bottom line here is that the courts are traditionally extremely protective of these indemnification provisions. And there's cases that say it doesn't matter if the person was solely motivated by greed. That's not expressly carved out in the indemnification provision. The company is going to have to pay the legal expenses. So part of the message here today is there's a good reason to be very careful with the scope of these provisions and not have them be enormously broad, that's part of your duty as well, to ensure that they protect good service, but not all service. So indemnification is all about finding a balance. On the one hand, you've got to, my clicker is not working. You've got to encourage responsible people to serve by protecting them against unacceptable risks. At the same time, you really want to deter mismanagement by still being able to hold corporate officials accountable. That's the core tension in indemnification and also in advancement, is how do you strike that balance so that on the one hand, if you're sued and it's a frivolous lawsuit or the person has done nothing wrong, they are totally protected without question, but you're also not paying tens of millions of dollars in legal fees for the guy who threw his wife a birthday party in Sardinia with the company money. So last point on indemnification is how does it work? So there's really 3 steps here. The legal proceeding is threatened or filed against the official related to the company. Second, the official defends the legal proceeding and spends money on legal fees and expenses, and then sometimes has to pay money to settle the case, or in a civil case has a judgment against them that has to be paid. And then the third step is, after that's over, the company reimburses the official's expenses and payments if the conduct standard is met. So that's indemnification. We're about to turn to the next step, but does anybody see a problem here from the perspective of the official?
Pay the expenses up front.
Absolutely right. Yep. And so that's advancement. That's the legal doctrine that's created to solve that problem, that really most people cannot possibly afford to pay for these kinds of legal expenses themselves up front, and then just sort of, here's my expense report for $6 million for the law firm and $10 million for the settlement. And the way that advancement works is that the company pays reasonable attorney fees, and we talked about that at our meeting, I'll come back to that in a minute, and costs during the litigation. So you don't wait till the end, you advance the fees and expenses during the litigation. If it turns out later that the official isn't entitled to indemnification, they have to repay that money. And there's a document called an undertaking that is that promise to repay the money. So that's the legal structure. That's also in the statutes, that you have to sign the undertaking. And that's actually a legal requirement in the statutes for corporations, because it would be improper for the corporation to just basically give somebody a blank check to go hire lawyers and pay off settlements without any ability to control that. So the loan sort of document, the undertaking, is the way to control that. Advancement involves similar but maybe even worse tensions to indemnification about sort of balancing the legal fees and protecting somebody who's doing a good job while not going after somebody, while still being able to protect the company from somebody who's acting in bad faith or harming the company. Because indemnification happens at the end. So you already have a clear sense of right, wrong, the court issued a decision, the criminal charges have been dismissed, or the person has been convicted, right? The situation is much clearer. Advancement is happening in the middle before anything is really resolved. And there's a lot of tension around that question. So here's our next trivia question for somebody representing that tension. This is a more recent example. Anybody recognize her? No? Exactly. Exactly. That is Charlie Javis. She went to Wharton. She started a student loan business. She claimed that it had 4.25 million users. She sold her company to JP Morgan for $175 million. Didn't take long for them to figure out when they started trying to email their customers that they had just purchased that most of them were fake, with names that were made up by a data scientist who had just come up with a bunch of reasonable sounding names and addresses, and also bought a big list from a marketing company. So JP Morgan sues her. Government investigates her for fraud, Southern District of New York. U.S. attorney comes after her. And she says, well, I'm a defendant in this criminal proceeding, and when you bought my company, you made me a managing director of JP Morgan. So I'm an officer. You need to advance my legal expenses for this criminal proceeding. So JP Morgan is now suing her in Delaware because her criminal expenses are so extreme. And that's where we get into the reasonableness concept. There's been stuff in the legal press. This is happening right now. Right before Christmas, they filed some papers where they had paid $115 million in legal fees to her and somebody else that she was working with in the past 2.5 years. She hired 5 law firms with 147 different people on the bills for those 5 law firms. In one 8-day period, they spent $1.6 million a day. Okay? So again, JP Morgan is suing her for defrauding them, and meanwhile, they are probably going to end up paying more than they paid for the company to defend her because their advancement provision was absolute. It didn't have an escape clause to get out of that scenario. So that's sort of the reasonable expenses piece, and when we get to our bylaws, why it's really critically important to have some option to not be forced to advance the expenses for somebody who's a really bad faith actor. And I'm not concerned at all about that for anybody in this room or anything in the short term. Is it possible that someday down the road that somebody who was acting in some sort of financial responsible position for the authority would turn out to have been, shifting some money aside or be subject to criminal proceedings? I mean, we've had some public officials who have had some criminal legal issues in Charlotte, and our goal is to make sure that when we look back at the bylaws, no one is going to say, why is the authority paying for this person's legal fees? This is outrageous. So that's the goal. That's advancement. Next up, insurance. So we're really talking about director and officer insurance. Some folks may be familiar with that. It's actually 3 kinds of insurance bundled together, and they call those sides. Side A is personal protection for the director. So that's like a policy insuring the director individually. Side B is corporate reimbursement coverage. So if JP Morgan has a directors and officers policy and they are having to pay Charlie Javis's legal expenses, they can go to the insurance and say, we've had to pay $100 million in advancement and indemnification. And I'm sure the carrier is going to say, sorry, your policy is capped out at $50 million or whatever. But that's what that side is for. And then the last one is entity coverage. So as it applies to us, if the authority is sued because because of something that an officer, much more likely, or a director, much less likely, has done, that provides some protection there. So if there's some sort of outside lawsuit, right, like so hypothetically speaking, of course, a chief operating officer is making side deals with another company, and he has promised them something, and the authority says, no, that was not proper, we didn't authorize that, that was a violation of our code of ethics. That's when the entity coverage kicks in. So one point that we spent some time on and had some questions about in our last meeting was this insurance provision and the question of the third word there. The authority may purchase and maintain insurance, and why didn't that say shall? And so the question here is really, why is that optional? And here I'm going to give you, this is the statute in North Carolina as it applies to corporations. The corporation may purchase, so state law doesn't require the corporation to purchase insurance. They can purchase the insurance. And why is that? Well, most of the time, and particularly as it applies to us, it's the indemnification and the advancement that really protects the directors. It's not really the insurance policy. And if we said, so that's one point. Second point, if we said shall, that could force the organization into purchasing insurance in a situation where it made no financial sense at all, right? So if you had a car that was worth $10,000 and it would cost you $5,000 to buy collision coverage for it, you might decide that that didn't make any financial sense at all for you, and you'd rather just self-insure, and if your car gets in an accident, you'll fix it. And that's the similar situation here. Like the organization really should have the ability to decide whether to self-insure or not, and particularly to go through the process of making that decision itself. So next trivia question. This one's going to be easy. Yeah, there we go. Elizabeth Holmes, Theranos. Everybody knows that. The Netflix show about that is pretty great. You can probably tell that I'm a little obsessed with these like corporate crime and fraud scandals. I love this stuff. It's great. But anyway, that was particularly good. It's unbelievable that she was able to like set up this giant company with all of these like famous people on the board and Charles Schultz and all of these other, other people for something that was just a complete scam. So she is glad that Theranos had a director and officer insurance policy, because really what happened in that case is Theranos has no money. Theranos never really had any money. Like it was all pretty much a sham all along. But the insurer did. And so what really happened is that, as she's going through endless legal proceedings, trying to fight this all out, the insurance carrier is paying for her defenses. And really in that kind of a situation, the company is defunct and everybody's really trying to fight to get a piece of the insurance policy, right? So the people who had invested in Theranos are also suing, but meanwhile, the policy is being eaten away by her legal expenses, and in the end of the day, like, nobody really is protected, and it doesn't really do anything. But the important point here is that when a company blows up, the director needs or wants to have director and officer insurance. So it's really a protection against the risk that the company won't be able to pay the legal fees because it won't have any money. So here, I think you can all see that go ahead.
Just curiously, though, it's one thing if they blow up because of all the lawsuits, but if they defrauded the insurance company to begin with, doesn't the insurance company have a case not to pay out?
The insurance company can have a case not to pay out, but they have to fight a long time to get there. And usually the way these policies are set up, there's not so much coverage that you really get to that point. Usually, like, a lot of the money gets spent and then it settles. Because if they could get all the way to the end and say that this was just absolute fraud, they could point to the policy and say, all right, it's been conclusively determined by a court that this was all a fraud. We're not required to cover that. That falls within the exclusion in our policy. But until you get there, she's still getting her legal fees covered. So really the question, rather than may, whether the authority may or shall buy insurance, is will the authority buy insurance? That's really the question. And in making that decision, here are the questions that the authority is going to be asking is, what are the risks that we're trying to protect against here? I think for board members, and we'll get to why towards the end here, but I think those risks are actually relatively low. It's hard for me to come up with a scenario where somebody has a genuine, solid legal claim against you all in your role serving on this board. Like maybe against an employee of somebody who's driving a bus or operating a train, maybe against an executive, but against the board is a different question. So what are the risks? Will the insurance cover those risks, right? There are exclusions in these policies. Insurance companies have good lawyers. They will try and get out of it. And then, of course, how much does it cost? And can the authority manage those risks without insurance? So sometimes you hear that referred to as self-insuring, right? Like you make a decision that it's just going to make much more sense financially if the policy is really, really expensive or has a super high deductible or doesn't cover the risks that you need to cover, it's not worth buying in the first place. And especially in an unusual entity like this one, right? Like this is not the kind of operation where an insurance broker could pull something off the shelf and say like, okay, yes, we've written 50 of these LLC policies in the last week. This is an unusual situation, and you just really need to preserve some optionality to be able to decide how to respond to this, to the situation as it exists. And of course, the critical point is that who makes that decision about whether to purchase that insurance? The authority does, governed by its board. So this is a way not to avoid purchasing insurance or avoid protecting officers, but a way to ensure that you all, as the fiduciaries of the organization, can make a good, informed, responsible decision based on the specific facts and circumstances at the time. Yes?
So I guess what you're implying is that somebody does a risk assessment for us?
Yes.
Is that the way that normally, and I'm looking at staff too, is that how you determine what you do with that?
Yep, and you would get advice from, at least in this transition period, from the city, because they have people who do this all day long, deal with these issues.
And then if I'm confused,
At the last board meeting, Matt Hastet and Mindy came in, city CFO, city risk manager. That is exactly what Mindy does. That is literally her job for the city in this transition period for the MPTA, and Matt had, as the CFO, committed to that, and so that is literally exactly what they're doing. They're assessing that risk, and they will be. I think Matt mentioned this at the last meeting. They'll be going to London because these are specialty policies. There's not an 800 number that you call to get this kind of insurance. And that's exactly what they will be doing. And they do that on an annual basis.
and if I'm confusing things, just tell me. So the umbrella insurance policy that we're under for the city does what related to this? Because we're under the city umbrella policy. That's where the umbrella came from, y'all.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
So we'd be happy to get you all of the specific details, but in general terms, everything that Adam is describing is everything that Mindy does as she sets up this, the policies. And again, it's not a shall, it's a may, and they're determining the risk, they're determining the cost of the insurance, and in some cases, they're determining should we remain self-insured, in effect, should we self-cover.
Does that answer your question, David?
Well, I just want to clear one thing, make sure I'm learning from Frank. I'm telling you what I think I heard you say, is that means that the more money we have, the more likely it may be to self-insure? Is that why the city self-insures?
Yeah, there are many reasons to cover or to self-insure. Some of it is dependent on the cost of the policy versus the cost of self-insuring. The other is simply your cash flow and availability. Can you afford to do that? But again, that all becomes a decision of the board with a recommendation from risk management.
Right, right. And in favor of you all is the fact that you are serving as members of an organization that has a very stable, long-term and secure cash flow. So in terms of the risk of, there being a situation where you would be entitled to indemnification and the authority wouldn't have the money to do that, it's a little hard to come up with a scenario where that could really happen. I don't want to hold you all up. Oh, go ahead.
Just a quick question. So is it on?
It
I
is.
think it's on.
Just close.
So I understand in general the concept, and I understand your comparisons, but will there be a gap between the city coverage right now? Do we have a coverage right now is first question. And second, will there be a gap between us having all that risk assessment done and protection for us as board members in general? I'm not asking for a specific of each of 27 people, but as a board, do we have protection now and
Brent, let me
maybe a
try.
gap to later?
I think what we heard at the last meeting, and that's what they put it in writings, we're under the city's umbrella coverage right now.
Yep.
And what we voted on at the end of the meeting was the idea that coming up next year, we're covered through next year. We're talking about doing a risk assessment to figure out what we do going forward. So yes, we're covered right now by everything under that umbrella.
Right. So
That's
right
why
now
I
the
put the
city's
umbrella up
holding
there.
the umbrella.
We're covered under everything under that umbrella.
Yep.
That's correct. The current policy has been expanded to cover. The new policy, which will be effective, or policies will be effective July 1st, and it will cover July through June through transition, leading beyond transition for the next year's decision by the MPTA in consultation with Mindy and the risk management team.
So we're covered into June 27, and we'll make a decision from July 27 on.
Correct, in consultation with risk management.
But that's what we voted on, y'all. The last motion we made was that motion.
Yep. So I've got some slides here that are about how all of this works. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm happy to wait till the end, so if you can get through this, if you want to do it that way, it's fine. No, it's broad. These are broad questions, but I don't want you to not get through this.
Yeah, if you can, I would appreciate that. And then also, all of you are welcome to reach out to me individually, James individually, with questions. We're happy to talk through these questions with you. We are not your personal lawyers.
Now,
but we
call
are
us
lawyers
first
for the
because they're
authority, and this is our
charging us.
job.
Call me first so we make sure it's a question we need to ask. But we can ask them questions, y'all.
Yes. All right, yes. Routed through David. So I think actually, in the interest of time, with the background that we've gone over about these concepts, I think we should be in good shape to talk through how they apply in the specific bylaws when we get there. So I'm just going to click through this part real quick. This is just sort of laying out these different concepts and the language and how it ties back. One point I do want to cover here is how we're protecting against the risk of these folks that we've been doing the trivia questions about. It's this provision, and this is a concept that's required by state law, is that you need to make a determination as a board that the person who's receiving the legal fees has acted appropriately. And here's the standard for this. This is basically identical to the corporate standard, and it's they need to have conducted themselves in good faith. They need to have reasonably believed, so it's a subjective standard, right? Like it's not, you're not held to have known things you didn't know. Reasonably believed, then in the case of your official conduct, that what you were doing was in the best interest of the authority, or if it's not as closely tied to your official conduct, that at least it wasn't opposed to the interests of the authority. And then for criminal proceedings, that you had no reasonable cause to believe that your conduct was unlawful. So if you're accepting a bribe, you should know that that's unlawful. Any reasonable person would. You wouldn't be covered. If it's a technical regulatory violation that was an expansion of the law or a really aggressive prosecutor, different question. Another trivia. Anybody? $70 million in legal fees could have gone to the defrauded shareholders of Enron. Instead went to Jeffrey Skilling's legal team when Enron went bankrupt. They were mandated to pay those fees, could not escape that obligation, and that money, that money is gone. Quickly on the question of how you determine whether the conduct standard is met. It's an independent determination. That's the critical point. And there's multiple fallback provisions in the draft bylaws for how you would make that decision in different circumstances so that it's always clear how the board will handle it. So first, if you can, it's a majority vote of members who aren't part of the action, right? So if one board member is named, everybody else can vote. If you can't get quorum in that scenario, then you have a majority vote of a committee designated by the board that's independent. And if you can't even do that, then there's a process for hiring independent outside legal counsel. We've served in that role in a bunch of different contexts, and it's a sort of standard thing where you come in and investigate and make a recommendation. Go ahead. I'll repeat his question.
What we're looking at here is the same document that we reviewed. Of course, you said no changes to anything that's document was in front of us previously, correct?
That's correct, yeah. The question was whether these clips that I've been showing in this part of the presentation are the same as the draft bylaws, and the answer is yes, that they are.
And now, just to be Wyatt, we asked them to make this educational today, so we're really not trying to mess with our bylaws at all today. We're just being educated. All right.
All right, I think this is the last trivia question. This one's also kind of hard. Anybody? That is Don Blankenship, Massey Energy. I see some heads nodding now that you hear the name, yeah. That guy owned some coal mines in West Virginia, violated safety standards on purpose. The government went after him very aggressively, and let me find my note. When that case went to the Delaware Chancery Court, which handles a lot of these corporate disputes, and the company was trying to say, wait a minute, like this guy was in a criminal conspiracy to violate safety standards at our mines, and he was hiding safety violations and making false statements to the Securities and Exchange Commission. He's accused of fraud. Like, why do we have to pay for this? This is insane. And the judge in Delaware said, here we go again, another company trying to evade its advancement obligations, right? So that's the way that these Delaware courts look at it, and that's the way that a lot of courts do, and it's why it's so important to have the carve-out and the protection for the board be clear. Okay, these will be brief. So we've talked about indemnification, advancement, insurance. Next up, immunity. This is critical for you all. This is not something that applies to any of the nonprofit or corporate boards. Concept is sovereign immunity, and if you can't read the caption, it says it's either this or a country run by lawyers. But the concept of sovereign immunity was developed from English law, where lots of our law comes from, and the idea is you can't sue the king. The king is the law, right? And even though we don't have kings anymore, there are questions about sovereign immunity to this day. And the reason is that the underlying concept there is that you don't want to be in a situation where you're suing the government for doing important governmental functions that benefit everybody as a whole, right? That the government is just not the same as private people who are out there in the world acting day to day. The government needs, in order to serve its function as a government, needs to be protected and can't be embroiled in litigation all the time. It used to be pretty absolute. It has eroded somewhat. In North Carolina, the city has waived its sovereign immunity to some extent for certain kinds of claims. All of this, actually, I had researched this for a case that I worked on. It all started changing out of accidents with bus drivers, because people would get into a car accident with the bus driver would be at fault, and then whoever, whatever governmental entity was running the bus driver would say, sorry, we're immune. And at some point, people decided that that was kind of unfair, that if the buses are driving around the city and they injure somebody, that maybe they ought to be able to recover just like any other driver. So there's a partial waiver of sovereign immunity. It's capped in amount, and there's strict requirements for it. So some of this has eroded, but sovereign immunity is still a really important protection in North Carolina. Second kind of is governmental immunity, very closely related. It's how these kinds of immunity concepts play down to the state and the local level. There are a lot of protections there. The law has sort of gotten a little deviated. In fact, I think we've ended up where the sovereign, the state, is a little less protected in some instances than local governments. But governmental immunity is the second there. Public duty doctrine is really an important concept here. When Joe was talking earlier, he referred to the goal for you all should be to have an authority that serves everyone well. And that's the underlying concept of the public duty doctrine. It's that when government is acting to serve everyone, they don't owe a legal duty to a specific individual person. And this comes out of cases with people who are injured by criminals and then would try and sue the police and say, you should have protected me from the criminal. And the courts have said, no, the police aren't there to protect you as an individual. They're there to protect everyone. We can't have any time somebody is injured by a criminal that they would automatically be able to sue a police officer or the police department for failing to protect them. So that's the concept of the public duty doctrine. That has been expanded somewhat, which is helpful. And it really protects any time the governmental entity is acting for everyone as a whole. These cases that this comes up in are horrible. The two main cases, one is involved a terrible fire at a chicken processing plant in Hamlet. I don't know if folks remember that. A lot of people died. It was a terrible situation. And there were lawsuits against the Department of Labor saying that it failed in its duty to inspect the facility and protect the workers there. And the Supreme Court said, no, as awful as this situation is, the Department of Labor is serving a duty to the public at large, protecting all workers at all facilities. These individual people can't bring their own lawsuit for it. The other case also involves a fire, main case in this area, and that involved a prison. And I think the Department of Public Safety in that case had not inspected the smoke detectors. There was a fire, prisoners were injured and killed. And in that case, the court said, here, we're not talking about the public as a whole. We're talking about people who are here not by choice in this prison. They cannot protect themselves. You owe a special duty to these folks. You need to protect them, and you could be liable in that situation. But here, when we're talking about our entire community having access to this transportation system, I really think that in the event that there would be litigation about this, first of all, I think it would be very much against the authority and not against any individual people. But I also think that the public duty doctrine could come into play in that situation. Last one of these, public official immunity. You all are public officials. You swore an oath of office. And as public officials, I guess this gets to a point that came up in the earlier discussion as well, that you all are supervising, you are making policy decisions, you are not making operational decisions, and that's public official immunity. When you are acting in that kind of policy-oriented role, you have to be free to make those policy decisions without fearing litigation for having made the wrong choice about, some very specific decision. Maybe there could be a lawsuit against an individual employee who did something wrong in a specific context, but the big picture policy decision is not going to be the subject of litigation. All right, last one, and then we can go to lunch.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Frank.
Oh, I'm between everybody on lunch. Okay, but the question about the overstepping, going from governance to operations in public, is that something we need to continue to be mindful of in the actions that we take?
Yes, I mean, the more that you are properly acting within the supervisory role and serving as a board rather than trying to manage the specific operations, the more protected you are, big picture, from any challenges or legal issues involving the specific operations. That's absolutely true, Frank. So this will be quick. Here are some other protections, sort of a catch-all here. So good process is a good defense, right? So having good bylaws, having good meeting records, keeping minutes, complying with, open records law, all of that stuff gives you some protection, because if things are challenged later, it makes it so much easier to defend the situation, to just have all of the documentation show that you've done things in the right way. Second, the code of ethics. So, we've talked about that, and that is next up on our agenda of governance documents. But in addition to sort of governing the conduct of the individual board members and how they act, it really protects the board. Because if you have a good conflict of interest policy and it's clear about what's allowed and not allowed, and you have a good structure for recusal, it really protects the board, because there's not a lot of ambiguity that opens up fights over how to interpret particular things. Frank already raised that third point there, that the supervisory role makes it hard to sue for operational decisions. So for those of you who served as corporate directors, that's a lot of you, board members are not subject to the same litigation risks as corporate directors. And the reason is that when you're serving as a director of a corporation, you owe a duty to the corporation, but the shareholders of the corporation can enforce that duty against you. That's called a derivative claim. And what that means is a shareholder can come and say, I, on behalf of the corporation, am filing a lawsuit against this director or this officer for, in the director's case, being asleep at the job, right? Allowing terrible misconduct to happen and damage the company, or in the case of an officer for making particular decisions, stealing money, like all of the gallery of rogues that we've been going through. So in that situation, there are people who suffer direct financial damages, and there's a legal mechanism for them to pursue those claims. And that whole framework that creates a lot of the litigation around director and officer liability just doesn't apply in this context, because you don't have shareholders. You are working on behalf of the public. Last point, and I guess we've already covered this a little bit in the insurance piece, is that one of the biggest pieces of protection that you all have is that the authority has significant and very stable resources to defend itself. And so if there is a situation where there are frivolous lawsuits, and I will say that there are many of those. I personally have been sued twice. I am a member of the New World Order. I'm ashamed to tell you all that here today, but I also was involved as a result of a case that I did with Charlotte Center for Legal Advocacy on behalf of a woman who lived in Wilmore and was ripped off by a corrupt contractor. He filed a lawsuit, the corrupt contractor, against me, and claimed that I had been involved in a conspiracy to keep black contractors out of the construction industry in Charlotte in the 1980s. Notwithstanding that my client in this case was a black woman and that I was 8 years old and lived in Pennsylvania at the time. But anyway, a lot of lawsuits are frivolous. If you find yourself in one of these, you should feel confident that that you will be defended by the authority, and the authority has the resources to protect you. So David, do you want to do questions now, after?
I think I want us, and if it's okay with everybody, we are over by 15 minutes, and we're going to schedule. If we can eat and maybe take questions while we're eating, I don't mind. If you don't mind staying around, Adam, I mean, maybe we can have some conversations while we eat, but let's get some food in front of us.
Yes.
And then we decide where we go from there. So if that's okay. Is that our, Ms. Facilitator, is that okay?
And everyone, make sure you exit through these doors over here to the left, and you'll circle all the way around to the food and then get your drinks and then enter back in through the other side.
But get up, get back, and if we can take a few questions. Again, he's here. If it's one-off, I mean, Anthony, I know you want to add some stuff for everybody, so maybe we do that while we're eating. But if it's a one-off, please go ask him. That's what they're here for. And James is in the back. So we have both of the attorneys here. Let's go eat. Everybody, I actually heard from Anthony. He got his questions answered. Anybody else have any other questions for the attorneys before they leave? Or did they leave? They didn't leave. There you go. Anybody else got any other questions for the group?
What I just tell you? One question that was raised.
One question, everybody.
I just want to pass along one question that was.
Can we get everybody's attention real quick? We did have one question. We did have one question. Hold on one second.
So, Adam, I said, so one question was about individual liability. When we act as a board. So if somebody were to sue us, they sue us as a group and not individually, unless you did something yourself, like shoot somebody. But beyond that, that was a bad joke. And beyond that, that's how to. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. And the second thing is that Adam is a partner in the law firm, and the lawyers are here as our lawyers today. This is not an academic exercise. This is him coming to give his client advice for us. So you can rely on what he said. Did I get it? Yes. Thank y'all. Thank you, sir. Good to see you, man.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Keep talking. Sorry. Just wanted to get that clear.
live? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Everyone, good afternoon. Everyone, please, we're going to go ahead and get started again. I know some folks are still enjoying their desserts and their lunches, and that's okay. But we'll go ahead and get started again here in 2 minutes. 2-minute call, 2 minutes. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully everyone has been having a good morning. I think a big thank you to D'Alva and her team, as well as Robinson Bradshaw. So I don't want Brad to be jealous, but that might have been the best presentation from a team of lawyers that I've ever seen. And D'Alva, your team is killing it, as we knew they would. So thank you. It dawned on me this morning as I learned a lot this morning through the discussions and all of the material, that understanding the why is really important. I'll go out and talk to employees all the time, and they'll say, you know, we just need to stop doing this, or why don't we just do something different? And usually what I find is they're talking about what they do, but they don't understand the why. And so then you engage in the conversation, and once they start to understand the why, then, you know, opinions start to change. And so it dawned on me that I don't know that I know a lot of you, and I'm getting to know the rest, but I don't know if I've ever said as a group my why. Why do I do what I do, and why do I love cats and transit? So I have worked in the public sector my entire career. I've never worked in the private sector. It is a completely foreign concept to me. My partner and I, Laura, we graduated, I won't say when, many years ago from Baylor University, and when we graduated, we got married the week after graduation, but we both had jobs with the city of Waco. And at the time, we took those jobs because we needed jobs. We were starving students, and it was now time to jump into the great big world and start paying our way. But both of us realized early on that we liked this government thing. This felt like it was right, serving the community. So we went on, and she and I got our Master's of Public Administration from Texas Tech. And then we both started with the city of Phoenix. Again, I won't say when, but many years ago. So both, and actually my wife is, she works for the town of Huntersville. So we're both public servants, and always have been. And there's just something about, for me, serving the community. So that's my why in general terms. Why cats? When I started with cats, it was because the former CEO was left unexpectedly. And I was asked to jump in there and lead a department and keep things moving, right? Keep it in the center, center of the road. And that was great. But as I've stayed in cats, I think what I'd say I've learned is transit is really a department that affects the community in a direct way. We really should be viewed as an essential service. And every day when our operators are out there, they're not just driving the bus, they're not just driving the train, they're building community, they're building relationships, and they love that. And so as you all sort of jump into the transit world, remember that, right? Transit is more than just driving the bus. It is that. It's getting people where they need to go, but it's also building relationships in the community, and that has a very profound impact, in my opinion. And so as I've gotten to know the people in CATS, I came into CATS and didn't know anybody. I mean, maybe I've seen them in the elevator and said hi. I've also learned that this team that CATS has is committed. They're passionate. We're all passionate about transit, and we want transit to be better, right? To be the best possible transit system we can be, the best transit system in the country, in the world. And I know that the team is committed to that. So as we're going to talk about 3 elements of the transit system plan today. And then at the next workshop, we'll pick up the other elements. We're going to talk about these 3 elements for today first because there's very specific reasons. We're going to talk about better bus, and better bus and bus is the foundation of transit. Right? You can't have an excellent transit system without excellent bus service. All the rail lines, all of those things bus has to come first. And we've said that throughout our time with the MTC and with the community. So we're going to start with better bus. We're then going to jump over to the red line. The red line is a very important element in the transit system plan. And I want everyone to remember the red line is unique in many ways. It's been talked about, it's been committed to for more than 2 decades, maybe 3 decades now. So as we think about the red line and how we execute that project, is literally decades of community engagement, decades of planning that go into that project, and we need to deliver it because it has been anticipated for more than 2 decades. So that's important. And the last project we'll talk about is the Silver Line. The Silver Line, everyone knows, is our new light rail line. And what we really want to focus on in the Silver Line, we're going to give you a lot of project details, but we also want to focus on the Silver Line has a requirement in the PAVE Act to conduct a study that needs to be turned over to the North Carolina General Assembly on July 1st. So we have an obligation to the General Assembly to conduct a study on the Silver Line and complete and submit it to the NCGA this year, July 1st. What does that study do? It really asks 2 questions. It asks 1 question and it says evaluate it in 2 ways. The question it asks is evaluate how you can extend the Silver Line to the east as light rail using either cost reductions or additional revenues. And so as we think about that, that work has started. because it's a lot of work and we have a deadline, the clock is ticking. We wanted to talk to you all about where we're at, the thoughts that we have, and set the stage for what ultimately will be submitting on behalf of this body that study to the NCGA by July 1st. So as we jump into these presentations, please, if you'll allow us to get through the presentation, we would appreciate that. And then we've worked with D'Alva and her team to have engagement after the presentations on each of these three. And then we know there's more to talk about. These are three elements of the transit system plan. Believe me, we haven't forgot about all the other things. We will pick those up in over the course of the next two working groups, and of course at MPTA meetings as this body meets for your formal meetings. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Kelly Goforth. She is our Chief Development Officer, and I think it's okay to say a true transit fan.
Yes.
All right.
Spent my career in transit, so absolutely. Okay, I realize I am not tall enough to see over and see the screen below us, so that's okay. I'll have to look to the left. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for our planning and development staff to come and present some more detailed information on our transit system plan initiatives, as Brent mentioned. And then just before we get to the presentations, I wanted to just provide a quick overview of the CATS Planning and Development Division, just to provide an understanding of what our division is responsible for. Fundamentally, of course, we're focused on the planning and development of transit services. But you can see from this slide that means a wide range of activities. From transit planning, our transit planning group, who's responsible for service planning, service changes and scheduling. We have capital program management, which includes transit asset management and project controls. We also have our real estate and transit-oriented development group, engineering, which includes things like bridge inspections and design and construction projects, art in transit, and of course, our major corridor projects. So the key focus areas for our division include first and foremost stakeholder and public engagement. We've talked a lot about that. That's really the foundation of everything that we do. And we really have a very, as Brent mentioned, a really committed, passionate group of folks that are focused on ensuring that we understand and meet the needs of our community. And we know that transparent decision-making is really the key to building trust with our community. We also know that expectations are high for delivering the transit system plan, and we're really committed to meet and exceed those expectations. So today, we're going to talk about better bus implementation, advancing our major corridor projects in more detail. And then we're also working on updating our transit-oriented development policy and station area planning with our local municipalities. Hopefully we'll come and talk to you more in detail about that as well. We're continuing to implement ongoing projects to maintain and improve our rail and bus facilities. And finally, I also wanted to mention that we are working on building dashboards and reporting on our capital program that will ensure the transparency for the board and the community on where we are with the implementation and delivery of the transit system plan. So this afternoon, as Brent mentioned, we've got 3 presentations. We'll have an opportunity for some discussion following each presentation. And they're really intended to give you a comprehensive understanding of the projects, our planning process, and the background that you need to support some of your upcoming policy decisions. So we're going to start with Better Bus, and we have Bruce Jones, who's our service planning and development manager. For the Red Line, we have Brian Adalny, who's our senior project manager. And for the Silver Line, we have Andy Mock, who's the project manager for the Silver Line. And I'll conclude this afternoon talking a little bit about the PAVE Act study on the Silver Line. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bruce to talk about Better Bus.
Thank you, Kelly. So I am tall enough to see over. So my name is Bruce Jones. As Kelly mentioned, I'm the Service Planning and Development Manager with Charlotte Area Transit System. So as Kelly, I am also a lover of transit, so I'm excited to present some of the recommendations that we have for the Better Bus program. And so just to kind of give you an overview of the presentation, so I'll start by giving you kind of background information in terms of who we currently provide service to. From there, we'll go into our policies that help define our service planning tactics, and then from there, we'll go into what went into development of the Better Bus Plan. We'll talk about what's actually in the plan from the recommendations, and then we'll go into next steps after that. So I won't, oh, thank you, appreciate you. Testing. Okay. So I won't spend too much time on this slide. So I believe Ms. Goforth gave a presentation last week that sort of mentioned it. But one thing that I wanted to stress is that Better Bus is really the short-range planning effort as a part of the 2055 plan. So the recommendations that we have within Better Bus are really things that we're going to complete within those first 5 years. And so, as I mentioned, I wanted to first kind of give you an overview in terms of who are our customers and who do we provide service to through the existing services. And so with our services, we currently provide service to about 1.3 million individuals within our service area. And so with that as well, we have about 675 square miles of service area within our current service area. We have within our toolkit 62 bus routes, one blue line that extends about 18 miles, and then also one streetcar that's about 4 miles with the gold line. We also have one microtransit zone which currently provides service in North Mech. And then in FY26, our annual ridership was about 16.5 million. So touching on who we provide service to, so this provides a demographic breakdown of our existing ridership. I really want to hone in on the bus side, not to separate bus and rail, but I think it's really important that we understand who we're serving from the bus side. And so really the first 4 points drive at our market. And so what we see there is that 51% of individuals that currently utilize the bus rely on that to get to and from places of employment. 61% do not currently have a driver's license. 60% do not have a working vehicle. And 80%, it's that primary mode of transportation to get them to and from their destinations. So as Mr. Cagle mentioned, bus really is the backbone of our system, not only from a ridership standpoint, but really it's a lifeline for a lot of individuals in terms of connecting them to those key destinations. Also, as a part of this survey, I do want to highlight 2 things that we heard from a desired amenities approach, and really want to speak to these 2 because they did go into our recommendations for the capital program through Better Bus as well. And so we heard from our customers that the top 2 desired amenities are more shelters at stops, and then also better lighting to improve nighttime visibility. To give you a kind of background information on our existing ridership. So right now, as you can see, prior to COVID, we, of course, had our high in terms of ridership, but then the pandemic hit, and so we reached our low point. Since the return to work in roughly 2022, we have seen that a lot of individuals have started to slowly but surely come back to CATS in terms of using the system. That's still, even though we've doubled or increased our ridership at about 50% across bus and rail, we're still, though, 31% below pre-pandemic levels. So there really is that opportunity for us to continue to grow ridership to capture the market that we previously had. One thing I want to stress, too, is you can see there at the top the ridership trends. One thing that you'll notice is that we're starting to flatline. FY26, we're actually starting to trend slightly below FY25. What that really implies is that we really need to add additional service so that we can expand that ridership, because our existing service can only handle so much. So to go into details in terms of how service plans are decided, so I wanted to hone in on two key policies, and I'll define these in a couple of slides after this. But really, our travel markets policy and our transit service guideline policies are the main policy information systems that we have to define those service changes and service planning processes. In addition to that, we have adopted plans, so with the transit system plan and then also the Better Bus program, of course. We also, of course, listen to customers. So regularly throughout the process, we take feedback from the public to listen and learn more about what we can do to improve our services and our plans. So we take that into regular consideration as well. Feedback from bus operations. So really our operators are at the front line of our services. So they offer a lot of valuable input in terms of recommendations, stuff that they hear straight from the customer in terms of how we can improve service, and then other key points as well. And then last but certainly not least, our locally adopted plans, so including the Charlotte 2040 plan and the community area planning work that we're currently partnering with, Huntersville mobility plan, and some of the other area plans that we do coordinate with, and want to make sure that we integrate our plans as a part of that. So going into the travel markets, so who do we currently serve? And so our existing ridership really comes from across the region. So we really serve a lot of individuals that come not just from within Mecklenburg County, but then also other adjacent areas as well. And so when we look at Blue Line, for instance, a lot of individuals will travel from South Carolina, park at the 485 station, and then catch that service to and from town. We also do have our regional partnerships, so our express routes, we currently provide service to some of our neighboring jurisdictions in partnership with them as well. Really, though, our travel markets are designed to serve and attract what you see there on the slide. So essential workers, making sure that we capitalize on individuals that are traveling to and from uptown as well, and other major employment destinations within the region as well. So that includes the airport, University Research Park, and then also other key destinations. We also provide service through special events. So a recent example was last year with the Love and Life Festival. We provided additional support via both bus and rail to support that event. And then also with Panthers games, other entertainment festivals, the PGA Tour. So there's opportunity for us to increase utilization of CAT services for those special events too as well. Also, last but certainly not least, educational partnerships. So really with our university partners, Johnson C. Smith, CPCC, where we are today, of course, UNC Charlotte and Davidson College, just to name a few, but then also Charlotte Mecklenburg schools, making sure that we're providing opportunity specifically for the youth to take advantage of our services to connect to and from some of the key campuses. And so as I mentioned, we have two main policies that really set our service plans or define our service plans. The first being MTC 05, which is the travel markets policy. And so this provides guidance on travel markets where transit is most competitive. In addition to that, we have MTC 06, which is our transit service guidelines. And so this provides further definition on service type, and then also looking at how we can implement bus stop improvements, and then also performance measures to measure our service. So starting with MTC 05, so this, as I mentioned, is our policy that defines service priorities for how we attract and develop transit competitive markets. So this policy was last adopted in 2023 by the MTC, and it works to define really two markets, our primary market and our secondary market. I won't read the line items here, I'll probably just highlight the top four. So really what we saw from the travel markets policy as it supports the original transit land use plan and some of the amendments from that, including the 2055 plan that we have now, is that there's really a need for us to support travel by individuals who do not have access or cannot utilize private transportation and essentially rely on public transportation to get to and from their destinations. In addition to that, looking at existing customers from within our existing service area, and then also travel to and from one of the original 5 high-frequency or high-capacity corridors that we identified. And so those today are in combination of what you have with the rapid transit plan, so the Silver Line, Blue Line, Red Line, and so on. And then really for this plan, number 4 really applies to that, specifically with the high-frequency bus corridors. So we want to make sure that we are serving areas where there is great demand from a ridership standpoint. And so through the Better Bus Plan, those include the 15-minute or better high-frequency routes that we've identified on those competitive corridors. In addition to that, we have our secondary markets. So basically, secondary markets are the markets that we still serve, but only when we're able to serve our primary market. So if it is a worst-case scenario, let's say we weren't able, I don't even know if I want to go down that path because thankfully we do have the funding, but if we had to go into that uncharted territory of service cuts, secondary markets would be the ones that we would target initially before we go after any cuts to primary markets. So the secondary markets are trips to and from non-transit-oriented developments, and then also trips outside of Mecklenburg County. So that includes our regional partnerships that we have on the express routes. In addition to that, the other policy that we have is the Transit Service Guidelines Policy, which is MTC 06. And really what this policy works to do is define the following areas. So area of mobility need, type of service that we provide. So whether that's local service, which is typically routes or bus routes that operate 6 to 7 days a week. Through the Better Bus Plan, all services will operate 7 days a week if it's a local service. For express service, those are those peak hour work or commuter trips that we have on express routes to support the 9 to 5 shift. And then also microtransit, which is our on-demand service, in addition to streetcar and Blue Line, which isn't listed here. We also define the level of service and frequency, so how often the bus comes, how often the Blue Line comes, and how often other modes come as well. A major point in this is also defining our bus stop placement and level of amenities, and we have some slides here at the end of the presentation that goes into more detail on what that looks like. But then also development of new services, so new transit routes, new microtransit zones, and so on. And then last but certainly not least, performance monitoring. And so really the performance monitoring looks at how we evaluate our existing services and any new services that we implement. And so that looks at things like on-time performance, reliability, passenger load, number of complaints that we have for customers, and things in that space. So now going into developing the Better Bus Plan and how it was framed and put together. So Better Bus was initially, you might have heard of Envision My Ride Bus Priority Study. And so this was the initial plan that we had that was adopted back in 2022. Really that set the framework for the Better Bus Plan. And so we expanded upon some of the initial recommendations from that effort. Some of the recommendations included additional high frequency routes. So expanding our 15-minute or better service on some of those high capacity corridors or transit routes. Priority bus investments on key corridors to help improve service reliability. Expansion of our microtransit service to support some of the first last mile connectivity, specifically at the neighborhood level. And then also bus stop improvements and mobility hub recommendations from a passenger experience standpoint to help improve the experience as individuals are waiting to access our services. And so with Better Bus, we conducted an additional analysis that looked at updated ridership trends. We looked at a transit propensity analysis, which I'll define in the coming slides, but that was a major focus from a data standpoint in terms of how we identify markets where there's a greater need in terms of access to transit. Demographic and employment data, and then origin destination trends and community input were all a part of the development of the Better Bus Plan. And so we went into Better Bus really with 4 overarching goals. So making it easier for individuals to access our services, making bus trips faster and then also more reliable from a speed and reliability standpoint. Then also looking at how we can improve connections through microtransit, those neighborhood connections, additional crosstown routes as well. And then also improving bus services with communities with limited options for mobility. So Better Bus really shifts from our former model, and it picks up with our new vision for how we implement bus service improvements. And so our old model really favored those peak hour weekday trips at the expense of other time periods. So particularly nights and weekends, we typically underserved or provided service levels that didn't meet the need compared to overserving during the peak periods. So this new vision is looking at how we can spread that out to still have service during the peak periods, but then also better support night and weekend connections as well. It's shifting from that hub and spoke model that required individuals to connect into uptown Charlotte depending on, or not depending on where they were going. So individuals were often forced to connect at the CTC and then transfer back out. And so really what we're trying to go to in terms of Better Bus is implementing those new crosstown connections through both microtransit and new service routes as well. And then similar to that, looking at how we can improve modern infrastructure. So offering additional amenities for passengers, and then also access to some of our digital tools. And so this is something that we actually achieved through our CATS Pass app by integrating real-time arrival information so individuals could plan their trip. I think at the time of the bus priority study, we hadn't quite launched that, but as we, of course, went through the years, that's something that we're able to take advantage of, thankfully. And so going into toolkits that we use to understand mobility need. And so I keep honing on existing ridership data because really that was the driver to determine how we can better serve riders within our existing base. I think that that was the high priority for us. How can we make service improvements specifically for the riders that currently utilize us and rely on us to connect to their destinations? I mentioned the transit propensity analysis. So this is just 4 indicators that we utilize where we see that based on demographics, there's typically a higher demand for transit usage based on those characteristics. And so those include low-income populations, minority populations, senior populations, and then also the zero-car households. And that information is all pulled from census data. Looking at additional census data for the demographics, as I mentioned, but then also employment data from the LEHD data set, really to understand where individuals are traveling to and from a work and employment standpoint. And then also looking at our own internal data set with the origin destination survey that we completed. But then also we have a data set called Replica that we take advantage of, which really looks at cell phone usage, and we're able to hone in on origin destination trends based on how individuals are traveling throughout the region. And then last but certainly not least, looking at access to key destinations, grocery stores, schools, and other community resources as well. So going into how we develop the microtransit zones, so similar to the bus network improvements, we still looked at the transit propensity analysis, but then also key destinations. But really for microtransit, what we wanted to do as well with that is take it a step further, just given the typical use case for microtransit. So it's really supposed to provide that supplemental coverage. And it really hones into the areas where there's limited transit access or maybe no transit access. And so it works to improve connectivity to the high frequency routes and blue line stations within our network. But then also, most importantly, help support that 10-minute neighborhood goal that we've identified in some of our planning efforts that we did within the city. Areas with low population or employment density. So typically what we found from the transit propensity analysis is that there is a need in specific communities, but based on land use characteristics or density, it may not be as supportive for traditional fixed route services. And so really microtransit provides that supplemental coverage so that we can connect individuals between first, last mile opportunities with transit, area destinations, and some of the frequent transit lines as well. This map might be a little hard to see given the busyness of it, but the gray areas indicate, the dark gray areas indicate the microtransit zones that were recommended with the plan. You can see each one of those have sort of a gold buffer around them, and so that indicates the walk shed with the network. And so anything outside of that is not within a 10-minute walk to transit. And so you can really see, specifically for the outlying areas where there is still a need, microtransit really works to help connect individuals over to those high-frequency transit routes. So I mentioned 3 use cases for microtransit. Let me get some water because my mouth is dry. So 3 use cases for microtransit. So really looking at how we can improve connectivity through the neighborhood service. And so really for that, it's looking at some of those low density land use patterns or designs. It's really hard for us to connect neighborhoods over to fixed route services. And so microtransit really steps in to help support that goal. I think I remember listening earlier that we have some folks from the Midwest here. So I'm from the Midwest as well. We have a gridded network. So it's a lot easier for us to access major transit routes compared to Charlotte, but really microtransit helps fulfill that gap. And so an example would be the Still Creek neighborhood connecting over to the Rivergate Shopping Center. Really the first last mile connection as well. And so really looking at how we can provide microtransit coverage to help connect individuals from where a transit line may end and then where they need to go. So an example of that would be Hidden Valley connecting from the Blue Line station. And then last is circulator replacement. And so this is actually the case that we use for the North Mech area. Really, the challenge in North Mech is that there is a great demand for transit service, but from the land use patterns and where area destinations are, it really makes it hard to serve it via transit. And so we saw that firsthand with the Village Rider service that used to provide service in the area. And so what we did for that is we replaced it with CATS Micro. We still have express routes that go to each of the hubs, but really Micro helps facilitate the connections to some of the other area destinations in North Mech. As a part of the plan, we also did public engagement. And so through 2024 and 2025, we held a number of virtual and in-person meetings. So some of the initial engagement focused on initial recommendations that we had for the plan, and then we refined that based on that feedback and did additional engagement during the larger plan that we did last year for the overall system planning effort. So we did have in-person meetings at the Charlotte Transportation Center, and then also other key hubs throughout the region. But then we also had a public comment map that you see there on the screen where individuals were able to review the initial recommendations and then provide comment on maybe what we can expand upon, if they agree with the choices or if there's other things that we missed. What we heard from that initial round of engagement was that there was a desire for more frequent service. Nothing different than what we've heard outside of this effort, but continuing to emphasize that there's really a need for additional frequency throughout the network. We also heard that there's a need for better connections between neighborhoods and area destinations. And then also last but certainly not least, more amenities at the bus stop to help improve that passenger experience. So based on the feedback that we had, we made the following adjustments to the plan. So we expanded our high-frequency service to the top 15 routes, really to capture the overall need. And so those routes make up about 60% of our overall ridership. So it's really benefiting a lot of our riders by adding that expansion. Added a new microtransit zone in Northwest Charlotte that covers the Sunset Road, Beatties Ford Road area. And then also we added a new bus route that served the Plaza Midwood area, connecting over to Belmont, Sugar Creek Station in Midtown as well. All right, so that's how we developed the plan, and so now going into what's in the plan. So as I mentioned, really the first 5 years will be focused on those bus and microtransit improvements. And so starting with bus, we're really targeting frequency improvements to help improve access to our service and help improve connections as well. So really that first 5 years will be honed in on those frequency improvements. So 60% of our riders, as I mentioned, with those top 15 routes, will have the benefit of 15-minute or better service. And then across the system, the goal is to have 30-minute or better system for all routes 7 days a week. In addition to that, we have the microtransit program. So we are recommending to expand that to an additional 18 zones, which roughly is about 100 square miles throughout Mecklenburg County. And then the last major component will be the bus stop improvements. And so this will be a 10-year implementation plan for capital improvements to where we can improve additional amenities, accessibility through ADA improvements, and so on to bus stops. And so we're looking to do about 2,000 plus bus stop enhancements as a part of the overall effort. And so this goes into a little bit more detail in terms of what's in the plan. And so as I mentioned, we are looking to improve service. I won't read all these bullet by bullet, but I'll highlight the key ones. But looking to do a 50% increase in the first 5 years for service expansion. We're looking to also fully implement the CATS micro program, as I mentioned, across the county. And so those will be all of the dark gray shaded areas that you see there on the map. And then, as I mentioned, this will be implemented within the first 5 years. In addition to that, the capital investments to improve accessibility at bus stops, and then also offer additional amenities as well. That will be a 10-year effort, but then also looking at how we can expand upon our fleet to support some of the recommendations for better bus, because obviously frequency improvements, more service, we need additional fleet. And so that's a part of the program as well, purchasing over 80 new vehicles to help support the long-term recommendations. And so this slide goes into what the top 15 routes are. I also won't read these line by line. I do want to highlight or speak to the highlighted ones. So those are our priority corridors. And apologies, just realized that Route 27 Monroe Road should actually be highlighted on this as well as a priority corridor. But essentially what those are a level of enhanced services, BRT or bus rapid transit-like improvements along those corridors so that we can help improve speed and reliability. And so those corridors were initially adopted through the bus priority study, and we did some additional analysis through this effort to lift those up as well in terms of recommendations for stop placement and so on. One of the major components of the of the priority corridors would be signal priority. As you can see there at the top, this is a little dramatized, but essentially when the bus pulls up to the intersection, let's say it's running behind schedule, we have the ability to communicate with the traffic signals to either advance a green light or extend a green light. And so that'll allow us to clear the intersection and then try to catch back up to our regular schedule. We are currently piloting this on Beatties Ford Road. We do hope to roll this out on additional corridors throughout the region as well, specifically the priority corridors. But that is one of the unique features of that. I do want to touch to another component of the priority corridors is really looking at how we can do bus stop improvements by offering additional amenities to improve the passenger experience. But then also, as I mentioned, with the signal priority, one of the things that we really want to do is take a look at bus stop placement. So we have typically what we call a near side placement and far side placement. Near side placement essentially means before the intersection. Far side means after you cross the intersection. So as you can imagine from a signal priority standpoint, it makes a lot of sense for us to consider those far side locations. Where it makes sense from a pedestrian standpoint, we want to make sure that we still have safe crossing movements and pedestrian access. But really, if we're able to place it far side, let's say we're running behind schedule, we advance the signal, we can clear it. The con with keeping it near side is that you run the risk of the light turning back red, so you have to wait for another cycle. So that sort of defeats the purpose of that. So we are looking to roll that out on those corridors, as I mentioned. So Central Avenue, Albemarle Road, the South Tryon Corridor, Beatties Ford Road, and then also Freedom Drive. And I mentioned, apologies, Monroe Road should have been on this list as well. So that's another priority corridor that we're looking to roll those improvements to. And so I'll kind of quickly go through these next slides. So this sort of provides a geographical breakdown in terms of the improvements that we're looking to roll out within each region. And so starting with North Charlotte, so this includes the priority bus recommendations that I mentioned on Beatties Ford Road. In addition to that, we're looking to improve 5 routes to 15-minute or better service. So serving corridors like LaSalle Street, Beatties Ford Road, North Tryon Street, Statesville Road, and Graham Street. And then also an improved express service. So throughout the region, I guess I should say for all of our express routes, we are looking to add additional trips so that we can better support some of the changing mobility needs, especially as hybrid schedules have come into play, and typically a lot of individuals aren't working that traditional 9-to-5 shift anymore. And so we're looking to expand our service window on express routes to better support that. In addition to that, looking at how we can improve service through microtransit. So we do have corridors, or neighborhoods, I should say, that are proposed for the CATS micro program expansion. Those include Beatties Ford Road communities, Derrida and Nevin, Hidden Valley, Prosperity Village, University area, and Camp North End, just to name a few. And then still on North Charlotte, of course, improvements to the express routes that I mentioned on the 77 corridor. We are actually looking to implement also midday service on Route 77X. And so really for individuals that need to access maybe the park and ride during the middle of the day, they'll have that opportunity now via the 77X improvements. Also expanding our service hours for CATS Micro, which we currently have, and I'll get to that in a little bit on a more detailed slide for what that will look like. Skipping to East Charlotte, so priority bus improvements on Central Avenue and Monroe Road. 5 routes improved to 15-minute or better service. So that includes the Plaza, Central, Commonwealth, Independence, Davidson Street, Shamrock Drive, and then also Monroe Road. Improved express service, as I mentioned, to the Harrisburg Road community, also to the Idlewild community, and then also Lawyers Road in East Charlotte, and then an expansion of CATS Micro, Albemarle Road, Harrisburg Road, Independence, and Lawyers, just to name a few corridors. And then for Matthews, looking to make improvements to priority corridors for Monroe Road and John Street via Route 27. Frequency improvements to the Independence corridor, specifically for Route 17 and Route 27 for Monroe Road. Also adding midday service to Route 64X to take advantage of the bus lane on the Independence Highway. And then that'll allow us to facilitate the need for individuals to have midday service to connect to and from the park and ride in Matthews. And then also an extension of a dedicated microzone for the Matthews area, which will serve Levine campus for CPCC, the YMCA, downtown Matthews, and Windsor Square. And apologies, I skipped over Mint Hill. Mint Hill also have improved service through the express route expansion for the 40X, and then also a microtransit zone that covers the Matthews Mint Hill Road and Lawyers Road area. And I believe this is the last area. No, it's not. West Boulevard. So in West Charlotte, we're looking to do priority bus improvements on Ashley Remount, Freedom Drive, Beatty'sford Road, and South Tryon Street. And then also frequency improvements to our Sprinter Airport route, which serves Wilkinson Boulevard to 15-minute or better service. Beatty'sford Road, Tuckasegee Road, West Boulevard, South Tryon Street, and Freedom Drive. Improved express service on the 88X, which serves the Brookshire Highway and connects over to the Mountain Island community, And then also an expansion of CATS Micro to cover Ashley Park, Beatty'sford Road, Coolwood, Paul Creek, Peachtree Sunset, Still Creek, West Boulevard, and Wilkinson Boulevard. And then South Charlotte would be the last area. So there's 2 slides on this. So looking to improve frequency improvements on South Tryon Street to priority bus corridor recommendations that I mentioned. 15-minute or better service on South Tryon Street, and then also Park Road. And then improved express service on the Still Creek corridor, Providence Road, Ray Road, and then also a new Ballantyne Express route that will connect over to the Sharon Road West Station in Ballantyne. And so that will serve as the interim express option until we're able to fully build out the Blue Line extension to Ballantyne. One improvement in Pineville, Park Road, Route 19, 15-minute or better service, and then also a dedicated microzone that serves downtown, Carolina Place Mall, Highway 51, Park Road, and Atrium Health. So that was kind of the county level improvement, a breakdown of what we'll see in each area. I do want to go into now the service improvement strategy that we've identified for the Better Bus program. And so for the initial program that we'll implement within FY27, we really wanted to focus on our existing resources.
I think we might want to go ahead in an effort to get some time back a little bit and to get the group engaged, to jump over to some of the interactive at this point.
Okay.
Rather than go into the service strategy, I think we wanted to give everyone. Sorry, you saw me thinking out loud right there. Wanted to give everyone an opportunity to jump in and give us feedback and your thoughts on this, but we also wanted to start that with an overview of what the Better Bus program and microtransit looks like. So Bruce, I know you have 20 or 30 more slides that everyone can't wait to read on their Saturdays or Friday night if you want.
And I need your cell phone number so I can call and ask questions. And he will.
Yes, it's public information.
There we go. So now we're live. So, yes, T. Anthony, I'll send it to you. I know you're going to be full of questions. So,
Very good.
all right,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So, who wanted details? You got some details. We are going to just pause really quickly for one question, maybe two, and then we'll have you finish doing the service improvement slides, Bruce.
Okay, yeah.
Before we go. Thank you. We have David and then Bob, and then we'll take three.
I don't have a microphone because I gave it to him, so I'll talk loud. Real quick, can you explain, does everybody in this room know what first and last mile means? Everybody? If not, we need to probably, explain first and last mile real quick.
So it's essentially the last point that you can access an area via transit and where your destination is. So let's say, for instance, just kind of thinking hypothetically, well, a real use case would be Blue Line to UNC Charlotte, but let's say your true destination is closer to the pavilion. So right now we don't have transit service to facilitate that, so microtransit would help provide service to fill that gap. So it's really the last point that you can access an area via transit and then connecting to where you need to go.
Really bad example, but it's the Amtrak station on North Tryon. If you take the train down to Charlotte, you don't have a way to get downtown Charlotte. So you need a last mile help to get downtown. That's what we're talking about. It's where kind of fixed route ends and you need still help to get where you're going.
And we do have one route. It's not the best in terms of service, but Route 11 does. That's one of the future high frequency.
When I was in
routes.
Raleigh, they complained about it, so I'm just telling you.
Thank you. We'll go to Bob.
It's on. First of all, thank you. I know it seems like a lot to everybody, but it really is helpful. So thank you for taking the time to prepare it. My question was on slide 7. You had said we currently have 62 bus routes at current ridership levels. I was wondering, could you tell us a little bit about where the quantity of routes were at 2018, which was peak ridership, and then where the number of routes were when we came out of the pandemic, when we got to the return to work? I'm just trying to draw a correlation between available bus routes and ridership, if that makes sense.
Yes. So essentially, we have the same network that we have, or that we had rather in 2018. The main difference will be we did phase out some village rider routes in North Mech for microtransit, so that did reduce our number. But in essence, for the remainder of the network, it really is the existing service that we have today. The main difference is frequency. So particularly for express routes, so a lot of express routes, we used to provide 10 to 12 trips. Right now, for a lot of those express routes, that's been cut in half. And then also frequency improvements. We used to have a number that were already at 15-minute service, but unfortunately, we did have to make some service cuts there. So it's really the existing network that we have today, but just less frequency.
So as the frequency goes up, we're going to realize more ridership.
That's our hope, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have just a quick question about the 5-year plan in general. How much of that is attributed to asset utilization versus asset acquisition?
So in terms of existing resources, we're able to do what you see there within the FY27 recommendations. Kind of extending beyond that, we will need to acquire additional vehicles. We don't need to procure an additional garage, though. We have capacity to expand our fleet within our existing garage inventory, but the major capital piece will be acquiring additional vehicles to support that.
And then the microtransit component, is that a combination of acquisition as well as potential entrepreneur opportunities or small business?
Yeah, it would be, I think, similar model to our existing zone where we have a partnership with MV and then also small business. I think we're looking at service models for expanding that and what that might look like, but there is additional opportunity there for that. Yeah, no problem.
I do want to just mention that I'm going to ask you to ask only your essential questions at this time, because we do have more slides and we have another presentation, and the staff really wants to hear from you as well. So we have some discussions planned for you at your tables. So I'm going to go to Reverend Mack, Julie, and then Justin with only essential questions, please.
I went to the community area plan meeting last night, and an issue came up in that meeting in the outer west end, which is like the 4 feet area. What determination was used to develop bus lines in that area, especially in the area that is predominantly industrial? And will that be express bus lines, if any line at all?
Do you mean mainly where I believe there's a FedEx off of Toddville? Is that the area that you're referring to, or is it a little bit?
Further up, going towards, I think it's Little Rock Road.
Oh, okay.
In the intersection of Roswell Ferry.
Yeah, so that is within, I believe, let me see, North Charlotte, or West Charlotte. Yeah, so right now we do have a couple of fixed route services that do provide coverage in that area. I think the main driver for ridership that we see there will be connecting over to the FedEx area, which is off of Todd. I believe there's a campus there that Route 34 connects to. But in terms of future investments, I think really as we start to beef up service frequency and then microtransit, will help to supplement coverage there. I do think as we continue to engage the public, specifically on the microtransit zone, there will be opportunity for us to look at maybe modifying the boundary nearby if we didn't capture maybe a good industrial or major employment area. But yeah, I think that was the main driver there, just looking at the existing services, microtransit to supplement initially, and then based on that engagement, we can adjust accordingly.
Thank you. Really appreciate this. This is very detailed down to the routes and kind of the service areas. I've heard, as we're talking about, community, public engagement, and one of the big responses are about, more amenities at bus stops. I'm hearing a lot of different terms. I just want to make sure that are these differences in semantics when we're saying, bus stop amenities, enhanced stops. Some of our pre-read stuff mentioned a lot about premium stops. Am I missing something outside of the shelters and the benches, or is there more to that when we talk about premium stops or enhanced stops?
Yes, I'll kind of skip here. We did have little information on bus stops. So let me actually go back to this slide that defines kind of our different tiers of amenities. So starting at a standard bus stop, the minimum goal there is to have accessible boarding connection for individuals if they're traveling by wheelchair or maybe another mobility device. Want to make sure that at minimum we're providing that opportunity to connect to our services. But it expands all the way up to shelters and then also mobility hubs. We are currently going through an effort right now to further define the different tiers. And so I believe the premium stop that you mentioned, so that will be sort of a tier in between the shelter and mobility hub. But really what that will focus on is enhanced amenities. Kind of an example here, looking at things like solar lighting. We have a charging station at the stop here at front of Northwest School of Arts. So there's ability to, if you're running low on juice, charge your cell phone. Looking at additional amenities like wayfinding, things of that space. And so that's essentially what a premium stop will be. Like I said, we're still defining that, but we'll be happy to come back and give you an update of where we are once that effort is complete.
Thank you, Bruce. Would you like to, do you want to finish the slides here or go to red line?
I just wanted, I know this is a lot of information, but I just wanted Bruce to be able to present a couple of additional slides on the prioritization process, because we've had a lot of questions about, as we develop the Better Bus rollout plan, about what services and what stops we're going to be improving first. We just wanted to share some of the kind of key criteria and considerations that play into the analysis of what we're recommending for example, for FY27 service improvements. So Bruce, maybe you can just focus on those couple slides.
Yeah, I'll go through this quickly. And so really, as I mentioned, the focus of FY27 is utilizing our existing resources. And so we have a number of vehicles within our existing fleet that will allow us to make service expansion improvements. And so what we've identified for that first year will take advantage of that existing inventory. We also wanted to focus mainly on routes where we're just adding frequency. So any routes that we may have to evaluate for additional structural changes or maybe expanding it a little bit further, we are still going to, of course, engage the public on that. But for the initial round of improvements, we really want to focus on where we're implementing frequency and where the service currently meets the needs, but the frequency doesn't. And then also we looked at things like total ridership, passengers per hour, so our existing ridership data. The equity analysis is really the extension of that transit propensity analysis that I mentioned. And then also connections to, of course, key destinations. And so that was the main driver for some of the initial recommendations, both from the fixed route side and then also microtransit expansion for FY27. I'll detail quickly, I think you have this in your slide, but we are recommending frequency improvements to those 5 routes that you see there at the top for FY27, and so that includes connections to the airport, Beatty's-Ford Road, Central Avenue. Those 2 routes are our top 2 ridership, our highest ridership routes in terms of bus usage. Then also South Tryon, which is actually the 3rd highest ridership route. And then Route 21. Mainly with Route 21, the main goal, of course, is improving frequency to 15-minute service on weekdays. But then also the biggest driver is Sunday service. So right now we provide hourly service on Sundays. And so as you can imagine, that makes it hard for individuals to connect to and from destinations on that route. And so really honing in on frequency improvements on the weekend to improve that to 30 minutes. So we have consistent service on Saturday and Sunday. And then some other improvements, so Route 6, taking that to 20-minute service. And then similar to Route 21, Route 14 has hourly service on Sunday, but the recommendation is extending that to 30 minutes or increasing that to 30 minutes. And then as you can see here, some express trips. We are making improvements to Lawyers Road Express, Harrisburg Road Express, North Lake Express, which connects up to North Lake Mall and Ridge Road. And then also the Arboretum Waverly Express. And then, as I mentioned, looking to implement midday service within the Independence Corridor and also the I-77 corridor. So we can still achieve a lot within those existing resources, so really wanted to hone in on what we're looking to implement from a standpoint of FY27. And then similar to...
Can I make one comment before you go back to that slide? I just wanted to make sure everybody in the room get used to seeing slides like this, because this is how future budget improvements will be asked for, because that's essentially, these are all new budget requested items for this coming year. It won't come to us, it'll go through the city this year, we'll participate, but I wanted you to get used to the fact that this is all the new improvements that probably will be paid for out of some of the penny, I guess, at some point. So these are improvements for the next fiscal year. Next year, we'll be doing these. We'll participate in this year, but I just want you to get used to the way this looks.
Can we get bigger ones?
Yes.
Now she wants to see really good details, but I just wanted to point that out. Here, Britt.
Yes.
The other thing to remember, and again, there's so much detail, we could spend the next 2 weeks here talking about it. When we, and we're going to spend weeks and weeks together on this, just not the next 2 weeks consecutively. The other thing to remember when we talk about service improvements and sort of the government lingo, if you will, we do service changes 3 times a year, right? And so when we make changes to the bus routes, that happens 3 times a year. Generally speaking, January, February, June, July, October, November-ish. And so as we start to talk about these things with the MPTA and we start to talk about these service rollouts or service changes in general, those are sort of the key dates that we start to think about when we make those changes and we talk to you all about them. And the last point I'll make is whether it's microtransit or other major service changes, everything we do involves public engagement, right? So as as we talk about those other 18 zones, and Bruce mentioned this, but I want to underscore because I know how important it is to the MPTA as well as to CATS. Every zone we roll out will involve community engagement, public engagement with the folks who are affected, you know, in those zones. And what we see in those is Bruce and his team are great at what they do. They are excellent transit planners. But by going out to the community, like Bruce said, we learn things. Because right now we're drawing lines on maps. And when we go out to the community, we understand how people live and what's important to that community. And so right now you see a lot of lines on the maps. As we roll these out, they will change based on that input. We saw that in the first zone in North Mecklenburg. We first thought that that was going to be 3 zones. But as we did public engagement, we realized North Lake Mall, Huntersville, Cornelius, Davidson, that's not how people live, right? You don't live up near North Lake but never go to Cornelius. And so as we start to roll all of these out, we'll get information from the community, and we might have missed some important places. And we can change those lines on the map to make them better serve the community. But that is absolutely 100% part of what we will do as we roll out those zones.
Sorry, how are you all defining fiscal year?
Yes, sorry. So fiscal year is from July 1st of every year to the following end of June. So it'll be July 1st, 2026 through June 2027. Yes. Mhm.
We'll finish with final questions. Slides now, please.
Yes. So just quickly going into microtransit and how we prioritize, I'll just skip. And so we follow sort of the same approach, if you will, really looking at area need. So looking at that transit propensity analysis and equity populations where there's a greater need to access areas or services within that specific zone. Looking at how we can connect to jobs, retail, medical facilities, schools, libraries, and other area destinations. And then the last analysis really focused on the street connectivity and land use. And one thing I really want to hone in, kind of tying that back to the last bullet, really for the next 2 zones, the focus was how can we improve neighborhood access to areas where it's currently challenging for individuals to access things like a grocery store or fresh food. So based on that analysis, we are recommending that we launch 2 new zones. One would be the Camp North End, Beatties Ford Road area, and the other one would be West Boulevard. And so really important for the West Boulevard, I know that we've faced some challenges in the past in terms of food access on the West Boulevard corridor. And so really microtransit will step in to help provide that connectivity to Walmart, for instance, on Wilkinson Boulevard, to the farmers market and other key destinations so that we can really improve access to food sources and other critical components to quality of life. So we're starting with those for recommended improvements or expansion, I should say, for FY27. We are also looking at expanding the existing service hours for the North Meck zone from 7 p.m. and extending that to 9 p.m. Monday through Sunday. And so that's where we are with the microtransit expansion. I forgot to mention, too, that the additional zones that we are adding, the recommended service hours will be 6 a.m. to 9 on weekdays and then 7 to 9 on weekends. And that'll be pretty consistent throughout the implementation of microtransit. And then, of course, as we start to do our performance measures and engage the public, if there's a need to adjust those service hours, we'll, of course, always do that in the future. So that's, do we want to stop there? Or? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. I do want to give Bruce a shout out as well because he's so smart, as all of CAT staff is, but certainly did an amazing job in the community explaining, breaking down the plan for the community. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Next, we have Red Line. We'll get through the presentation, and then after that, we've got some questions for you all to work on at your tables in your group because staff is very interested in your feedback around lines. Thank you. We've got a presentation coming up.
All right. Again, Brian Adonley, the Senior Project Manager for the Red Line, and I'm just going to give us an update for the Red Line. I only have about 20 more slides than Bruce, so should be good. So, just giving you the overview. I'll start with the project history. So, you know, the Red Line has been part of the plan since the beginning, right? In 1998, the original half-cent sales tax, it was one of the 5 corridors. In 2002, we did a major investment study and decided on the commuter rail along the line today. And then in 2008, we did the original design work. So we were moving forward. The Red Line was a project we were trying to get implemented. When the design work was done, we had a funding shortage. And we were looking at different ways to find the funding gap. We were looking at you know, like value capture and different things, and we were moving along. We had a Red Line task force, and we were making a lot of progress. But then in 2013, Norfolk Southern changed their national rail policy and basically made it so that they didn't want to have any passenger rails along the rail lines. And that really kind of paused the project. They owned the line. They didn't want us on the line. They were working with us for the past over 10 years, and the project kind of came to a halt. We did a white paper to try to see if we could build it outside of the Norfolk Southern line, and that just kind of showed all the massive impacts that would negatively affect all the neighborhoods surrounding. So a lot of other things happened in that interim period. The Charlotte Gateway Station project, that infrastructure started. In 2020, we implemented a Metro Rapid bus utilizing the managed lanes on 77. Unfortunately, that opened February of 2020, and then in March, the pandemic hit. So that service, we never got to see it realized before the pandemic. But then in 2022, the MTC amended the budget so that we could do a design update for the Red Line. We hired a consultant in 23. In 24, we did a lot of work with Norfolk Southern about the purchase of the line. We completed the study in 25, and now we're going on to the next phase. So the original design, like I said, it was complete in 2009. It was a 25-mile corridor. There's 10 stations. It ran from uptown Charlotte to Mount Morn in Iredell County. But it really was a very traditional commuter rail, the way most commuter rails are around the country. The word commuter is in the title. It really just focused on getting commuters into the center city in the morning and then back out in the afternoon. There was no nights and weekend service, and it was a very, very traditional for that time. So what is the O line? The O line, Norfolk Southern kind of names all their lines. They have an S line, an R line, and the O line is a single track that kind of runs up along Old Statesville Road and Graham Street through the towns in the north. Actually, a lot of those towns started because of that rail line. And some people think that there's no traffic on that line, but that's not true. A lot of the line isn't used today. There's no current customers. But Norfolk Southern does have several customers, and they usually have one train a day that they put all the cars they need to serve those customers. And so it's very lightly used, but they do have service. So to give a project update, so what's changed? So I mentioned that in 2013, the NS kind of put out a national policy. They just did not want to deal with passenger rail. The freight business was going strong. But then in 2023, Norfolk Southern and the City of Charlotte entered into a good faith discussions to look at a possible transaction. And we spent most of 2024 in those negotiations. It involved a lot of work. We had to do appraisals, environmental work, a lot of legal services, and a lot of survey work. And that all led to the purchase of the line on September 9th, 2024. So it was a big moment for us. And just to give you the purchase sale agreement, we purchased 22 miles. The O line is actually 29 miles. It goes a little north of Mooresville. However, I mentioned how fast this deal had to happen, and we also had a talk with Iredell County and Mooresville. and we needed to close the deal before we could work out all the issues that they had with the deal. So I'll talk about an option we have for that. But we purchased the 22 miles for $74 million, but we also had to purchase property. So Norfolk Southern has property in Uptown Charlotte that we needed for the Red Line station for the end of the line. And one of the big things that happened in that process was a comprehensive rail agreement. So this kind of showed the terms and the assignments. It talked about what the commuter rail service was going to look like and what the rights we had are, but also Norfolk Southern has the right to continue serving customers along that line. So it kind of explains their rights as well. Also compensation. So since we own the line, when Norfolk Southern runs on our line, they actually pay us compensation for the maintenance and wear and tear on the line. But also we are actually running a small section on their main line, so the compensation goes the other way as well. It also gets into maintenance and dispatching, liability and insurance, and that option into Iredell County, which I'll talk about on this slide. So, the comprehensive rail agreement really gets into what improvements have to be done so that our service can run smoothly and also that Norfolk Southern can maintain their freight service without interrupting our service. And it shows that as far as dispatching and maintenance, Norfolk Southern is responsible for that until we start construction. So right now, when you go out there, not a lot seems to have changed because Norfolk Southern is still serving their customers and they're still responsible for maintaining the line. After construction, then the agency will take over maintenance, and then we can decide how we want to deal with dispatching. And then we have the option into Iredell County, that 7 miles I was talking about. In order to exercise that option, we would need approval from Iredell and Mooresville. And that could be either a purchase or an operating agreement. We have 3 years that option was agreed upon. So that started in September of '24. And then 2 additional years to finalize the agreement or purchase. The purchase price that was agreed upon was $17.75 million plus kind of an inflationary factor. And if we don't exercise that option in 3 years, it's not like we can't work out a deal. It's just we'd have to renegotiate with Norfolk Southern. So I'm going to talk about the 15% design phase that we've done over the last couple of years. We had some money. We wanted to refresh those plans, but we started to learn really early on in the process that we couldn't really just dust off those plans from 2009 and just refresh them. I mean, so much has changed in this corridor. So this slide here just talks about some of those changes. In 2009, this is Hambright Road in Huntersville and a development called Brighton, where in 2009 it was just 360 degrees of pure greenfield. And since then, so much of it has been developed. And some of it has developed in not a transit supportive way. You see a couple areas in the middle there that haven't been developed. The one on the right that has the dirt in it is being developed right now. So these are some of the challenges we're facing. Is the other area to the west of the rail line is in zoning and that. So we are trying to get ahead of all this development that's happening because we have to secure areas for our stations, for the parking, and everything. Besides just the development that's happening, there's also new places. So an example is Camp North End. So in 2009, that was just kind of a vision, and now it's become a reality, and it's even just in its infancy still. I mean, they still have major plans for more employment and residential there. So we have to reevaluate, what's going on in the corridor today. Another big challenge we had was that the alignment from the original design and how we got into Uptown was no longer feasible. Once those improvements for Charlotte Gateway Station happened and the red line was dormant, some decisions were made so we had to kind of work with Norfolk Southern to try to figure out a way into town. So the yellow and red lines went along the original alignment and trying to get to the east or west of Charlotte Gateway Station. And then the other 2 alignments went through the rail yard. It's a little longer. You can see the picture on the bottom there of how complex that yard is. We ended up working out a path forward. It turned out to be the red line on this map. And just a close-up of what happens. The challenge we have is as we get into uptown Charlotte, and so to the right is north. And as we're coming in, we're on the west side of Norfolk Southern's mainline tracks. If we try to build a track to the west of them, or as you're looking at this, to the north of the page, you run into the Elmwood and Pinewood cemeteries, and that's obviously a major challenge, and you don't want to be digging graves. And then you also run into buildings and development. So we worked out with Norfolk Southern that we could utilize their westernmost track. And then you see some orange lines towards the left of the page there, and that is that we have to upgrade tracks to make a new main line for them, since we're kind of taking over one of their main lines today. And then you can also see the big platform in the middle. That's the Charlotte Gateway Station platform that was built. That's where Amtrak will be coming to uptown Charlotte in the future. Another thing that wasn't around in 2009 was positive train control. So this is advanced safety systems. Basically, this makes it so that it prevents train-to-train collisions, overspeed, derailments. So if you're an operator of a train, there are green and red lights that tell you that the next segment of the tracks is safe for you to go into. But a train operator can make a human error the way we can at a stoplight, and they could run a red light. And when that happens, it could be disastrous. And in 2008, there was a pretty bad incident in LA where a Metrolink commuter rail train collided with a Union Pacific freight train, and that had a lot of fatalities. Congress then made a new law requiring all main lines to upgrade and implement this PTC program. And so in December, now throughout the entire country, there's this PTC has been implemented. So basically, it's on the train so that if you were to run the red light, there's sensors in the tracks and on the trains that will override the system and brake or slow down if you're going over the design speed limits, so that it makes it much safer. But it's another very expensive part of the system that we have to implement with our system. We do a lot of education. We have light rail in Charlotte. We don't have commuter rail, so a lot of people, pretty much every meeting I go to, someone will mention that this is a light rail, so it's a lot of education out there. So we have a video online kind of explaining the differences. Basically, commuter rail is over longer distances. This one is 25 miles, kind of hitting more the regional areas, where light rail is more shorter distances. 9 to 10 miles. Both our Blue Line and Blue Line extension are in that 9 to 10 mile range. But probably the biggest difference is the fact that we're sharing the tracks with freight. And because of that, you have to deliver service with vehicles that are compatible with the freight vehicles. So they're heavier vehicles, and the light rail are very light vehicles comparatively. And also the electrification of the light rail can be extremely complex if you're trying to run freight on it as well. A couple other aspects, there's usually more seating on commuter rails because they're longer distances. People, you want a seat because they're sitting for a longer period of time, versus light rail where you have more standing, so that can add capacity, especially for special events. And then station spacing, because these trains are larger and slower, the 2 to 5 miles between stations gives you time to really be competitive, where you can pick up some speed and be competitive with the services on the roads surrounding you. And then light rail tends to be closer to like about a mile or so service. So we did the 15% design. These are all the elements of it. I'm going to talk about each of these individually here, so I'm going to move on. But our consultant that we selected was HDR, and you can see all the subs on the team that deals with operation planning, surveys, utilities, geotechnical, subsurface exploration. Vehicle technology. So we're monitoring this. It's kind of exciting times. There's a lot of new technologies out there. The original design called for our traditional locomotive pulling coaches, but now there's several different options out there. We're looking at multiple unit train sets that have engines on each individual set, and it kind of they can accelerate and decelerate quicker. And we're looking at different technologies. There's battery electric, there's hydrogen out there, they involve a lot of infrastructure, but we're kind of monitoring the emerging technologies that are happening. The right-of-way is a 100-foot corridor, so it's basically 50 feet on each side of the center line of the track. Today it is a single track with a couple freight sidings, and the track will need to be upgraded completely. When Norfolk Southern runs a train out there, they really only go 5 to 10 miles an hour, so we have to get that design speed up for our trains. And we also have to build all that infrastructure so that we can run our trains and Norfolk Southern can still serve their customers. So this involves building several passing sidings. Some of them are for our trains so that the trains going in opposite directions can then pass each other by getting into that second track. And some of it is for Norfolk Southern so they can get out of our way as we're trying to maintain our service. And overall, we're proposing about 9.5 miles of passing sidings. Grade crossings are a huge challenge on this line. We did a grade crossing assessment. There is 86 public and private grade crossings. And so we make a lot of recommendations for which ones can be consolidated, which ones need to be closed, which ones need to be improved. And we have to work with Norfolk Southern on that. And whatever remains, we have to make sure that we have active protection. So most of these out there, especially the privates, are just driveways over the rail. That's fine today, but now if we're talking this increased service and passengers on those trains, we have to make it safe. So we have to install the gates, the flashers, and a lot of times, because it's so close to the road, you have to maybe either install a traffic light or work with NCDOT, because Graham Street and Old Statesville Road are state-maintained roads, to make sure that you can clear the tracks before the train comes. And we're still proposing the 30-minute headways in the peaks, but in addition to that, we're proposing hourly headways in both directions throughout the entire day, including throughout the night, so people can take the train back to their communities after a sporting event or a concert. We're also proposing weekend service and special event service, which wasn't in the original plan. So overall, that would be 42 trips a day, 21 in each direction. And just travel time, depending on if you're going north or south, is 45 to 48 minutes if you're going to Mount Morn, 41 to 44 minutes if you're going to Davidson from Uptown Charlotte. We also need to build a maintenance facility. This is where we'll be inspecting the trains every morning and maintaining the trains. Where we proposed the original maintenance facility is no longer feasible. That's been developed. So we are looking throughout the corridor for optimal sites, and we'll bring that information as we develop that further. Bruce talked about mobility hubs, and we see these stations all as mobility hubs. So that first and last mile connection that we were talking about. So once you get off the train, how do you get to your final destination? We're talking about like feeder buses, that micro transit, the park and ride facilities, electric scooters, bikes, sidewalks. Let me just get a glass of water here. All right. Other amenities like, charging stations for electric vehicles, Wi-Fi, bike racks, green spaces. There's also a proposed rail trail called the Seam Trail that runs all the way from Statesville to the state line for South Carolina, and it runs parallel to our track, so we need to coordinate with them. Again, a lot of public involvement has been done. We had a public input survey We did 2 rounds of meetings. Each round was 4 meetings, 3 throughout the whole corridor, and then a virtual meeting. We met with key employers along the corridor, and I believe in the packets that you received, you can see all the comment report that we received from all those public meetings. So we completed the 15% design update in 2025. The cost in 2024 dollars is $1.38 billion. 1.26 of that is in Mecklenburg. And I'll talk about the schedule on my next slide here. First, I'm going to talk about stations. So, there was the original 10 stations. We wanted to reevaluate all of those. A lot of factors are in place. I mentioned the distance spacing between stations. You have to really consider that. Land use character, employment, compatible with transit-oriented development. You see the list of all the different elements that we analyze to decide if the stations are viable. And I'm just going to run through really quickly because I know we're a little behind where the stations are. So after you leave Uptown Charlotte, the first station, Derrida, is, the original location was kind of in the heart of Derrida. When we met with the community, we talked a lot about potentially an alternative location, basically on the intersection of Graham and Sugar Creek, kind of thought of as the gateway into Derrida. So we looked at that and it had some challenges. It's not as accessible as you would think. It's very important to the community by car, but it's kind of tough to get to. And it's also in a curve, so we'd have to make some straightening out to make the station work. And when we went back and kind of talked through the 2 stations, the community thought that the original location was preferred. Going up at Harris Boulevard is our next station. There is a major development on the east side, about 350 acres by the Griffith Lakes, and they have been developing that kind of from the outside in. So a lot of the housing a little further out is being built, and they're kind of waiting until this project happens so that they can reach those densities that they're looking for. And we're proposing shifting that just a little bit according to their new design plans. Then Eastfield is looked at as a good park and ride facility. You can see at the very top of the map there is 485. And also there's Eastfield Road, where there's a lot of communities up on Eastfield Road, like Highland Creek, that all feed into this area. And again, we're proposing a very small shift to the south just to accommodate the development patterns. And same with Hambright. Hambright is the one I showed you in the beginning, that it was all greenfields. So we were proposing it right at Hambright Road, but we're also proposing shifting this just a little bit. That makes more sense with the development that's happening right now. Then we're at downtown Huntersville, which this station is pretty much where Old Town Hall is. And we work closely with the town as far as where they want potential parking for this facility. It's challenging because you're in a downtown, so they have a downtown plan and working with the town for what they desire. The next one, Sanfur. Sanfur is a major east-west road. We want it as close to Sanfur as possible, which is down at the bottom of the map here. However, because Sanfur is such a major east-west road, we're proposing a grade separation, so flying over, so we're not constantly shutting down Sanfur Road with our service. And the station pretty much is where you get back down to grade. And again, there's a couple developers to the east that are in redevelopment right now and are proposing some good TOD development. Cornelius downtown. The original location was south of Catawba Avenue. This is where the antiquity development is. However, after the project was paused, they just made modifications to the antiquity development and kind of developed it out so that where the parking was proposed, it's no longer available. So we looked at alternative locations, worked with the town, and are pretty happy with a site just north of Catawba Avenue. And they have a downtown master plan that they're working on, that they are supportive of that as well. And finally, Davidson, the original location was near their old town hall, which is no longer their town hall. I believe it's a police department. And the town asked us to look north and south of Griffith Street. So that's where we analyzed a potential station, and the town settled on north of Griffith Street. The purple area that you see north of Griffith is owned by the town, and they're actually developing that as a fire station. But we've worked with the town and the fire department and feel like we can build the fire station and the parking necessary for a station there. And then finally, Mount Morn. This station originally was almost a mile to the north. But one giant thing that's happened since the original design is the construction of the east-west connector. This is a major road that Mooresville's been waiting for a long time. It's now under construction, and there's a lot of development that's already been proposed. I mean, a lot of these landowners have been waiting for a long time, and it's finally happening. And so the town and these developers think it makes sense to be more in that heart of that east-west connector and all the future development that will happen there. And then we also heard from the community about potential new station ideas. So I mentioned Camp North End in the beginning. This is not in the original locally preferred alternative, but it's been endorsed by all the neighborhoods around Camp North End. The North End developer has really embraced this, as well as the northern towns really see that as an employment and entertainment destination. So we've really had a strong support. We also heard from the Sugar Creek community in the Craighead area, and we're also looking at that as analyzing that as a station possibility. The time schedule, looks like a lot here. It's pretty much, these three different paths. The first bar shows us the environmental process. So basically, we need to develop a environmental document. So we're working with the Federal Transit Administration to determine what document we need to produce. We're going to start the pre-work where we're kind of doing the data collection now, and then develop that report. And we really can't start land acquisition until that report's done. And then we're talking about the design. We are currently working with HDR to develop that 30% scope of work and the fee, and plan on getting going here in a few months once that's complete. And that design work can take 1.5 to 2 years. And then you go into 65% design. And I'll just pause to talk about the federal funding process because at some point then we're going to want to enter into project development, which is the first step of FTA's process if you want to get a CIG grant, a capital improvement grant. We've received this grant for the Blue Line extension, and also the Gold Line Phase 2. So in order to do that, you enter into project development, but you'll see it says a maximum of 2 years. So you don't want to enter until you're pretty, you feel good that you'll finish 65% design at the end of those 2 years, because that's when you lock in the cost with the federal government, and that's when you determine how much they would pay for. And as you design it further, if the cost goes up, the federal government's locked in for what they approved at that point. And at that time, we'll go into 100% design on the design side, and the phase called engineering, project engineering, in the FTA process, and then we can start construction. So when we talk about next steps, we definitely I've already kind of explained how all these stations were tweaking just a little bit to reflect the new development patterns. So we want to bring back the station locations because we want to have a refined LPA, so that's what we'll design for the 30%. We want to confirm the terminus location. Well, we discussed that that we currently don't own the rail after Mecklenburg County. We'd love to see the first phase go to Mount Morn. Lowe's corporate headquarters is there. It's much closer to 77 to intercept potential riders. But there are some challenges, so we're going to continue our discussions with Mooresville and Iredell County on a path forward for implementation. And then we'll complete the 30% design and the environmental document. We're also going to look at project delivery. So the schedule I laid out is your traditional design, bid it out, and then construct it. But there's other paths forwards. I don't know if you've ever heard of design build, and there's progressive design build, there's CMAR, there's several other ways to deliver projects. But they also, so potentially you can accelerate the schedule, but it also potentially can involve more risk. So we're going to analyze all those alternative delivery methods and see what we think makes the most sense for this project. And then we'll continue to coordinate with the city and the towns, all the stakeholders, and have increased public engagement. And then obviously we have a lot more coordination with Norfolk Southern to make sure that the line works for everyone. And with that, I think I try to get us back on track. I will just stop.
Look at the hands, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, and this is actually a schedule from 1938. And if you look at the names on the side, we are pretty much kind of going back to the past where there was an actual passenger rail service on this line.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Julie because her hand was up the last round of questions, really quickly. Again, essential questions because we also have the Silver Line. And we do need to get some feedback from you today. Julie.
So this would apply to Silver Line, Better Bus, Red Line, all of them. When we talk about mobility hubs, back in 2018, I believe, the City Council Transportation Committee went to Columbus, Ohio, and looked at their mobility hub project that got funded under Secretary Fox, actually, where at their mobility hubs, they also located daycare centers and had some really amazing facilities because, let's face it, a lot of people who are riding public transportation are working hourly, and time is money for these folks. So we never really, nothing ever happened after that. Justin, I don't know if you remember this, but I wondered if in all of this, if that's part of the conversation, are we working with private sector or nonprofit partners to incorporate that into the plans, especially when we look at land acquisition?
Yeah, that's really the key.
Or healthcare.
It's private sector, and it's kind of looking at those partnerships. We might be a little early on in the process, but I will point out like the Blue Line, when you look at like J.W. Clay and University Boulevard, we actually, in the parking decks, incorporated some future retail, and we've now, filled them. So that's where you can look at things that are comparable uses, like daycares, libraries, dry cleaning, things like that. Did you want to?
Yeah, just to add to that, and that'll be part of our station area planning process for all of the projects as we look for. What are the needs around the station? What are the opportunities for potential joint development opportunities where we're leveraging some of the transit-owned property to partner with private entities or other partnerships with our community partners?
Okay, we're going to go to Alicia and then Peter, and then I'm going to grab some folks who haven't asked questions yet, okay? Thank you.
So I have to admit, I'm nerding out over here. I'm really having a good time looking at all these presentations and all the details, so thank you so much for that. But I noticed in each presentation, which is really helpful, there's a project history and timeline. I think what might be helpful for a number of reasons, not just for providing the history of the project, but also for our decision-making, if we could have a decision-making timeline. And I say that because there are a lot of missteps or missed opportunities, I will say, in how we have gotten where we are today. And quite frankly, there might be some instances where we could have done things better and had a more positive outcome. And I think that's really important as we move forward as a board to not repeat some of those mistakes or missed opportunities that we had in the past. So if, staff could help us with putting together possibly a decision-making timeline. I'm thinking about the Silver Line, all the decisions that were critical into going to that, the Red Line, those decisions as well. And then who was at the table, who might have been left out, so we don't repeat those behaviors again.
Thank you.
So real quick, again, today was not for decisions, but that timeline, those decision points are coming. And so there was maybe a message, I think I gave it early on, and I'm going to repeat it because it bears repeating, and I'll probably say it over and over again. Transition is important to get us over to decision. And so as we work through this, there are decision points that are coming on Better Bus, on Red Line especially, on Silver Line, and they will just keep coming. In government speak, when you talk about the rail lines, we're talking about the locally preferred alternative, the LPA. And as we think about moving design forward on all of these rail projects, we'll need to finalize the LPA. So we will get that, and we will provide that to the MPTA as we start to understand what those decision points are.
But just a point of clarity, I didn't mean that we were going to make decisions today. Simple things like, why do we choose bus over light rail in certain corridors? What were possibly some of the history behind those decisions in the past, so we can look forward and be real mindful of that. That's
absolutely.
Yep.
I misinterpreted your question as well. Okay, good. Thank you. Peter?
Brian, thanks. Good update. Two quick, question and a comment. So February 2026, when will the Red Line open? I saw the different, sections, but what's the end date when we'll be riding on the Red Line?
Hold on, I'm going to save Brian on that. Never answer the question that you don't want to answer. And I am going to do that right now. It will open as soon as we possibly can open it. We have final design to engage in. We have environmental to engage in. We have the federal funding process to engage in, and then we have construction. But what I can say to you is everyone on the team, everyone at CATS, everyone who's going to ride the Red Line, and I'm going to be one of them because I live a mile from one of the stations, wants it to open as soon as possible. But any date I give you today can and will be used against me in the future. So we're
because we are live.
But as
people are watching, so just remember we're live.
Right. And so again, I know that didn't answer your question, but we are working through that, and every opportunity we have to make decisions quickly helps us then move towards opening more quickly, and that is our goal, is to open the Red Line, to implement Better Bus, to open the Red Line, to execute the transit system plan as fast as possible.
Very good. David, did you have a question?
I had a second part to that. Just, I think based on that, how are we handling outreach to the towns and working with them? As you pointed out, there's been a lot of change along that line. So how's our outreach being conducted, and how much discussion are we having with each of the towns?
Yeah, all the towns are a part of our project team. We meet with them monthly. We have technical team meetings, trying to keep them updated. And obviously, we're working with those towns because, they know their towns best. So, as far as where the station goes, we have to make sure it works as far as the technical aspect, that it's not that's not a tangent, all those sort of things. But we really want to hear from the towns. As far as public engagement, our public information people communicate with their PIOs, their public information officers, and they get the word out for all our public meetings. But yeah, it's critical. Yeah, and yeah.
Yep. So we're going to go Reverend Mack, David,
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I have several questions, but I know we have a time limitation, so I'll hold back on some. But in terms of in terms of the red line, I'll speak specifically about the red line, because you're talking about expanding out to Mooresville and other areas. Is there already a plan put in place to have a command center there, as well as a yard or maintenance barn? Also, in terms of the crews, have you guys decided how you're going to get crews from point A to point B? Are they deadheading from one specific area out to that Moore's Head area just to avoid any safety issues for them? And the third one I want to talk about that you brought up was, in terms of safety again, have you looked at some of those areas that you could not find rail in, to think about having some of them on structure instead?
The first question about the maintenance facility. So, it does, we're looking throughout the entire corridor for a maintenance facility. If it was on one of the end of the lines, that is helpful, because you did mention deadheading. That's if the maintenance facility is in the middle of the line, then the crew, in order to start the service, they can either do half a line, but most of the time they just ride the train out to the final stop. And so those are operating hours that you're not doing revenue service. Not critical, but it is something we're looking at. And usually the control center is at that maintenance facility as well. So we've identified, 10 or more sites that's a possibility at. As far as the elevation, I don't know if I fully understand.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about elevated structure. You said there were some areas that you had a problem with actually putting the rail in those areas, going through the streets or maybe particular communities. You may be able to go in the same area, but have an elevated structure instead and keep the same area that you're looking at, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay. I was just going to say, one of the challenges about elevated structures is, our light rail vehicles can go up faster and over. Commuter rail, it's farther distance, but since we're sharing the track with freight, freight can only incline even further out, only 1% grades. So some of those, just to go over one road, you could be reaching out miles in both directions. So that's one of the biggest challenges.
So I think on the operations question, it is undecided how we will operate. An important thing to bear in mind is the Red Line is a commuter rail product, which means the vehicles and the operators, the training, is entirely different than anything we've done, right? If you're qualified to drive a light rail vehicle, you are not qualified to operate a commuter rail vehicle. Totally different things. It's not like jumping in one car and jumping in the next one. So as we go through all of this, the MPTA, when we think about the operating model, how do we maintain the track? Because maintaining the track is totally different. How do we provide the service? Those are undetermined at this point, but that will be a discussion and something that the MPTA will be asked to weigh in on as we approach operations.
Okay. Last questions, we're going to go here, here, and here. Last questions, and then we'll go to Silver Line.
Am I up? Okay, great. Somewhat related to the last few questions and specific to the determination of the terminus. So I'm thinking about the project development, the FTA funding process, the option to buy incremental trackage up into Iredell County into Mooresville. What is there a deadline, hard or soft, for determining where the terminus is because we get too far in the engineering process, or we have to renegotiate with Norfolk?
Good question. Yeah, I mean, so we can have options, but we do definitely need to know what we're designing, right? I mentioned those passing siding tracks. If you change the location of the terminus, now when the trains run in both directions, they might meet each other at a different point, which means you might have to change design. So we do want that decision earlier on in the process. As far as the hard deadline for that, I mean, we're still trying to figure out how far we can move the project forward and still keep the flexibility. Like the NEPA document, can we do options so that it's covered no matter where the terminus is?
Hello. Thank you so much for sharing this information. And this question may have been answered before, so I apologize if it's a repeat. How are you, not just you, but from a planning perspective, how are you overlaying the plans that you're sharing with us with the plans that might be in place for the county so that you don't run into situations where you just, we saw a snap of what Uptown looked like 10 years ago and what Uptown looks like today. How do you make sure you don't run into the issue of development has gotten ahead of the execution of our plan, and now we have to change the plan?
Yeah, it's a challenge. Fortunately, we have some great partners. Peter mentioned the towns and that, and how we meet monthly with them. We also meet with their development staffs and the City of Charlotte's, and try to get a sense of what projects are over the last couple of months have you gotten to this area, so that we can be aware of everything going on and can make our comments, so that anything that they're proposing that could maybe make our project more challenging to implement, that we can kind of work with them early on.
Yeah, I'm thinking about more long-term plans. Like months won't really do anything for us. It's years that I'm thinking about. So how do we, and maybe we can't or we haven't, but maybe that's something we should think about how to solve.
Usually those plans are years, but they always start somewhere, right? So there's usually, a schematic that they bring into one of their planning departments, so that we want to catch it early before they invest too much money in design and to market analysis and that, and then it's too hard for them to turn around. We want them to be thinking, and we want to educate them as well to know that this is coming, and this could affect their development opportunities that they have. So.
I'll be quick.
Yes, and we do have to move on to the.
Okay.
We will have additional opportunities for questions, but we do need to get to conversations at your tables.
And this is more of an ask. Would it be possible for us to have information about the employment opportunities that some of these expansions offer, particularly the Better Bus program, since that is more immediate? Just looking to know how many folks will be hired, what are the positions, what are the opportunities there?
Yes, absolutely. We've started to develop some of those estimates.
Okay, great.
Yep,
Thank you.
Peter, essential question? You're on the hook now. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Diallo, just time check too. We do have a decision. We have a business section to talk about pension towards the end of the day. So Silver Line is going to be just like this. I just want us to check, and I think we're thinking as long as we start by about 4:45, Elizabeth, we'll be okay. Elizabeth, is that right? So just know that we're on the clock. So that means we're going to have an hour for Silver, just to do a time check.
That's on track.
All right. Yeah, we should be good.
Hello. Hi, everyone. There are snacks out here if you're interested. Snacks.
Hello, everyone. There's a snacks outside if you want some. Thank you.
Thanks for trying.
Okay, team, we're going to gather back. If you could all make your way back to your seats, please. We're going to get started with the silver line. Get back on schedule so that we can get through everything we need to get through, including conversations at your tables. And then a break at 4 for you guys to handle some business. 4:30, okay? Okay, 4:15. May I have your attention, please? 1, 2, 3. Back to your seats, please. Thank you. Back to your seats, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you again for all of your engagement today. We're headed to Silver Line next. Thank you. So after Silver Line, we're going to take 2 questions. And if you haven't asked, may I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please?
Test.
Thank you for your enthusiasm, but we're going to get some order so we can get out of here and keep on schedule, please. Thank you. We're going to take 2 questions. So if you have not asked a question today, this is a shot. 2 and pressing strategic questions. Thank you. Not now, Karen.
What?
Cameron?
Yes.
Silver Line question after Silver Line.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So now you have to have a question, you know.
About the Silver Line, I read through all 2,300 public comments this week.
Of course you did. Of course you did. Do you want to, seriously? Okay. Thank you, Cameron.
Are we advanced with this? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and your time and your focus all day. Really appreciate that. I'm Andy Mock. I'm the Senior Project Manager for the Link Silver Line. And today we're going to give kind of a two-headed presentation. I'll be giving a project overview about what is the Silver Line and how did we get here. It's very complex, long history, sort of like the Red Line. And then we're going to bring up Kelly Goforth to give us an overview of the PAVE Act and where that's going related to the value engineering study. So really just kind of start with what is the Silver Line? What are we talking about? So the Silver Line is a light rail project whose locally preferred alternative getting to Brent's, I appreciated Brent defined locally preferred alternative because I am a jargon person, so I'm going to try not to use jargon in front and ease into the jargon. So locally preferred alternative, LPA, we're going to use it a lot. It means our governing board told us to pursue this project. That is the LPA. And the broader LPA is from Belmont in Gaston County to an Indian Trail in Union County. So that is the big picture vision for what the Silver Line is, the locally preferred alternative. And that's 29 miles and 30 stations. Very long light rail project. However, as part of our transit system plan, which we've spent the last year plus working on, which was adopted by the MTC in May of 2025, we identified that a fiscally constrained version of the Silver Line had to be adopted. And what really that means is a project that we can fund within the 30-year funding horizon identified through the sales tax initiative. Now, I'm going to use another piece of jargon here, and it's called minimal operable segment, MOS, right? So I'm going to use that term, and really what that means is the minimum project that we can pursue given the funding constraints. It's like the budget version of the locally preferred alternative. And so what was adopted by the board and commented and approved by the public really was an MOS that goes from the airport to the Beauplex in Southeast Charlotte. So that is the locally preferred alternative alignment, is all the same. It's still the same similar alignment that goes around 11th Street in Center City with a capital cost of the MOS of $3.3 billion. And ultimately, the overall project is I-45 to CPCC Levine is $6.9 billion. The preliminary service plan has us operating similar rules of operations from the light rail, from the Blue Line, 5 a.m. to 2 a.m. with a 10-minute peak frequency. From a high level, the Blue Line and the Silver Line are sort of similar in that character because it's a light rail, it has overhead catenary, 2 tracks. If you rode the Blue Line, stations kind of look the same. One key distinction is that the Blue Line was built within an existing and abandoned railroad right-of-way. So if you go through South End, you see a lot of bridges, most things that great. The Silver Line is not in an abandoned old right-of-way. The Silver Line is required to create new right-of-way almost the entire distance. So there's complications and coordination with developers and with the state DOT project. So it's a little bit different than the Blue Line in character. So how we got here. This next slide, you could call it the short history of time Silver Line edition. And really it first came up with 1998 with the initial half-cent sales tax with the 2025 transit land use vision, really identified as the southeast and the west sides of the Silver Line as a BRT project or a bus rapid transit project. So initially, the initial thought was for bus rapid transit. That kind of same vision continued through a number of iterations of the transit system plan. There was always a desire for it to be a light rail, and so there was always a strong desire for us to continue to study that. And that was documented throughout previous locally preferred alternative actions by the MTC. Really, that took us to 2011, and that was intended to operate within the existing bus lane that's on Independence Boulevard, as folks see out there today. In 2011, the Urban Land Institute, or ULI, came in and recommended that we abandon that usage of the toll lane, that becomes a use of the bus lane, and that become a toll lane, and that it recommended that we evaluate a new alternative, a new alignment outside of the toll lanes, outside the bus lane, and MTC then adopted that. And we then studied in 2016, okay, where would this new alignment be? Where could a new light rail alignment be that's not within the bus lane? That came in 2016, and ultimately through 2019, connected a unified light rail line that goes from the west to the southeast, one line, no transfer. So that was the punchline of the 2019 link system update with a light rail that went around Center City along 11th Street. So that's kind of like the planning history of the Silver Line. So recently, over the last 5 years, we've kind of taken that fat line engineering and really gotten a lot more detailed with an engineering study, which really said, okay, how would we engineer, how would we design, operate, and maintain this planning vision, and how would we begin to think about permitting that, how would we think about implementing that? So we really initiated this implementation study starting in 2020. And that took us through a number of iterations of design, coordinating with the town of Matthews, developers, the railroad, figuring out how it is that we would then actually implement the Silver Line. In 2022, ULI was brought in again and recommended that we evaluate something called interlining through Center City, which is really running the Silver Line on existing tracks. So we looked at that and did a study on that as well. That then was then adopted by the MTC to reaffirm the locally preferred alternative that we had before. In 2025, then we did a significant amount of public engagement, really reaffirming the entire LPA alignment through the transit system plan process. And that's where we adopted the minimal operable segment of the airport to Coliseum Ovens. Just to kind of let our board know who our team is, we have the lead consultant of our team is WSP. We also have a very robust team of sub-consultants that support them. This team is really built for engineering and implementation. So we look at this team as the folks who are going to really take us through a final design, and ultimately through a 65% engineering. From public engagement, we have done, especially over the last 5 years, we have 25 years of public engagement experience on the Blue Line, on the Silver Line. But for the last 5 years, we've had a really robust engagement, really testing the planning alignment, the fat line alignment, and looking at every opportunity, everywhere there was a fat line along Independence. What actually does that mean? Are we up high? Are we on the left side of Independence, on the right side? And testing that with their community with a benefits and risks framework. That's gone through multiple rounds, 5 rounds of engagement through the 2020, and ultimately through 2021, 22, really taking us to where we are, which is the locally preferred alternative is adopted in the transit system plan. One note about we did a lot of also a public engagement through the 2025 transit system plan. We had a survey, over 1,500 participants were involved in that, participated in that. A lot of focus on access, jobs, housing, all the stuff we typically hear. A lot of desire for high frequency bus service. That's why Better Bus is one of our high priorities to implement. From the general takeaways, and when we summarize all that engagement, all those comments, people read the comments, there are really some interesting ones put in there. Our takeaways from this is that there continues to be a preference for rail. There always has been in my 25 years experience at CATS, that people want rail in Charlotte. They like how the Blue Line, they want to see that sort of service profile for their corridors and their communities. They want to improve the customer experience. They want better bus stops. They want the dignity of being able to stand in a place that feels safe and comfortable. And they want us to advance the transit system plan fast. They want a sense of urgency and really for us to move forward in a robust way. So I want to kind of briefly orient the board to broadly what is the project. So we're going to kind of walk through some maps, a map walk, which is one of my favorite things to do, of the MOS. The Silver Line MOS is adopted. Starting in the west, we have an airport station that's on the north side of Wilkinson. From the airport station to the other side of Billy Graham Parkway, the light rail alignment is on the north side. At the airport station, at the current time, it's planned to be incorporated into the airport's destination district vision. We then bridge over Billy Graham Parkway, then cross over to the southern side of Wilkinson Boulevard and follow Norfolk Southern tracks the whole way into Center City, crossing over 77 with coordination with the I-77 South project, then through the Iron District area, Charlotte Gateway Station, Moorhead Station, which serves the Bank of America Stadium. At Charlotte Gateway Station, we connect to the Gold Line and the Red Line at that point, and the Amtrak for that matter. And then we go to around Center City to the 11th Street area where there's a connection to the 9th Street Station. After we leave Center City, we then cross over 277 again, and then have a station at Central Avenue to connect to CPCC. Oh, did it not connect? I'm looking at the wrong slide here. I apologize for that. All right. So after we cross Central Avenue, we're on the northern side of Independence with the station at Pecan connecting to all the great development that's happening in Pecan, specifically Scout Motors. That's something, there's some conversations happening right now. Then on out towards Morningside, crossing over Independence Boulevard, on the southern side to a terminus in the parking lot behind the Bowplex. So what comes next? So Brian already kind of oriented folks to the process a little bit. We have this process slide up, and I'll just quickly walk through it because I think a lot of folks have an expectation for a shovel readiness of some of these projects, and I'm trying to convey here that there's many steps to go forward for a Silver Line project or any of these major projects, and really starts with what we call pre-project development, which is all the information necessary to put yourself in a position to enter project development. Because as Brian noted, you have to be completed within 2 years. That requires you to front load your schedule on study. Then once that's complete, then you can then enter into project engineering, then compete for a full funded grant agreement to seek to get a federal funding match for your project, and then ultimately into construction. This notes just kind of some of the status of the work that we've accomplished. So we have, we've done a number of different LPA refinements over the years. We've completed early scoping, which is the very beginning stages of the federal environmental process, but we didn't progress that because of potential changes in the project. So that's kind of on hold at the moment. We've completed a lot of technical studies and station area plans. And that we've done some preliminary design and environmental field work. We're getting ready to kick that off again. And we're gearing up for a notice of intent and scoping, which is really, again, that's the beginning part of the federal process for environmental work, leading into a draft environmental impact statement. All that would be started before we enter into the federal pipeline for project development. So for next steps, this is kind of the current suite of things that we're trying to accomplish right now. The payback study, which is analyzing value engineering options, evaluating financial model, and gathering public input and stakeholder input on that. Kelly's going to talk a little bit more about that next. From a NEPA preparation, we're currently doing aerial photography. We have planes up flying for aerial in the last month. We're doing traffic analysis and beginning our preliminary environmental screening, trying to put ourselves in the best position possible to get really a jump start on that environmental process. And then once we have clarity on some of our value engineering studies, then we'll be beginning a design advancement process where we begin progressing the design. The Silver Line Southeast was progressed to a 30% level of design previously, while the West was progressed to a 15% level. So before we begin that environmental process in earnest, those two have to be brought up to about the same level of design. So it's a little more work to be done on the West to be brought up to the Southeast. And there's also a coordination effort necessary with the I-77 Express Lane project. That's required in the short term. And then we're preparing to to begin to do some additional geotechnical exploration once we have a good feeling for which way the value engineering is going to go. With that, I'll hand it over to Kelly, who can walk us through the PAVE Act and where we are with that.
Bring that one with you.
What's that?
I'm going to use this one.
Oh, okay.
All right. Heading into the home stretch here. One more short presentation for you. Section of the Silver Line here. As you all know, the PAVE Act requires the MPTA to complete a value engineering study with respect to the Silver Line East as light rail by June 30th, 2026. The primary goal of this study is to identify opportunities to extend the Silver Line further east in order to really serve more communities, increase access and ridership for the line as well. We also want to focus on ways that can improve the cost effectiveness of the project, and that'll help make the project more competitive for federal funding. There are two aspects to the study, as we've talked about. One is value engineering, that's ways to reduce the cost of the project. And the second aspect is looking at funding options or additional revenue to support extending the line further. And we're working with two consulting firms to complete this work, WSP, who's our Silver Line engineering consultant, and InfraStrategies, who completed the financial analysis on the transit system plan update. So we've identified some key assumptions as the starting points for the study, and we believe that's really important for us to outline for you all today. The first key assumption is to adhere to the PAVE Act legislation, and thus this value engineering study, the options are going to assume Silver Line East as light rail. The project also needs to stay within the rail cap requirements in the PAVE Act, and that requires that no more than 2/3 of the transit sales tax be spent on rail. The second key assumption is to maintain consistency with the adopted transit system plan. The transit system plan update had a key principle as we developed that all corridors would be included within the 30-year period of the plan. Also, the focus of the value engineering exercise is going to only be on the Silver Line, so we're not going to include any changes to any of the other projects, the scope of the other projects. The third key assumption is when we look at cost reduction options, we want to make sure that we continue to meet the project's purpose and need and continue to serve the communities and destinations along the corridor. And then finally, on the funding options, we're going to be looking at revenue sources that could be implemented quickly to allow for that Silver Line minimum operable segment, or the first phase, to perhaps be extended further immediately. And then we'll also try to look for longer-term options that may be able to help fund a future extension. So this slide shows the proposed study process. Due to the technical work involved, knowing we had a relatively short timeline to complete this study, we started work with our consultant teams late last year. And as I mentioned, there's two parallel paths. One, developing the value engineering options to reduce costs, and that includes estimating the potential cost savings, looking at risks and trade-offs of those options, and then in a parallel path, identifying funding options. And then we can also look at ways to package both value engineering and funding options together to see what that results in. So that next step would be the financial analysis to look at those options and see if we have identified enough cost savings or new revenue that would make an extension feasible. So the initial results of the study then would be shared with the board, and we would then seek stakeholder and public input as appropriate this spring, depending on what those alternatives look like. And then we'll, the goal, of course, is to have the study findings and recommendations completed by June to meet the payback deadline. So this slide illustrates the savings or the additional funding that would be needed to support an extension of the Silver Line East to various points to the east. As we've discussed, the base cost for the airport to Coliseum Evans Station is $3.3 billion. The cost to extend it one more station to Sharon Amity is approximately $400 million. And then to the next station at Conference, $800 million. The cost to extend to Matthews at Matthews Township Parkway is approximately $1.7 billion, and about $2.4 billion to go all the way to CPCC. So we wanted to get those numbers in front of you for context for this study and the challenge of this analysis. So we've identified a comprehensive range of funding options to be included in the study. There's 37 options that have been identified, including the 12 that are listed in the PAVE Act. Those categories include general purpose, mobility-related taxes, private sector participation, value capture, and intergovernmental revenues like grants. So the next slide just lists all those 37 options identified to date. And we have InfraStrategies that are currently working on developing the initial evaluation of which options may be viable and be a good fit for the board to consider. Okay, so the next steps, we plan to have our consultant teams come and present the initial findings on both the value engineering and the funding options in late March, and then followed by some stakeholder and public input opportunities this spring, again with the goal to conclude the study with recommendations and findings this June. And that concludes the presentation. Hopefully we're on schedule, if not ahead. And glad to.
We're ahead of schedule.
A few questions.
Okay, we're gonna go to Lucia first. I got you. I got you.
Presentation. I learned a lot about the Silver Line in those few minutes. But one thing I learned is that those 1.8 didn't mean million, it means billions. So the cost is quite shocking, but understand it with the cost. But when you have the deadlines, and we say by a certain date in a few months, we have to have everything approved and agreed upon. And when we have the concerns of land development in connections with other services. I know last time we mentioned maybe having the daycare conversation, having healthcare stations, that's part of land development. And now we hear that that's not pie in the sky, that other communities are doing, like Julie expressed earlier. How do we fit any input on this process for the Silver Line without challenging that progress? Because we don't want to stop it. At the same time, we want to be conscious of such a big expenditure.
Absolutely, and I think Andy touched a little bit about how we are continuing to progress work on the Silver Line so we don't lose time during this process where we're looking at value engineering options or funding options to extend further. So we've got work underway, surveying work, aerial photography. Andy, you want to speak to any of the work that's ongoing so that we are conscious that this is another project that we want to advance quickly. We want to continue to develop the station area plans, the TOD opportunities, and look for those.
Yeah, I was just going to note, I really think the scale and complexity of the Silver Line requires us to have a real continue and maintain a level of urgency on the Silver Line because it is such a complex and difficult project. So we're moving forward, like as soon as we have clarity on value engineering, then we're going to be moving forward with design environmental as quick as possible so that we can maintain and meet the community's expectations.
At what point in the process?
What is the best way for us to figure out? Help you move it forward, but keep the purpose clear.
I think one thing to remember on this, the study is required of the payback. If there's some new revenue source identified, study does is identify possibilities that then can be explored and implemented. And so I think as you're talking about sort of final design decisions and station area plans, these two things aren't mutually exclusive, right? By doing this study, this board still has the opportunity to have input as we move forward on the project. What the study does is really sort of illuminate the question of, if it's possible to go beyond Bojangles, how could you do that? And some of those things we might say, go back to that slide that shows all the different revenues. Right, there's a lot on there. Some of these may be possible technically, legally, but not politically. I mean, right? And so again, you know, I don't know that anyone in Mecklenburg County would approve a motel hotel tax to fund the Silver Line. But again, it's on there because there are other systems who have pursued those kinds of things. So when we think about the study, we're leaving it wide open as possibilities. And what we'll do is narrow those down in the study and then move the study forward. But that doesn't mean that you have to implement those things by July 1st.
And
Very good.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and one additional comment is where input will be important as we look at the value engineering options. Some of those are changes to this MOS alignment, maybe shifts in the alignment or changes to station locations. So that's some of the information that we're going to bring back to you in late March to have some input. We may decide we don't want to make any of those changes, and then the project will proceed, or we do, and then we have to. There is one of the trade-offs that we talked about evaluating as part of that is if we make a change that could impact the schedule. So we'll be talking about some of those issues.
So we're going to get quick questions from Cameron, Justin, Julie, Wyatt, and then David, and that's it. Thank you.
This is more a request for information from Clayton, who's watching virtually. On park and rides, generally speaking, right, the 485 is the one that fills up every time, and it's full for a lot of folks. They just give up, right, using Blue Line, but other park and rides aren't used as much, right? The 485 is full for the next station down. Just request for information. Is there a plan to like put in the app or put information about the next nearest park and ride is here, so that folks don't give up on using it at that 485 station and for future park and ride? And that's just, doesn't have to be answered today, but just something Clayton wanted to share. And then I noticed the presentation today excludes two pieces from our plan. I know this has got the red and the silver, but doesn't go into the full depth of the Gold Line extension or the Blue Line, too. And I don't know if there's a reason, but I know these are the bigger projects, right, too? And I don't know, are these the more urgent projects we're hearing about today, or what was the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, they're the projects that are kind of the next projects to advance, but we are continuing to study the Gold Line extension. That study is currently underway, so we would like to bring back some more information on the status of that work and some key upcoming decisions on the Gold Line as well. On the Blue Line extension project, that really had a planning study in 2018, and we don't have any current work advancing that project because it's further out.
Oh, thank you. This kind of two-part question. We've talked a lot about Gateway Station. We've recognized it historically as this multimodal hub, but could you give us just kind of high-level status update? Where are we on Gateway Station? And then secondly to that, I appreciate the additional funding needs for possible extensions, particularly going to the east-southeast. We looked at, I know sometime in the past somebody looked at feasibility and or cost of actually not just being a mile out from the terminal of the airport, but actually getting into the airport. I just think when we think about ridership and we think about, you know, what good desires would be, more ideal to be in the terminal or much closer to the terminal than a mile out. But could you speak to that feasibility and possible cost as well?
Okay, sure. I'll take the first question, then I'll ask Andy to speak to the airport station location. So the Charlotte Gateway Station project, we've been working in partnership with CATS, the City of Charlotte, and NCDOT on a master plan for the project. There was a master developer selected for the Charlotte Gateway Station. That project includes Amtrak, integration, a bus facility, integration with the Silver Line and the Gold Line, and it proposed to have a private development or a joint development project, mixed-use project, come in at that station as well as part of that. So for the past several years, we've been working with the selected master developer to develop plans, and we're continuing to the project. We're continuing to work with the developer in terms of what a short-term implementation plan could be, really focused on needing to deliver the Amtrak station. We've already constructed the platform and the phase 1 improvements to allow for Amtrak to come in there. So that's really a priority, and we're continuing to work on developing the implementation plan for that project. And then with the airport.
And the airport. So, the airport is probably one of the most commonly brought up comments from the public involvement. In fact, through the TSP process, it was probably one of the most popular comments that we heard through the open survey. I'll say that from the strategy of coordinating with the airport and providing that service, back from 2019 and 20 when we first started, it was always about incorporating light rail into their development plan, what's called Destination District on the north side, and then connecting that to their main terminal with a people mover, which is the primary way that, I don't want to say all because I don't want to be absolute, but most light rails serve airports in the United States after 9/11. So that has been the strategy all along, and we never officially looked at like an alignment that goes directly into terminal. We've never deviated away from that incorporation and coordination with the airport's master plan.
I'm gonna jump in on this one because I feel very close to this because I've been fielding this question literally for 10 years on both sides of the fence because I used to run CLT. And my opinion about the Silver Line and CLT hasn't actually changed over the years. So I think Andy's absolutely right that this is a very high level of service that will be provided. It allows the airport station is on airport property at Wilkinson Boulevard. The other thing that you have to take into account is safety and security associated with the airport, and how you would get the rail literally to the terminal. That is a very built environment. Some people have said put it underground, right? Just run it underground. So beyond the cost element of that, the other thing that's underground is jet fuel, the hydrant system. And the light rail is not a secured environment. Anyone can get onto it. And once you're under the airport, that, I hate to say this, but I'll just say it the blunt way, that scares the heck out of airport folks because it becomes the possibility of a terrorist attack. It becomes a target. So there are a lot of safety reasons that it scares the airport. There are also some business reasons. When you think about the airport road, it is literally designed. So from Wilkinson into the terminal, Josh Birmingham Parkway. If you look at that as an aerial, it's literally designed as a bottle with a bottleneck right at Wilkinson Boulevard. And we know, because the media reports on it every year, that on Thanksgiving, that bottle overflows with cars all the way down to I-85 and beyond. So the other thing that the airport gets out of this and the community gets out of this is it allows the airport to move all non-private vehicles off the road, because it allows people, if you're taking a taxi or if you're taking an Uber and Lyft, Instead of those Uber and Lyfts or other commercial vehicles coming down the airport road to pick you up in front of the terminal, you go out on that people mover to get picked up where there is more room, leaving room for folks who are trying to drop off the kids and, you know, pick up grandma and those kinds of things as they're visiting. So it also helps to deconflict traffic literally on the airport road. And we see that impact every single year in Thanksgiving, but even before, because it allows you to move the non-private vehicles, the commercial vehicles out, which also allows folks who are using those, it allows a better experience for them too, because instead of having to wait for that Uber to slog through traffic, you go out to it. And you see that at many different airports. It's trying to deconflict traffic because there's only so much capacity on Josh Birmingham Parkway. So again, think about it, and I don't say this because I used to live in Phoenix, but think about it if you've ever flown into Sky Harbor. What we're really saying is it's like that. It's a people mover that takes you from the terminal out to the light rail station. And someone made a comment before about checking your bags, right? In Phoenix, that's exactly what you do. If you ride light rail, you get off the light rail, and before you even board that people mover, which is very fast and convenient, you check your bags there. And so you can actually get rid of your bags before you're even at the terminal. So again, and Steve Harrison would love you for asking this question, because he's asked me this question for the last 10 years, probably 1,000 times. There are reasons why. I think that what we have to think about is the high level of service that it still provides, and then not what we don't get, but what we do get out of it. And it will still be a very high level of service, and in some ways create opportunities that you just don't have if you were even to try to get to the terminal building.
While I appreciate that, are you saying, though, we have not even studied something to even possibly do it? Maybe not even underground. I understand the security concerns, but just flying over. I mean, you know, there's light rail has its own right of way.
Yeah,
right?
You can't fly over to get into the terminal because you cross the flight paths of 3 runways.
Okay. These are things we need to hear, though.
So outside of the runway, at the end of every runway that nobody thinks about it other than people in aviation, there's kind of a triangular zone called a RPZ, or runway protection zone. And it is exactly what it sounds like. It's for the runway protection. And so you can't fly over because now you're in the flight path, right? And the planes, they're coming and going. And you can't go through at grade necessarily in the RPZ. And so that kind of leaves you one choice, under. And again, that presents problems beyond the cost side. Andy, don't tell me what it would cost to tunnel under the airport, because I don't want to know. But there's also other problems with that. And so there are airports, 100%. I'll never say there aren't airports that have light rail right up to the terminal. Those are the lucky ones whose design is just like to allow that rail to the terminal without crossing the RPZs or without interfering with other things. And for all the rest of the airports that have light rail, they solve it that way. Yeah.
And just one more thing is that we have a good fact sheet on the airport Silver Line connection that we can share with you all too, to give you some more background.
And isn't it true that some of that is not city land anyway, so we can't do anything with it? So, yeah, thank you. Okay, Julie.
I appreciate your... Mike. Oh, I'm sorry. I said I'm going to yank that thread a little bit, Brent. And I appreciate your comments because, in all honesty, we were given a different reason pre-you. So it's always... Pardon?
The RPZs?
The reasons why we can't do it were different under old leadership. So I appreciate your comments. But honestly, mine are even more extrapolated because I still have a problem with the fact that the Silver Line is going to have an 11th Street stop and the Blue Line has a 9th Street stop, and people are going to walk from 11th Street to 9th Street with luggage and then go to the airport and then take a people mover. We're not going to get the ridership for people coming to the airport if that's the alignment. And I know this is anti-value engineering, but we also want people to use it for the purpose it's intended for. And I cannot accept that we would have 2 stops and people would walk through a neighborhood late at night with suitcases or whatever.
Yeah, no one. So the connection between 9th Street and 11th Street is not a neighborhood. It's basically the rail trail is there today, and as we build up that, instead of thinking about it being how many feet is it? We talked about this when I first started in CATS. It's less than a quarter mile, but I think it's 400 feet or something like that. You create the built environment to bridge that gap so that it doesn't feel like you're walking out in the middle of nowhere.
So would there be security so that if you get off on 9th Street, at one point they talked about it being elevated, the connection between 9th
The
and
11th Street station is elevated. The 9th Street station.
I did not see this coming,
The
so I'm
11th
gonna.
Street station is
I'm
elevated.
gonna put a pause on it.
Well,
just a
just
second,
excuse me
because
for 1 second though. I think this
that's what we're here
heightens
for.
the point that there's a lot of interest in making sure we get this right. These are 100-year decisions, and with all due respect, to not have looked at some other alternatives, and as it relates to Ms. Eisel's questions, the last study, the ULI study that was done, pointed this point out explicitly that we need to think about those alternatives. So I think
So all of these have been looked at.
This is not the place to debate it, but I think we're just saying we really need to go back and revisit these. That's my point before we start casting things in stone that may not work best long term.
All
And safety is important.
I will tell you that I've had 3 visits with the planning department at the airport in the last 2 weeks, and I know that this conversation cannot advance without them because there's a part of it that's not even in scope for the city, and that's as much as I know.
Yeah.
But I think
So we can share all of the information we have. The 9th Street, 11th Street connector has been evaluated, and it is not sort of walking through a neighborhood to go from one to the other. Again, we've even started to envision what that looks like, and it's not a lonely, desolate walk type of thing. It's creating at 11th Street really a mobility hub that spans 11th to 9th and includes bus. But we're happy to share all of that. The airport station, the thinking around the airport has been evaluated many times, and we're happy to share all of that information.
David, do you have a thing to put a bow on this one because we're going to move on?
Absolutely.
You got 3 questions.
I want to remind everybody in this room that you're going to get shots at this on your committees and everything else. So we don't have to solve this today. In fact, I would encourage us without information even to try.
Okay.
So can we move beyond this one so we can get to the
We're going to
business
go
of the
to
people out here?
Julie, Wyatt. Okay.
But just remember, if we're talking about planning specific, let's be nice to staff. We're going to have plenty of time to talk about that when we get on committees. Plenty.
Okay, Wyatt, thank you.
I'm good.
You're good? Okay. David?
All good.
Thank you, Wyatt.
I'm also good there.
David?
I'll just go back to what we said in our exercise. If we are trying to be the preferred method of transportation, I think history is really important, and studying what other people have done is really important. But nothing new gets created by doing what other people did. And I think that we really have to think about, how does this system run and operate? The reason why you've been asked these questions for 10 years is because no one understands why the hell it's not going to the airport. So we have to come up with a better way of communicating, a better way of educating. And quite frankly, I just think we have to think out of the box. And I would just say, as a new group, clearly there's a lot of people in this room who would like to see or understand this better. But again, I want this to be best in class, and the more we can make this user-friendly, every point of failure. The blessing of living in Charlotte and flying out of our airport is that you usually don't have to take connecting flights. When I have to take a connecting flight, it's like, oh crap, there goes another problem, because you expect it. If someone has to go from 9th Street to 11th Street, it gets more complicated. If someone has to go on a people mover, et cetera. I just think it's an important issue that we need to think about. And again, we want to be the best. We don't want to be everyone else.
Yeah, we'll provide all the information. It's not accurate to say that it hasn't been thought about. It's also not accurate to say that it hasn't been studied multiple times. And so we can provide all of that information. And as the MPTA makes decisions, we can take that up. And if the decision is to do something different, we can start redesigning. But that will delay actually building. So we'll provide more information as a follow-up on the Silver Line, and specifically 9th and 11th and the airport.
That's perfect. Okay, so we're going. We do want, David, I'm going to come to you in just a second. I know the staff really wanted to provide this information to you so that they could hear from you, and they've got some questions for you because they want your input. And so I do want to make sure that we have time for that. So David, do you have a final question? Or
long as the input is limited so we can stay on schedule.
Well, if I can get there, we're going to do it. So we've got 22 minutes. Say it again.
We need the Elders item to move.
The 4:30, right? Oh, yeah, for sure. 22 minutes. So are the questions up in there? Business items. Okay, thank you. So about the, sorry.
Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. So we've got questions about Better Bus and Silver Line specifically. And at your tables, can we get a scribe, please? Someone to be a scribe at your tables? So we won't have time for report out, but you could give the feedback. Christy, you get voluntold at your table every single time. You're so fortunate. You're so fortunate. You're a good team. You're a good team player. Okay. Okay, everybody choose your scribe. First question up for the Silver Line. Should any changes to key assumptions be considered?
Absolutely.
Okay, do you guys need the key assumption slide back up? Should any changes to key assumptions be considered? Rapid fire, please. Call it out, write it down, and the staff will have your information.
So you pretty much know what
We're going to, 3 minutes.
the 9th and 11th Street stations are.
3-minute timer. Real quick at your tables, 3 minutes. We can do this. Should anything be reconsidered?
They need another route for the train to go into the airport on the Silver Line. Correct. So a different station, stop, and right into the airport is what we need to have.
They know what they know.
When you want to do something, you find a way to get it done. That's all I can say.
Now, are we going to tell these, or are we going to? Are they going to capture in writing, or are they? We just going to holler them out?
I don't even care as long as they listen. At this point,
Much cheaper.
it's Sutavin.
We'd be able to get all of them. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Right.
Three will do 3-minute rapid fires.
Better Bus.
Really?
Presentation.
I just jumped into this question with Silver Line.
Yeah, the Better Bus is in the Better Bus.
Better Bus person is gone.
I agree.
Yeah.
We want to do the Better Bus
It's an unsafe condition anyway.
presentation.
Okay. Yeah,
So
we'll
we
finish
need
this
to,
one. Yeah, we'll finish it.
think we have time?
Uh-huh. Well, the thing,
It's definitely inconvenient.
So should we refer?
and just as a reminder, these are the value engineering assumptions. And let's take another 2 minutes. Okay, we've got about 45 seconds to wrap this question up, so get it all out now. I don't think we need to go to a slide for this. What are the most important factors you consider prioritizing stop improvements? Okay. Okay, next question. You guys ready for your next question? Please take it seriously because I know the staff is sincere about getting your feedback at this time, specifically today. Huh? Yeah. So, question number 2. What are the most important factors that should be considered in prioritizing bus stop improvements? No, wrong. Never mind. Wrong set of questions. That's the next set. What project changes should be considered to reduce costs? And this is for Silver Line. 2. What project changes for Silver Line should be considered to reduce costs? In other words, what would you like for them to consider? We have 90 seconds left. Last question, really quickly. What other funding options should be considered? We're going to just give you the funding option slide. It's rapid fire. If something comes to mind, jot it down. If not, don't worry about it. We'll have opportunity to come back to it. Okay, that wraps our time for questions. Thank you so much for leaning in, your engagement, your insight, your questions, your feedback, and just being present. You're still here. You hung in there. I know it was a lot of information today, but you guys are great, and thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Howard now, and I'll take your responses, please. Oh, thank you, Bob. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And that is a round of applause for the moderator, D. Wilson Agency. Give it again so she knows it. We may get out of here early, which I think we all would appreciate. So I actually am going to be joined on stage by somebody. Brad's going to come up and help guide us through the business that we have to do. In the back of your notebooks, you'll see the very last tab that says MPTA Business. Can I get everybody's attention real quick? Everybody's attention. In the back of your notebook, there's the last section that says MPTA Business.
You saw me over here.
Everybody got it? All right, Brad's going to lead us through that conversation. We do need to get something going. You need all this here.
All right, thank you. So we have an action item tonight that we need to take action on, and that is, as many of you know, thank you. As many of you know, the current employees are part of the local government employees retirement system. And so in order to carry on the eligibility of the employees to do that, we will need to approve some resolutions and also approve the application to the Elgers board so that all can occur timely. The board's going to consider this in April. I believe it's later in April. And so in order to make the deadlines for the application, and we would need board action to approve the resolutions, and there's also a certification and an estimated withdrawal liability letter that's in your packet. And so we have this styled for 2 actions today. Action 1, which is to approve submitting the required documentation and certifications as part of the MPTA's application to become a member of the North Carolina Local Government Employees Retirement System and authorize the MPT chair to execute all documents required for the application. And then B of that is to adopt resolutions to enroll in Elgers and pick up employee contributions. Then there's a second action, because we have, I think, 4 resolutions. The second action is to approve the acknowledgement and acceptance letter of the estimated withdrawal liability, and that is, there's a letter in the packet with that number. And then the second part of that is to adopt a resolution to maintain the North Carolina Local Government Employees Retirement System surety, and there's a resolution associated with that. And so these resolutions came from Elgers, and these are their standard resolutions that they sent to CATS, and they expect us to get these executed, and they will be a part of the application that will be considered by the board in April.
So for the purpose of advancing them, can they all be moved as one motion?
Yes.
So it's been properly moved and seconded. We do actions 1 and action 2. Anybody want to hear more about them?
I'm sorry, I didn't see
sorry,
who made
that's
the
not
motion.
enough. Huh?
Who made the motion?
Ned made the motion, Frank seconded. And I got, all right, so it's been properly moved to second. Questions on the motion? Bob? I took your microphone, didn't I? So somebody give Bob a microphone.
Employees need the retirement system. This one's easy.
Anyway, I just wanted to ask Adam if have you been involved with reviewing these documents? Are you okay with everything we're getting ready to do here?
They were not. Look, I'm sorry, Bob. If that's something we want to do, we don't mind. But these are standard resolutions from the pension fund people. So I don't know if we have a leeway on what they say. It's consistent with what they require, because they sent us these are the motions they require. Wait. Let's do. Well, yeah, Brad reviewed them for sure. So I know we're ready to go. So, Bob, did you get an answer?
I'm fine.
Who was next?
Call the question.
Oh, all right. Well, no, not yet. Anthony?
Okay, great. So I have some general questions about some of these that deal with logistics, right? First question has to do with the vote of the employees. And the certification appears to say that we are going to do that. So I'm curious about what the timing is of that vote in connection with when we have to actually submit these documents, right? So that when we do send the certification in, it is, in fact, certification of what's occurring.
By the way, while he's coming up, I put back up on the screen and it went away. No, I wanted. Well, I was trying to show you guys that it was one of those motions. Okay.
The survey is underway, and it will be completing by Friday.
Okay.
The other thing to note, we are fairly confident that this will be a survey with a very high response rate in the affirmative, because every employee who's being surveyed is already part of this system. But because I'm part of government, I can appreciate bureaucracy. There's a survey conducted because normally when you're coming in, you're not previously members. And so it's asking the people who work for whoever it is, do you want to be a member? Not, do you want to keep being a member? But there's a process to this, and the process is underway.
Yep, they currently work for the city. They're going to work for the MPTA. We have to start the process to make sure it all lines
As a member, I definitely want to keep being a member.
Yes. Anthony?
Yeah, so my other question has to do with the document that is, it looks like it's the actual application itself. And on that first page, in item number 3, there's a reference to making the employer's contribution for the participation in the retirement system of all employees entering or re-entering the service of this unit after the date of participation. So my question there is, does that mean that we pay for employees whether or not they choose to participate in the plan or not?
What's that? Yeah, you have to participate. So employees, you're in or you're out, you're not optional. So when you're in, all employees are in. Yep.
Got it. That's what I need to know. Okay. And then,
Anthony, we agreed on 3 minutes this morning.
hey, listen, man, I need to ask my questions. I've been quiet all day. The next one, the next question I had was about the. Come on, man, you guys.
Well, let me
feel. You make me feel intimidated now. I'm scared to ask my questions. So
he does not feel psychologically safe, y'all.
Everybody apologize and stop snickering.
The moderator stopped me. Go on.
Stop it.
So in here, there's a section in number 5 of the document, and these documents don't have page numbers. So it's the certification of the application document. And in that certification, the total number of employees that are eligible is blank. And I saw earlier that we had done a census to determine what the projected amount of our pickup cost would be. So I'm just curious, what's the reason we don't have a number in there, and do we know what that number is of eligible employees? I'm on item 5 of the certification of the application itself appears.
There have been conversations. I don't want to get bogged down on that one. We've had conversations. They have estimates, Anthony, but because this has never been done, we don't know yet.
The certification is based on 622 employees, which is what we had when we submitted the data. But when we submit the certification, it will be on the employee count that we have at that point.
Elizabeth, the current cost of the plan is being borne out of Article 43, the current half-cent sales tax as part of the city of Charlotte. Is that fair?
Yes.
So the costs are the costs.
And the cost is the cost. We don't get to do anything with that one. And that was the treasurer talking, y'all. So
again, I don't really know what that means, but I trust you. So my last question is on the resolution to maintain the local governmental employees retirement system, which is, I think, next to the last page. And this is talking about us having to have the $9 million or something in a financial instrument. So my question was, at what point do we have to have that financial instrument available in order to be in compliance with this certification?
Sure. Yeah, so we will make the application, and the LGERS has been pretty flexible so far in talking with us, and so there are other options besides a surety bond. And so they have told us that we could proceed with the surety bond and then change it after a year, or we could proceed with a deed of trust, you know, whatever instrument that works best. And so they've been pretty open to other forms. And so what we want to do is we may designate, you know, the surety bond is the most practical way to do so. And then as we get accepted and then it's approved, then a year later, if we find a better instrument is cheaper or makes more sense, we can do that. So.
My real question was whether or not we have to have this available at the time the application is submitted. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, and I believe, I'll let Elizabeth, because she might know the timing.
We'll have to have it in place for when we enroll, which would be July 1st. It has to be, everything has to be signed, sealed, delivered.
So we have to have that fund available too, that $9 million.
Or the surety bond.
Or the surety bond or whatever other instrument, the instrument we use.
They already have a pension.
Thank you, Reverend Mack.
Yes, just really quickly, because we're trying to stay in compliance with the statutes of North Carolina, and the pension's already in place, I call the question.
Yes, so no other discussion. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Oppose the same sign. Thank you. That is carried. Thank you, everybody. Just.
All right. Yeah, all right.
I think I'm going to let you go home early if we can stop for a second. All right, closing comments or just closing comments. We're not doing any exercises.
No, I would ask you to, I again appreciate your attention in detail. I saw everybody writing notes. And to understand, in your notebooks is a section, and it's a probably a 5 or 6 page overview of our governing as one model. And please study it and take the time and review your notes, because the only way this is going to work is that you bring it forward to you with you in the next meeting. Mm-hmm. It can't stay in the book. So revisit it so that you can be reminded of these things, because unfortunately we can't be here with you every day for each session and each meeting to kick you off this way. But you can do it because you're all great people and you're great hearts. And sometimes we come in and we just focus on getting the job done. We forget about the things we need to do to work more collaboratively with our colleagues. And someone said this earlier, that you're all just amazing people. So this board becoming a high-performing board is no question that we can get there. But it comes with intentionality. And we've given you some great tools to work with today. So I ask that you study and bring it forward and consider which of those areas you need to work on and do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody give D. Wilson another hand. While you're clapping, let's give the staff a hand too. And I'm gonna be that corny guy. Give yourselves a hand. Hey, so, and I mean that because everybody stayed here. We lost 1 or 2 people all day long. So thank you for staying the whole time. That tells me that you're serious about what we're doing. And as we go forward, it'll take the same level. I hope you enjoyed the conversations. Matter of fact, if everybody will give me one word about the day. One word, not a whole sentence. One word. Everybody, just yell it out.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Productive. Engaging. That's good. Informative. It was very informative. Very informative. So I want to thank you all. I want you to remember that we do have another retreat on the 6th. As you saw, they've programmed out what we're going to talk about already. It will be just as engaging, if not more. I think we're going to get even more into the business of what we're doing. We do have some big dates coming at us. I almost want to scare them a little bit, Ned, just a little bit, and let them know that we have to approve a budget to send to the city council along with MTC in April. Did I take all the air out the room? Good, because that's what we've been feeling for a while. So any closing things? Yes, Reverend Mack, before we close out. Microphone? I can't.
I'm so sorry. Did you decide on the rescheduled date yet?
We did, March 24th. Okay. We sent it out. It's on your calendar already.
All right, thank you.
24th. Any other questions about clarifications? If not, thank you all for coming out. Have a good ride, safe ride home.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure working with you.
Yeah. Have a good weekend.
You too.